Awakening Plaza at the number 39 Middle School in Cayenne City. All the teachers and students in the school wore tense expressions, staring at the students stepping onto the stage for their tests one by one. Beep. No ability detected. Next. Number 125. Beep. No ability detected. Next. Number 126. Beep. No ability detected. Next. Number 127. The cold electronic voice rang repeatedly, hitting everyone like a hammer to the chest. More than 1,000 people had been tested, and not even the weakest F-level ability had shown up. The tense atmosphere was suffocating. On the high platform, the principal's face was dark, his eyebrows tightly knit. If not a single one of them awakens this year, number 37 Middle School will really become a joke, he muttered grimly. In the crowd, a boy stood there looking completely dazed. My head was buzzing. Have I transmigrated? Or is this 10,000 years in the future? As memories flooded my mind, I confirmed it wasn't a dream. This was 10,000 years after the 21st century. Humanity had entered the interstellar era, spreading across the galaxy with an uncountable number of life-sustaining planets under its control. In this era, students didn't study academic subjects anymore. Knowledge could be directly implanted into their brains. Here, they competed in only one field: martial arts and special abilities. The strong could shatter stars with a wave of their hand. Tearing apart the sun and moon wasn't mere bragging. But my enthusiasm was quickly doused by reality. This body had been training for 3 years, yet its strength was only 340 kilograms, with a 100-meter running speed of 5 seconds. In the old era, that would have made me a monster, but here I was at the bottom of the class. Forget about getting into an advanced martial school. I couldn't even reach the minimum entry requirement. Advanced martial schools required a baseline strength of 500 kilograms. The martial exams were in 3 days, and turning things around with my current stats seemed impossible. This awakening test was my only hope. As long as I could awaken an ability, even an F level 1, I'd have a direct ticket to an advanced martial school. But up until now, more than 1,000 students had completely flopped. While I was contemplating my backup plan, suddenly, boom! The awakening device suddenly radiated an uncontrollable surge of energy, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. Everyone's heads snapped up to look at the stage. Even I was jolted back to reality by the wave of power. All eyes focused on the awakening device, where a fiery red-haired girl was suddenly engulfed in flames. They roared to life, consuming her whole form. The crowd collectively gasped. Elemental-type abilities, starting at D level at a minimum. Immediately, the electronic voice announced, "Senior year, number 1451, has successfully awakened flame ability. Rank, C level." Upon hearing C level, the school leaders on the high platform exploded into excitement. C level flame. Number 37 Middle School is going to make headlines for this one, someone exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration. Others recognized her as Luo Lingshuang, the daughter of the Luo Group's chairman. If she got into a provincial key school, the Luo family's influence would only strengthen. Within the flames, Luo Lingshuang remained remarkably calm. She had already tested her potential and expected it to be flame-based, but she hadn't thought she'd jump straight to sea level. As she stepped out of the awakening device, she was already certain of her spot at the provincial key school. In the crowd, I froze in place. Luo Lingshuang was one of the top 10 talents in the school, with a strength exceeding 800 kilograms. A certified rich kid. She and I were from entirely different worlds, yet coincidentally, we knew each other. The electronic voice chimed again. Next, number 1452, step up for awakening. I took a deep breath, stepping forward. I was number 1452. As I passed her, Luo Lingshuang unexpectedly turned to me with a quiet, "Good luck, Ling Xiao." "Thanks," I replied briefly, walking straight into the awakening device. With a hum, a profound ripple of energy enveloped my entire body. The next moment, a surge of power seemed to pour into my flesh and bones. I felt something flash within me, on the verge of exploding, then suddenly settle. The energy fluctuation was so faint that even the nearby principal and school leaders didn't sense it. Didn't awaken a talent. Well, to be expected. Just having Luo Lingshuang is enough for us to boast as number 37 Middle School. The principal sighed, and the other leaders nodded in agreement. Then, beep, 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 the awakening device shrieked. "Senior year, number 1452, has successfully awakened ability. Cellular activation. Rank. F level. The crowd erupted. Another ability user? 2 back-to-back? From the same class? That's insane odds. 1,452? Ling Xiao? I thought he was doomed for the martial exam. Cellular activation? Isn't that one of the weakest F-level abilities? Weak or not, it's better than having no ability at all. Voices of jealousy and envy swept across the crowd like a wave. Out of the 7,000 to 8,000 students, fewer than 1 in 10 could get into an advanced martial school. Even with an F-level ability, I was already halfway through the door. Inside the awakening device, I clenched my fists, feeling heat radiate through my body. My strength had clearly increased. Cellular activation, huh? I heard it only helps you heal quicker. Pretty useless, but at least I've gotten stronger, I muttered with a sigh of relief. Then suddenly, a cold, robotic voice sounded in my mind. Ding. Detecting host's F-level ability. Cellular activation. Flaws detected, 12 trillion. Would you like to repair these flaws? My pupils contracted sharply. Who's speaking? Host. Repair flaws? Don't tell me this is a cheat system. My heartbeat raced uncontrollably. In the next moment, the voice transformed into text, and it appeared floating directly before my eyes. It really is a system. My excitement soared, but I quickly calmed down. If I repair these flaws, will the people outside notice? Ding. The anomalies were only perceivable and tangible to the host, and the repairs would be instantaneously completed. I didn't hesitate any longer. Repair. Asterisk ding. Repairing the defects. Asterisk. The notification resounded within my brain, and the flow of time around me came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of power flooded every inch of my body like an unstoppable torrent. My cells squirmed and shifted as if being forcibly reconstituted. Vitality and recovery rates skyrocketed, yet, to the outside world, there wasn't even a hint of noticeable change. The tremors subsided, and the system chimed in once again. Asterisk ding. Cellular activation defects have been repaired. Supernatural power upgraded. Title: Immortal Physique. Tier: SSS. Asterisk. Asterisk. With the immortal physique, your physical body becomes nearly indestructible. However, due to the host's current low level, if physical damage exceeds 99%, recovery will be impossible. After further strength enhancements, even if the physical body and soul are entirely obliterated, the host may still resurrect through the memories of others. Asterisk. I froze, my eyes wide with disbelief. Immortal physique? Able to recover from 99% destruction? How am I ever supposed to die then? If even the tiniest fragment remains, I'd claw my way back to life. And when my strength reaches its pinnacle, I could come back even if my soul has been erased. It almost felt like not even having my fate in someone else's hands could snuff me out. The more I thought about it, the more exhilarated I became, though I quickly suppressed my emotions. With a power like this, any exposure would immediately land me on someone's experiment table. I soon realized my strength had at least tripled. Ordinarily, I should have advanced to the body tempering stage, yet for some reason, I still couldn't tap into my vital energy, as though something was obstructing it. Just as I was trying to piece everything together, a status panel suddenly appeared before my eyes. Status panel. Name asterisk Ling Xiao. Level asterisk Martial Apprentice. Vital energy asterisk 3.4. Impacts strength, defense, and injury recovery. Soul asterisk 1.4. Baseline for normal humans is 1. Influences spiritual power and soul resilience. Talent asterisk Immortal Physique. SSS tier. Vital energy times 300%. Soul times 300%. Martial arts asterisk Basic body tempering fist technique. Ungraded. Proficient. 12/100ths. Notes asterisk The Immortal Physique not only provides recovery power 1,000,000 times greater, but also elevates life's tier. With it, each 1 point of vital energy equals 300 kilograms of strength for the host, compared to 100 kilograms for a normal person. The same principle applies to the soul. After scanning the status panel, clarity washed over me. For an SSS tier ability, there was no way its benefits would stop at just one thing. My mind quickly caught up to speed. So this means I'll be able to outrank and crush opponents far above my level in the future. I couldn't help but chuckle. Now this is the kind of treatment a protagonist gets. In the blink of an eye, time resumed its flow. I stepped out of the awakening device and headed straight back to class. The instructor gave my shoulder a hearty slap, roaring with laughter about how even I managed to awaken an ability, and urged me to make good use of it down the road. The other students were visibly envious. Even the lowest F-tier ability would give its user a significant advantage over their peers who were typical martial artists without abilities. I nodded and acknowledged his encouragement. The awakening tests continued, and the remaining 6,000+ students were quickly assessed. Among them, there were 3 other F-tier abilities and 1 E-tier ability. The school administration looked completely over the moon. The principal immediately announced that everyone should prepare for the martial exam in 3 days' time and dismissed the crowd. As the mass of students dispersed, my wristwatch pinged with a notification. Account credited with 10,000 star coins, school reward. I froze briefly, and then my heartbeat quickened in thrill. 10,000 star coins, the equivalent of $100,000 in my previous life. I was in desperate need of cash, so this reward couldn't have come at a better time. Without hesitation, I left the school and boarded a train, heading all the way back to the outskirts of a city dozens of kilometers away. Rows upon rows of towering high-rises stretched into the skyline. Back in the old age, such buildings might have signified wealth, but in this era, they were home to the underprivileged. The truly wealthy wouldn't live in skyscrapers. For them, residential properties started with sprawling mansions spanning tens of thousands of square meters. I entered one of the buildings and took a floating elevator up several dozen floors, eventually returning to my apartment. The space inside was cold and barren, completely devoid of warmth or the presence of other people. In this life, I was still an orphan, but I had my younger sister, Ling Yuran, to depend on. She was 2 years younger than me. People like us, we were a dime a dozen in this world. First, let's figure out the system. I strode into my room briskly, locking the door behind me. Staring down at the smart wristband on my arm, a nervous anticipation churned within me. The system could repair defects and abilities. What if it could do the same for objects? The next second, a notification exploded in my mind. Asterisk ding. Scanning the host's possessions, smart wristband. Detected 1,548 defects. Repair them? Asterisk. My eyes narrowed. It really could repair them, but 1,548 seemed like too small of a number. My talent's defects had been 12 trillion before. So, does it mean the more advanced something is, the more defects it has? I quickly dismissed the notion. Even an F-tier ability wasn't much better than a wristband. No, it's not about the level. It's about potential. The longer I thought about it, the clearer it became. More defects meant a higher ceiling for improvement. But did the system have usage limits? If it were capped, then every move I made would have to be calculated with extreme precision. Suddenly, another thought dawned on me, one that was even more crucial. Abilities could be repaired, but what about my body? If the physical body's defects could also be addressed, wouldn't that instantly boost my talent exponentially? My gaze dropped to my hands. Asterisk ding. Scanning the host's physical body. Detected 14.5 million defects. Repair them? Asterisk. 14,500,000. Not as absurd as my talents, but still a staggering number. If it's all fixed, at the very least, I need to reach the level of a prodigy. Without hesitation, I chose to initiate the repair. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning to fix physical flaws. The next instant, an overwhelming power crushed down on me like an invisible tidal wave, swallowing my entire being. Every single cell in my body started to relentlessly burst apart. Bursting, then forcibly being repaired. After being repaired, they burst yet again. The pain came in relentless waves, as if attempting to tear me apart and reforge me anew. Amid the painful cycles of repair and destruction, black, mud-like impurities began seeping out from my skin. At the same time, my absorption rate of the world's vital energy skyrocketed. Soon, the energy from my surroundings poured into me like rain, instantly devoured by my body. To think, before this, if I wanted to grow stronger, I had to rely on the Alliance's basic body tempering techniques and grind away day after day, sometimes going for days without even sensing a sliver of vital energy. But now, the energy was madly infusing into my body, and my strength was visibly surging upward. Ding, congratulations, host. Physical flaws have been completely repaired. Body automatically upgraded to Innate Tao Body SS Grade Talent. Innate Tao Body, SS grade talent. Comprehension rate increased 1,000 times. Cultivation speed increased 1,000 times. Both grow stronger as power increases. As the enhancement concluded, the notification echoed in my mind. Another SS grade talent? And a 1,000-time cultivation speed boost? This is literally God-level cheat mode. My heart raced with exhilaration. A 1,000-time increase meant I could achieve in a single day what it used to take 3 years to accomplish. And during those 3 years, I still had to eat, sleep, train in combat, and spend the first year memorizing meridian points. The actual time spent cultivating would have barely added up to 7 or 8 months. At this current speed, what had previously required 7 or 8 months of hard cultivation could now be achieved in a matter of hours. In other words, just 5 to 6 hours of work could push my strength up by several hundred kilograms. If I forwent sleep and rest for a full day, I could easily increase my strength by at least 1,000 kilograms. Within 3 days, I could reach the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. This isn't just genius level anymore. This is monstrous. Even more terrifying, once I reached the 3rd level of the body tempering realm and stacked it with the 300% boost from my immortal body talent, my strength would soar to 9,000 kilograms. That level of strength was what one would typically find at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Even ignoring differences in gear, combat experience, and martial arts techniques, I'd still be able to casually crush someone at the 5th or 6th level of the body tempering realm. Wait a second, what about martial techniques and cultivation methods? My mind quickly churned, and my eyes lit up. If the system can identify flaws in my body, could it also identify and fix flaws in cultivation methods? Right now, all I had was the Alliance's basic body tempering manual. But if I could fix its flaws, even something so basic could be elevated to a higher tier, turning it into a lethal weapon. I immediately turned my focus to my character sheet. Character info. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, Martial Apprentice. Vitality, 5. Soul, 5. Talents. Immortal Body, SSS grade talent. Vitality times 300%, Soul times 300%. Innate Dao Body, SS grade talent. Comprehension speed times 1,000, Cultivation speed times 1,000. Martial techniques. Basic body tempering fist, unranked, proficient, 12 100ths. Remarks. After upgrading to the innate Dao body, strength and spiritual power have seen significant improvements. The more I read, the more excited I became. My vitality stat had jumped from 3.4 to 5. Given that 1 point of vitality equaled 300 kilograms of strength, my current strength had reached a staggering 1,500 kilograms. That was already far beyond the average strength level of someone at the 1st level of the body tempering realm. Even more dazzling was the fact that my instructor, who had struggled desperately to get into an advanced martial academy, was now, after years of effort, only at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. And here I was, steamrolling past decades of his hard work in less than an hour with the system. But I quickly tamped down my excitement. The most critical issue right now wasn't my stats. It was my inability to fully translate that strength into combat power. Without matching martial techniques, my 1,500 kilograms of strength would still end up in a brute force battle against someone with only 1,000 kilograms. I shifted my attention entirely onto the basic body tempering fist technique. Seconds later, the system chimed in. Ding, flaws detected in martial technique basic body tempering fist, 1,254. Would you like to repair them? My eyes instantly sparkled. If it could repair these flaws, that meant I could take any advanced technique I got my hands on in the future and upgrade it into a super version. Even if this current manual was mediocre, fixing all its flaws would already be enough to boost my combat power significantly. Without hesitation, I selected the repair option, but the system immediately threw me a curveball. Ding! Note that the host is limited to 2 flaw repairs per day. Once used, wait until the next day for the limit to refresh. I froze in place. Only 2 times a day, but I quickly broke into a grin. 2 times was still plenty. As long as I stayed alive, the opportunities would keep coming. Eventually, I'd upgrade myself to a level where no one, absolutely no one, could stand in my way. Now that I had the immortal body, I was practically unkillable. My survivability was like being the godfather of cockroaches. There's no way my lifespan would remain capped at just 200 years like an ordinary human. Even if it somehow did remain the same, I could still extend it through sheer power. Once I broke through to the post-tempering Hotian realm, my lifespan would automatically extend to 300 years. Upon reaching the innate level, one could live up to 500 years. 500 years equates to 160,000 days. Assuming 2 recovery opportunities per day, that means countless chances, far more than I could ever use. The most astonishing part is having a system that allows me to potentially bypass the hard-to-achieve innate realm that others dream of, possibly within less than a year. Therefore, recovering twice a day is way more beneficial than receiving hundreds of thousands of random opportunities all at once. Well, since it's twice a day, I won't hold back. I'll save repairing the Alliance's basic body refinement technique for tomorrow and start training now, I said, my eyes gleaming with excitement. With the innate Tao body, could I reach the body refinement realm tonight? Without hesitation, I threw a punch toward the air. Whoosh! The sound of wind from my fist echoed. I began practicing the Alliance's basic body refinement technique, punching one fist after another. This technique is a foundational martial art issued by the Martial Arts Alliance. Nearly everyone below the body refinement realm trains with it. It's said to have been developed by the strongest human warrior, the Dragon Emperor, and while the name sounds ordinary, the method itself is one of the best introductory techniques out there. What's even more critical is that it's not just a martial technique. It's also a body refinement method, combining both skill and cultivation into one. At the apprentice stage, progress relies heavily on time, and this technique is a shortcut to success. As I continued training, I could feel the nearby energy pouring into my body at an intense rate. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as when the system repairs my body, it was far beyond what I could absorb from days of hard work in the past. At the same time, my understanding of the technique seemed to grow exponentially. My movements began to flow seamlessly, and the force I exerted became significantly more concentrated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in the basic body refinement technique has been upgraded to Mastery. Training speed plus 120%. The notification from the system sounded an hour later. I snapped my eyes open in astonishment. Mastery in just 1 hour? I was shocked. And my training speed boosted by 120%. This is crazy. With my current talent, a 20% boost is equivalent to a 1,000x speed multiplier, increasing to 1,200x. I had heard instructors explain that martial techniques and cultivation methods have proficiency levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and, beyond that, the legendary transcendence. The higher the proficiency level, the faster one trains. For martial arts, higher skill levels also mean much greater combat power. At equivalent power and techniques, someone at the beginner level would be outmatched in 50 moves by someone at the proficient level. Against someone at mastery, they might lose in 3 or 4 moves. A beginner versus someone at perfection level, they wouldn't last more than a second or two. The same applies to the basic body refinement technique. But here's the thing. Even the most basic, low-tier martial techniques are notoriously difficult to cultivate to the mastery level. At my high school, very few students managed to reach proficient. I was among the few, yet my instructor often sighed, saying, "You have the comprehension ability, but not the talent to become a true martial artist." As for mastery, forget about it. No one among the students could reach that. Even among instructors, only a handful achieved it. Now, with my newfound talent, I reached mastery in just 1 hour, forcing my way through the barrier. If news of this got out, it would shake the entire Bluewater planet to its core. The higher the proficiency, the faster the training. I need to not only train, but also delve deeper into understanding the technique while practicing. Once I confirmed that my efficiency had indeed increased by 120%, a surge of excitement burst forth in my chest. Let's keep going. I let out another punch, my fist shaping the air and filling the room with the sound of concentrated blows. An hour and a half later, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Vitality +1. My eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, it might take me 5 to 6 hours to gain 3 points of vitality, roughly a 2-hour effort for each point. But now, the pace was clearly faster. I have no doubt it's because my proficiency in the basic body refinement technique has shortened the required time. More importantly, in the past, 3 years of grueling training only yielded 3 vitality points, equivalent to an increase of 300 kilograms in strength. But now, just one vitality point equates to 300 kilograms of strength, which is a crushing gap created by life-level advancement. This is my trump card, enabling me to surpass so-called geniuses. Keep going. I ignored my fatigue, my clothes already drenched with sweat, and began practicing again without hesitation. My body was sticky with impurities expelled during the process of repairing my flaws, but I paid no attention to it. There was only one thing on my mind: my strength must rise. As time ticked by, the sky darkened, and before I knew it, it was deep into the night. A full 7.5 hours. Ding. Congratulations, host. Vitality +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Vitality has reached 10. Realm breakthrough. Body refinement. First stage. With the 5th notification, my vitality finally hit 10 points. I officially broke through to the body refinement realm. Only at this level is one considered a real martial artist. Upon certification, I could receive a monthly allowance of 10,000 star coins as well as additional resource rewards during holidays, a far cry from the treatment given to mere apprentices. But I didn't stop. If anything, my determination only grew. I'm so close. Sweat dripped down my brow, but my resolve burned brighter in my eyes. I could feel the blood energy surging within me, indicating that I was truly stepping into the body refinement realm. But that wasn't what I cared about. Within the momentum of my punches, there was a faint, inexplicable profundity, a sense that something greater was brewing and on the verge of being unleashed. Boom! With one punch, the air exploded. The force caused the entire room to tremble, the furniture shaking violently. With each subsequent strike, my moves began to transform, as though a completely different person were taking over. Explosive echoes reverberated throughout the room, filling every corner with unrelenting noise. If it weren't for this era really maxed out the soundproofing. I've already had complaints before. After finishing the last punch, I finally stopped and pulled back my fists. Phew. Ding. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of your basic body training fist has been upgraded to perfect level. Cultivation speed boosted by *150%. I nodded in satisfaction. Just this subpar martial art technique could already increase cultivation speed this much. Once I fully fix its flaws and raise its level, the growth will be even more extreme. It was only then that I noticed it was completely dark outside. In the sky, 3 moons were hanging high. I stared at those 3 moons in silence for a long time. I really have left Earth. As I looked at the 3 moons in the sky, my heart sank. I finally, completely understood. I've truly left Earth behind. But I quickly suppressed my emotions, gripping the thought tightly. As long as Earth is still there, when I grow strong enough, I'll definitely go back to check on it. I looked down at the stains on me, then walked straight into the bathroom. Full body clean. Beep. Full body cleaning initiated. Jets of fine foam sprayed from the walls and instantly enveloped me, yet I could still breathe freely. The foam seemed to seep into my pores, dissolving and carrying away the grime bit by bit. The once transparent foam quickly turned black and slid off my body. When the foam dissipated, even my clothes looked as good as new. This high-tech stuff is insane. I walked out of the room, and a crisp voice greeted me from the living room. Brother, you're done training? I looked up and saw a girl about 13 or 14 standing by the dining table. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and joy filled her eyes. This body of mine could only be considered average in looks, but this adopted sister of mine? She was stunning, so eye-catching it was almost unfair. Once she fully grew up, she'd probably even rival Luo Lingxuan. I sighed as I looked at the table full of dishes. Yuren, you waited for me to eat again? Didn't I tell you to eat first when I'm training? Ling Yuren's smile grew even sweeter. I can't eat by myself when you're not here. I couldn't do much about her, so I sat down and started eating. In this era, there were nutrient meals. One serving could sustain you for a month and even assist cultivation. But the price was astronomical. Ordinary people had no choice but to get by with 3 meals a day. Trying to become a warrior was even harder on them. As we ate, Ling Yuren suddenly lowered her voice, as if afraid I'd get upset. Brother, I tested my stats today. My strength's already up to 320 kilograms. The principal said, I should start attending the first school tomorrow. I froze mid-bite and raised my head sharply. What did you say? You've already reached 320 kilograms. Hearing what Ling Yuren said, I couldn't help but get excited. After merging with the memories of this body, I had long considered her my real sister. Our 10 years together felt like something I'd personally experienced. Ling Yuren was just 13 years old, and her strength had already reached 320 kilograms. Ordinary people didn't even start cultivation until they were 12, and yet she was leagues ahead. Give her another 2 years, and reaching 900 kilograms for the college entry exams, qualifying as a quasi-warrior, was entirely possible. At that point, she'd definitely get into the province's top martial arts academy. As for me, I wasn't worried at all. My strength had already reached 3,000 kilograms. With the martial arts exam 2 days away, my scores were good enough that the principal of the top provincial martial school would probably personally come to recruit me. That's amazing. Yuren, if you get into the provincial martial school, becoming a warrior in the future will practically be guaranteed. Going to the first school will be worth it. I couldn't stop grinning. The principal and the others didn't believe it at first. They made me test 3 times before confirming it. To be honest, my first test showed 400 kilograms, but when I saw their reactions, I held back a bit for the next 2. If we go by 400 kilograms, getting into the provincial martial school in 2 years wouldn't be hard at all, Yuren said, growing more and more excited. You little rascal actually held back. I couldn't help but laugh. Whenever I tested myself, I gave it my all, but she just casually held back. Isn't it because you're always telling me to keep a low profile? And now you're blaming me. Yuren quickly deflected. I was at a loss for words and could only admit defeat. We were orphans with no background. Not keeping a low profile could indeed lead to trouble. All right, my bad. I'll take you to the first school to register tomorrow, I said, changing the subject. Thanks, bro. Yuren lit up with joy, but the next second, she turned anxious. Wait, no, bro, you've got your martial arts exam in 2 days. You should focus on preparing for that. I can go by myself. I don't need to prepare for the martial arts exam, I said with a cryptic smile. Yuren's eyes lit up instantly, staring at me in disbelief. Bro, did you awaken an ability? You could say that. Even if it's just an F rank, abilities are still abilities. At the very least, I'll get into an advanced martial school without any problems. Seeing Yuren's incredulous expression, I chuckled. Bro, you're amazing. Yuren got so excited she stood up and threw herself into my arms. Of course, but you're even more incredible. When you get stronger in the future, you've got to look out for your big brother, all right? I ruffled her hair playfully. If anyone dares mess with you, I'll beat them up. Ling Yuren waved her tiny fists, her gaze unwavering and firm. Warmth surged in my heart. In my previous life, I was an orphan. In this life, it's almost the same, except for one difference. I have Yuren as my little sister. She's the person I can never let go of in this lifetime. By the way, how high is Yuren's potential? The thought suddenly popped into my mind, and I raised my eyes to look at her. Ding! Detected human girl with flaws. 12,400,000 types. Proceed with repair? Notice, insufficient repair attempts. Please try again tomorrow. I froze. 12.4 million flaws. Similar to me. Could it be that as humans, we naturally have a comparable number of flaws? But I'm too weak right now, and the repair attempts are limited. Yuren doesn't even have any life-saving trump cards, so acting on this recklessly would be tantamount to gambling with her life. I decided to hold off and wait until I'm stronger. I have to get strong enough to protect her. After dinner, I returned to my room and resumed my training. My blood vitality growth rate soared after leveling up my basic body strengthening technique. It only took an hour and 15 minutes to gain +1. At this pace, I could break through to the second level of the body strengthening realm by tomorrow morning. I gritted my teeth and pushed myself to train for another half hour, waiting for midnight when my repair attempts would refresh. Ding! A new day has begun. Repair attempts refreshed. Current available attempts, 2. I narrowed my eyes and immediately opened the martial arts panel. Ding! Detected flaws in basic body strengthening technique. 1,254 types. Proceed with repair? Repair. Ding. Command received. Initiating repair. The system's notification sounded in my mind. Boom. The next second, a torrent of violent information flooded into my brain. What emerged was a martial art similar to the basic body strengthening technique, but far more brutal. The moves had been altered just slightly, yet each adjustment made the force behind every strike exponentially more destructive. Guided by the system's power, This martial art went through relentless simulations inside my sea of consciousness. It felt like I was being forced to practice it over and over. Beginner, proficient, mastery. In the blink of an eye, it reached perfection and finally stopped. Ding. Repairs to basic body strengthening technique completed. Technique upgraded to Titanium War Tactic. Titanium War Tactic Tier 4, low rank, rare class martial art. Rapidly enhances physical strength. At perfection, triggers Titanium Battle Body. Titanium Battle Body C-Class Battle Physique. Upon activation, speed plus 300%, defense times 500. I could barely control my breathing. It was erratic with excitement. Just repairing a little over 1,000 flaws had elevated an originally insignificant technique to a Tier 4, low-rank rare-class martial art. I fully grasped what this meant. Tier 1 corresponds to the body strengthening stage. Tier 2 aligns with the acquired stage. Tier 3 equates to the innate stage. Tier 4 belongs to the Grandmaster level. And Grandmaster level practitioners are already considered top-tier experts on Blue Water Star. What's even crazier is its rare classification. Within the same level, it would crush the ordinary kinds and even make veterans envious. And now, this treasure is in my hands. Wait, perfection level triggers the Titanium Battle Body. My eyes lit up. I'm already at perfection. Ding. Titanium War Tactic inherits proficiency from basic body strengthening technique. Current proficiency, perfection. Rare level bonus activated. Blood Vitality Training Speed times 300%. Skill unlocked. Titanium Battle Body. As the notification dropped, my heart pounded viciously. The Titanium War Tactic was already ruthless by itself, with its Titanium Fist technique being particularly devastating. Adding the battle physique and accelerated training speed on top of that, my power was now beyond what anyone in my realm could handle. I threw a punch, holding back. This wasn't even near my full force. If it were a real fight, the damage would multiply several times over. What's more outrageous is that this rare-class martial art isn't just about combat. It also speeds up blood vitality training and comes with the Titanium Battle Body as an integrated feature. With my current foundation, it's safe to say that I can take out opponents above my level. It dawned on me then. The basic body strengthening technique wasn't ordinary to begin with. Any technique that not only teaches combat, but also boosts cultivation had to be of at least excellent quality, possibly even rare. No wonder the children of elite families always use the basic body strengthening technique as their foundational training. Thinking this through only made me more certain. The Dragon Emperor hadn't held back. Spending 1,000 years to develop this foundational martial art was clearly an act of laying a solid path for humanity. I pulled up my status panel. Hashtag status panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, Martial Apprentice. Blood Vitality, 11.5, affects strength, defense, recovery. Soul, 5, Standard Human, 1. Talents, Undying Divine Body, SSS. Blood Vitality times 300%, Soul times 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS. Comprehension times 1000, Cultivation Speed times 1000. Titanium Battle Body, C. Speed times 300%, Defense times 500%. Martial Arts. Titanium War Tactic, Tier 4, Low Rank, Rare, Perfection. Cultivation Speed times 300%. Note: the Titanium Battle Body has been repaired and optimized to its absolute limit. Further upgrades are not possible. Looking at the note, my heart clenched for a moment before I let out a breath of relief. I originally planned to patch up the flaws in the Titanium Battle Body further, but the system cut off that idea entirely. Still, even at sea level, it's already enough to frighten people. Take Luo Lingshuang, for instance. She received a sea-level ability, and within just a few hours, the media hailed her as the #1 prodigy of Kaiyuan City. And yet, with me, the Titanium Battle Body is just the most unassuming talent I've got. I quickly calculated my cultivation efficiency. With this tripled cultivation speed, compared to the previous 1.5x speed for martial arts, it's essentially a direct doubling. This means I can increase my chi and blood value in as little as 35 minutes. At this pace, I'll be able to break through to the 3rd level of body forging by tomorrow morning. This was way faster than my daytime estimate. I didn't hesitate further and immediately resumed training. Boom, boom, boom. Fist shadows merged into one blurred stream, and I punched through the air so hard that it erupted with sonic booms. The thunderous sound shook the entire room, and this time, not even the soundproofing could suppress it. In the living room, Ling Yuran felt the tremor beneath her feet as the floor started lightly vibrating. Her expression changed immediately, her first instinct being that something was wrong. What's going on? Another star beast attack. Panicked, she quickly turned on the Kaiyun City Defense Network to check for alerts. But there was no sign of a star beast invasion. An earthquake, maybe, she muttered, frowning. But the vibrations dragged on too long, yet the building, designed to withstand a level 11 earthquake, remained entirely unscathed. What made it weirder was that the source of the tremor seemed to be coming from her brother's room. Yet all her brother said about his awakening was that his ability was cellular activation. A chill ran down her spine, but she refrained from knocking on his door and retreated to her own room to continue cultivating. Inside my room, the notification chime echoed incessantly. Ding, chi and blood value +1. Ding, chi and blood value +1. As my value shot up to 16 points, I was just about to celebrate when my stomach let out a ferocious growl. The next moment, dizziness hit me like a freight train. I grabbed the wall to keep myself from fainting. Damn, what's going on? My watch's alarm blared urgently. Energy levels critically low. Please replenish with food immediately. My face darkened. Impossible. I had a low-grade nutrient meal just 14 days ago. That should have lasted me a month without hunger. Why am I suddenly running on empty? That meal cost 3,000 star credits, equivalent to a year and a half of living expenses for both me and Luo Lingshuang. Normally, I'd rather eat ordinary meals every day than squander the energy that expensive nutrient meal provided. But now, clearly, what should have lasted another 10 days had already been depleted. Suddenly, realization hit me like a sledgehammer. Raising chi and blood isn't free, it's fueled by energy. My origin energy may give me a push, but reinforcing muscles and modifying my body requires proper nutrition. All those chi and blood points, I basically wrung every last ounce of energy out of that nutrient meal to get them. The thought made my scalp tingle. If one nutrient meal wasn't enough, ordinary food definitely wouldn't keep up with the demand either. At this rate, I need to eat at least 4 or 5 full meals just to gain a single chi and blood point. That would mean spending an entire day eating, leaving me no time for cultivation. I made my decision on the spot. No way, I have to buy energy meals. Good thing the school just awarded me 10,000 star credits. That'll get me 3 nutrient meals for now. If I relied on ordinary food, I'd only manage to scrape together 1 to 2 hours of cultivation time a day, tops. I couldn't afford that inefficiency. Energy meals were a must. As for money, with my current abilities, earning more wouldn't be an issue. I raised my hand and tapped on my smartwatch, entering the Alliance Marketplace. This platform, run by the Warrior Alliance, spans millions of human-inhabited planets. They claim that as long as you're willing to pay, you can buy anything, even planets. Of course, some items require special permissions, like purchasing a planet. You'd need to reach Grandmaster rank for that. Not that I had any interest or qualification to concern myself with those things. For now, I mostly just used the platform to buy food. As for cultivation materials, forget it. They were so obscenely expensive that those of us at the bottom could only dream of affording them. AI, order 1 basic energy meal. The notification sound immediately came through. Basic energy meal, 3,000 star credits. Suitable for 1 month's cultivation for an ordinary person. For postnatal level cultivators, lasts 5 days. For innate level cultivators, lasts only 1 day. Confirm purchase? I clicked my tongue at the disparity. A 3,000 credit basic energy meal only lasts an innate level warrior 1 day? That means just eating for a year would cost them over 1,000,000 credits. The more I thought about it, the more it chilled me to the bone. The path of cultivation was, at its core, a money-burning endeavor. For people at the bottom, failing to pass the martial entrance exam into an elite academy essentially locked them out of this world entirely. And even for innate level cultivators, they wouldn't stick to basic meals. They'd upgrade to intermediate or even advanced energy meals. An intermediate meal, capable of sustaining an ordinary person for a full year, would only last innate level warriors a month. Each meal costs 100,000 credits. It's outrageously expensive, sure, but far more cost-effective for advanced-level warriors. In the eyes of innate-level experts, tens of thousands of credits are nothing. On Blue Water Star, there's a population of over 70 billion, but innate-level people number less than 700. Only 1 in a billion reaches the innate level, and anyone who gets there inevitably wields assets in the tens of billions. Most innate-level experts live on high-grade energy meals. A single serving costs billions, packing energy so intense it's enough to sustain them for 10 years without eating again. But the energy is so explosive that even an innate-level expert can only consume 1/10 of a serving at a time. That kind of life is still far away from me. I won't need anything like that anytime soon. Just buy it. Ship it here as soon as possible, I decided without hesitation. Ding. Order placed automatically. Estimated delivery time, 10 minutes. The notification sounded in my mind. I couldn't help but marvel at how everything in this era feels like a race against time. Same-day delivery within city limits? Standard. I walked to the delivery station in the corner of my living room. It was about 2 meters tall and took up more than a square meter of space. 5 minutes later, the AI assistant chimed, "Ding, your delivery has arrived." The receiving station's door slid open, revealing a sleek gift box inside. This receiving station is connected to the neighborhood's logistics hub. The delivery ship drops items off at the hub, and the goods are transferred directly into homes instantly. Of course, the package size can't exceed the dimensions of the station. For oversized items, robots deliver them personally. For luxury estates, private delivery ships face no restrictions. I went back to my room and opened the gift box. Inside was a vial of blood-red liquid, a low-grade nutritional supplement. I stared at the vial and murmured to myself, low-grade supplements are made from Tier 1 Star Beast biomatter. It takes at least a Tier 1, 1-star beast to make 10 vials. After the college entrance exams, I'll head to the Star Beast zone to hunt. That'd bring in a fortune. Thinking about the system in my head, my expression darkened slightly. I wonder if this vial can fix any flaws. The next moment, a system alert rang out in my mind. Ding. Item identified. Low-grade nutritional supplement. Detected flaws. 5,451. Repair now. Over 5,000 flaws. My eyebrow twitched. The more flaws, the stronger the item becomes after repairs. After fixing those defects, its value could skyrocket to rival high-grade energy meals. Perfect timing. I've got 2 repair chances today. Let's test one on you first. I raised my hand and confirmed. Repair. Ding. Command accepted. Repair in progress. In an instant, golden light, visible only to me, shrouded the entire vial, filling the air with a low hum. When the glow faded, I stared in disbelief. The once blood-red supplement had transformed into a pale golden liquid. The system immediately chimed. Ding. Repair successful. Low-grade nutritional supplement upgraded to Advanced Strengthening Nutritional Supplement, Tier 4, Mid-grade, Rare. Advanced Strengthening Nutritional Supplement. Provides sufficient energy to sustain an innate-level martial artist for 50 years. Boosts vitality by 50,000 points upon consumption. Increases cultivation speed by 200% and eliminates the risk of energy-related overload. Safe for consumption by ordinary individuals. My heart pounded wildly. Rare Tier 4 and capable of doubling cultivation speed? If news of this spread, even grandmasters might go insane trying to get their hands on it. But the real kicker? Safe for ordinary people. That means Ling Yuran can use it too. Without hesitation, I raised the vial and drank nearly all of it in one go. In the next instant, a surge of overwhelming power flooded my entire body. The fatigue from recent training disappeared in a flash, and I felt as if I'd been reignited. I left just one small gulp in the vial before stopping, a subtle chuckle escaping my lips. This last sip could sustain an innate level fighter for 5 or 6 years. I carried the remaining golden liquid out of my room, poured it into a bowl, and rang Ling Yuran's doorbell. The door opened, and Ling Yuran peeked out. "Big brother? What's up?" I handed her the bowl, my tone leaving no room for argument. "Drink this first." Ling Yuran froze at the sight of the pale golden liquid but obediently downed it in one go. "What is this?" I casually made up a lie. "I got a reward of 10,000 star credits today and spent 1/10 of it on mid-grade nutritional supplements. I had half, so I'm giving you the rest." Ling Yuran's face immediately fell, clutching the empty bowl as though she were mourning the death of a loved one. "Mid-grade supplements? That one sip. Did I just drink 2 years of our living expenses? She wasn't satisfied, even sticking her tongue out to lick the edges of the bowl, determined not to waste even a drop. What are you worried about? You're already a student at First High, and I'm about to start my advanced martial training. Once I qualify as a sparring partner, my pay will multiply. Earning back 10,000 credits won't take long. Besides, mid-grade supplements will keep us from needing food for half a year. Saving time is as good as saving lives. Watching Ling Yuren's worried yet stubborn expression, I couldn't help but laugh. Then I've absolutely got to throw myself into training. Can't let all that money go to waste. She shoved the bowl back into my hands and bolted back to her room, slamming the door behind her, as if racing against time itself. My gaze turned serious as I stood there quietly. I'd made up my mind. Bit by bit, I'd give her the resources to become a true prodigy. And someday, I'd fix the flaws in her body. Holes won't seem too absurd. I returned to my own room and continued practicing. The night passed. Ding, blood energy +1. Ding, blood energy +1. Ding, blood energy +1. As soon as I started consuming the enhanced nutrient meals, my cultivation speed directly doubled. Blood energy increased by 1 every 20 minutes. By 8 a.m., after 7 to 8 hours of hard training, I managed to accumulate more than 20 points, pushing my blood energy to 35. My strength skyrocketed to 10,000 kilograms. With a burst of power reaching 10,000 kilograms, I could overpower even a 10th level body refining realm warrior. The next step above this level would be condensing true energy and stepping into the postnatal realm. At that level, in Cayenne City, I'd be considered a top-level expert untouchable by most. Stats panel. Name * Ling Xiao. Cultivation realm * body refining realm, level 3. Blood energy * 35. Soul power * 5. Innate talents * immortal physique. Innate Tao physique, titanium battle physique. Martial skill * titanium battle art. Staring at the stats panel, my heart raced with excitement. After just one day, I already surpassed the principal. The principal was only at level 4 of the body refining realm. If we fought, he couldn't take even one hit from me. Give me just one more week, and no one in Cayenne City would be able to withstand a single punch from me. Suddenly, I remembered something important. Today, I had to accompany Yoren to Cayenne City First High for her enrollment. Realizing this, I rushed into the bathroom, finished taking a shower in 3 minutes, and darted out of the room. In the living room, Ling Yoren was already dressed in the battle uniform of 14th High School, stomping her feet impatiently. "Brother, finally, you're out," she exclaimed, clearly frustrated. Her heart was full of questions. Just overnight, her strength increased by 3 kilograms, double her usual progress speed, surpassing the progress I'd ever made by a huge margin. One look at her expression, and I understood. With a smile, I said, "So? Impressive, huh? That mid-tier nutrient meal really packs a punch." Ling Yoren's eyes lit up. "Wait, that was a mid-tier nutrient meal? If I keep growing like this, I'll probably have over 700 kilograms in strength when this effect wears off. By the time the college entrance martial exam happens, I might truly become a warrior." I followed up, "Once I make more money, I'll get you even better high-tier nutrient meals." Ling Yoren quickly did the math with her fingers and immediately deflated. "High-tier nutrient meals? Are you kidding me? Even just 1% of that stuff costs millions of star coins. We should be happy if we can buy a few more mid-tier packs." I didn't argue. I just dragged her out the door. "Let's worry about what we can or can't afford later. Right now, let's get you to enroll. If we waste any more time, we'll be late." In my heart, though, the truth was even clearer. If low-tier meals had this much impact, mid-tier and high-tier meals must be absurdly effective. As long as I could get my hands on better nutrient meals, I could continually amplify my cultivation speed. For now, I'll deal with the money issue later. First, I'd register as a warrior at the Warrior Alliance after dropping urine off at school. Then, I'd head to the Star Beast Zone to see if I could manage to snag a big bounty. After leaving home, we quickly reached the entrance of Cayenne City First High School via the inner-city sub-lightspeed train. First High was the top school in the city. Its admissions were 6 months later than other schools because it only recruited the best students from hundreds of schools. If you met the standard, you could immediately transfer in. If you didn't, you'd be kicked out at any time. The instructors here were all 10th level body, refining realm warriors. The principal was one of the top 10 powerhouses in Cayenne City, a formidable postnatal realm level 3 fighter. First High's faculty lineup was considered elite within the city's advanced martial schools. Each year, without fail, it produced 3 to 4 students who made it into province-level top schools. If it weren't for Luo Lingshuang preparing for the martial arts exam soon, her C-level talent alone would have guaranteed immediate admission to First High. This is First High? What a sight! Standing before the school's 100-meter-tall laser gates, I felt a surge of emotion. In the past, this was a place I could only look up to. But now, with the system's help, I was starting to feel like even the school's instructors might not beat me in a fight. Ling Yoren, you're here. Not far away, a calm voice called out. A gentlemanly-looking middle-aged man approached with a warm smile. Ling Yoren immediately saluted. Good morning, Principal Situ. I instantly understood. This person was the principal of 17th High School. But the more I looked at him, the more I disliked him. That friendliness on the surface felt like a mask hiding something disgusting underneath. Turning to me, Principal Situ said, You must be Ling Yoren's brother, Ling Xiao. I've heard about your awakening ability. Congratulations. Thank you, Principal. I responded politely, but I stayed on high alert internally. Principal Situ suddenly addressed Ling Yoren. All your paperwork is in order. Go in, a guide will assist you. Your brother and I have some matters to discuss. Ling Yoren hesitated. I quickly interjected, Go ahead inside. I'm not a student here, so I assume I can't freely enter. Deliberately sending her away, I prepared to see what Principal Situ really wanted. If he tried to pull anything shady, I wouldn't hesitate to snap him in half. All right, brother. Just wait here after you're done talking, she said before heading through the school gates. As soon as she was gone, Principal Situ's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an air of superiority. Ling Xiao, you should come to 17th High. Want to talk? Sure. My tone was flat, but there was a cold gleam in my eyes. Principal Situ thought I was just getting cocky after awakening. He sneered inwardly. Let's go. An F-class ability user is bottom of the barrel, even worse than regular students who pass into an advanced martial arts academy. He scoffed silently, dragging me onto his private spacecraft. The aircraft's speed was astonishing, a matter of seconds, and we landed on the rooftop helipad of the administrative building at number 17 High School, located dozens of kilometers away. Without a word, we entered a fully enclosed office. Sitting behind his desk, Principal Situ scrutinized me. Ling Xiao, it must have been tough taking care of Ling Yuran all these years. 2 orphans trying to make it. Not an easy life, huh? I cut him off without hesitation. Spare me the pleasantries. Why did you call me here? Principal Situ froze for a moment before chuckling. All right, straight to the point. He tapped rapidly on his smart wristband. Beep. 100,000 star coins have been deposited into your personal account. My own wristband immediately chimed with the notification. I raised an eyebrow. What's the meaning of this? If there's a reward, it should go to Yuran, not me. Situ's tone dropped, his words sharp and threatening. It's simple. Ling Yuran's talent is extraordinary, and you're not even blood-related. From now on, I will be her guardian. That 100,000 is your compensation and silence fee. Take the money and disappear. You're not to appear before her again. Just so you know, I've already done my research. There's a top-tier martial arts academy on the other side of Bluewater Star. Perfect opportunity for someone like you to enroll. Only you and I know about this little arrangement. My eyes narrowed. Interesting. A principal stooping so low as to treat people like pawns. But I'm guessing there's more to this than just gaining guardianship, isn't there? Situ's expression darkened immediately. You don't need to know. Now take the money and get out. Keep your mouth shut, and this whole thing dies here. You'll only have a future if you get into that advanced academy, he warned coldly, voice like a knife. Refuse, and don't say I didn't warn you. This building's been outfitted as a signal-shielded zone. If you die here today, no one will ever know. I'll sweeten the deal, another 100,000. Don't be unwise. Situ confidently activated the signal jammer, instantly cutting off my wristband from any network. In a world where martial strength reigns supreme, people like me, not yet warriors, were insignificant. Deaths were often shrugged off as accidents or chalked up to stray star beasts wandering into the city. Disappearances were so commonplace no one even batted an eye anymore. Adding another 100,000 to the bribe, he believed I'd cave under the pressure. He couldn't have known. I chuckled, stood up, and leveled a chilly stare at him. Signal shielded? Perfect. Now I really don't need to hold back. If you're not going to come clean, I'll make you. Situ blinked, confused, almost amused by what he assumed to be absurdity. A mere 300 kilo. Strength nobody daring to challenge a 6th-stage body refinement cultivator? But reality hit him like a storm. Boom. I stomped down hard, cracking the alloy floor beneath us. My figure blurred as I shot forward like a cannonball, leaving broken furniture in my wake. Before he could react, I was already upon him. My hand wrapped around his throat, lifting him clean off the ground with a single arm. Situ gasped and choked, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled. Kicking his leg at me with a force of tens of thousands of pounds yielded nothing but futility. I casually backhanded his attack aside. Crack! His leg shattered instantly. A blood-curdling scream tore through the office. Without hesitation, I grabbed one of his arms. Crack! Once again, bones splintered under my grip. Situ's face drained of all color, his voice reduced to muffled gasps as he convulsed. Gripping his remaining arm, I said icily, "Talk. What's your real plan? If you don't, I'll break every single bone in your body, one by one, as we see how much you can take." Eyes devoid of warmth, I stared down at the self-righteous excuse of an educator. My voice was frosty and unwavering, a blade of ice against his panicked thoughts. Cough. I'll talk. I'll talk. Situ sputtered, fear finally overtaking his pride as he nodded frantically, relieving just enough pressure for him to speak. I waited, gaze unyielding. I'm from the Situ clan of Matian province. I want to adopt Ling Yuran for a marriage alliance, he rattled off in a single gasp. The Situ family needs a genius girl as leverage. Her age and talent are a perfect match. Marrying her off will be her ticket to a better life. It's a win for her and you. My gaze darkened immediately. So that's all it was. Guardianship was just a pretext, an excuse to sell her like a commodity. You're finished. My fingers tightened imperceptibly. My tone was colder than ever. Then you can die now. Absolute terror filled Principal Situ's eyes as he struggled violently. You can't kill me. I'm the nephew of the Situ clan patriarch. If you take my life, my uncle will investigate to the end. You're so talented. You'd be throwing away your future just for someone like me. Desperate, he tried to bargain. I can recommend you to the capital's #1 advanced martial arts academy. Once you graduate, you'll become the most prestigious figure on Blue Water Star. Why ruin everything just for this? I couldn't help but laugh. Cold, icy amusement spreading across my face. You just said it yourself. Nobody here knows how you died, I said calmly. By the time they find out, trace it back to me and make any moves. It'll take at least 10 days. I looked down at him, pressing every word down like a hammer. And in 10 days, something like the Situ family, I'll crush them with one hand. With that, my words fell. Crack. The principal of the Situ family had his neck twisted with brute force, his whole body going limp. Just to be certain, I followed up with a punch. Boom! His head exploded on the spot, blood mist staining the entire office. Turning away, I glanced toward the direction of the provincial capital, my gaze chillingly steady. The Situ family had better not come looking for me. Cayenne City, it was merely a district of Matian province. The little threat posed by Principal Situ, I hadn't given it a second thought. I stepped into the side bathroom to wash the blood off myself. Once cleaned up, I casually strolled out of the principal's office building. Before leaving, I set the building up to appear as if the principal had gone into seclusion and should not be disturbed. This way, even if the principal disappeared for weeks, no one would dare inquire. Not that I'd need such a long time frame. I only needed 10 days. With my current talent, cultivation speed, and the system's ruthless efficiency, I was confident I'd reach a level within 10 days that would make the Situ family think twice before acting rashly. I didn't know exactly how strong the Situ family was, but as long as they operated within Matian province, there was no way they'd surpass the presiding judge. And the presiding judge was at the 7th level of innate realm cultivation. With 10 days, I had a 70% chance, with the system's help, to break into the innate realm. Adding the system's bonus abilities and the 20 opportunities for exploiting loopholes over the next 10 days, even I couldn't predict how strong I could become. Thinking these thoughts, I had already made my way to the front gates of First High School. Lin Yuran wouldn't be here for a little while longer. I decided to kill time by heading to a nearby self-service cultivation room. Nowadays, cultivation rooms were everywhere, just pay and use. I randomly chose a low-level cultivation room, only 10 star coins per hour. Once immersed, I practiced for over 3 hours. Lin Yuren's message came through just then. Brother, where are you? I'm done. I stopped cultivating and glanced at my stats. My vital energy had risen to 44, and my cultivation realm had reached the 4th level of the body refining stage. At this rate, give me another day, and breaking into the postnatal realm would be a breeze. As for shattering bottlenecks in a single day, that depended on how fiercely I cultivated alongside the system's support. I replied to her, I'm right at the gate, heading out now. Exiting the cultivation room, I returned to wait at the first high entrance. Lin Yuren arrived, scanning around. Brother, is the principal back? I replied flatly, he's the principal, always busy. He went back. Did you finish your enrollment? When do classes start? I smiled casually, as if nothing had happened moments ago. All set. My classes officially start tomorrow. Finally, I can go home and focus on cultivating today. Lin Yuren beamed with joy. All right then, let's grab a good meal to celebrate your smooth enrollment into first high. I said, ruffling her hair. Let's skip it, bro. We're running low on money, she said, her face filled with worry at the thought of the 10,000 credits spent on that nutrient meal. Don't worry about it. Trust me. I brushed her concern aside and led her toward the nearest restaurant. Though protesting outwardly, inwardly, Lin Yuren was already planning to make up for the expense once she received her enrollment rewards, unaware that the bonus would likely be canceled now that I'd killed Principal Situ. An hour later, around noon, I dropped Lin Yuren back at home. I, on the other hand, turned toward Kaiyun City's center, where a towering, ancient structure over 1,000 meters tall stood proudly. Its plaque read, Martial Alliance. This was the place for martial artist certification and accepting missions. Without certification, entering the Star Beast zones was forbidden, let alone hunting there for profit. Without money, you couldn't afford martial skills, techniques, or pills, essential to survival. Pushing through the doors, a notice rang out. You are not a certified martial artist and may only enter the first-floor certification hall. Walking through the laser gate, I was met with a sea of people. The first-floor hall spanned millions of square feet, with tens of thousands weaving through its space. Still as packed as ever, I murmured, suppressing my stray thoughts. I headed straight for the certification registration desk at the back of the hall, muttering, hopefully, I can still make this round. Standing at the counter, I said, Hi, I'm here to certify as a martial artist. The young woman behind the counter glanced up at me. Many processes here still required manual handling. The more critical the task, the less it was entrusted to machines. Please provide your ID code. Martial artist certification costs 1,000 star coins. Be aware, there's over a 30% mortality rate during the testing and only a 10% passing rate. Think carefully before signing up. Noticing my age, the receptionist hesitated. Young applicants like me were usually novices naive about the risk or exceptionally rare prodigies of the year. There were fewer people passing by, so she gave me an extra reminder. I understand. I nodded, raised my wristwatch, and projected my ID code, simultaneously authorizing the deduction of 1,000 star coins. The ID code is akin to an identification card. Institutions with access can retrieve most of my information. All right, please hold on a moment. The receptionist didn't try to persuade me further and immediately helped register me for the assessment. Hello, aspiring warrior. Your assessment will begin promptly at 1 p.m. in 10 minutes. Please proceed to testing hall number 8 to prepare. Once she was done, she handed me the information. Thank you. I turned and walked toward the assessment area. When I arrived at the entrance of Hall 8, I noticed there were already a crowd of over 100 people gathered outside. So many people. My heart sank. With 10 halls running assessments, that's about 1,000 people per session. At 1 test per hour, 10 hours a day, that's 10,000 people daily. If 1 in 10 passes, then 1,000 should succeed each day, amounting to over 300,000 annually. But the number of certified warriors on the plaque in Kaiyun City was only 130,000. These numbers just didn't add up. First time here, huh? Shocked by the turnout, a middle-aged, burly man walked over with a grin. Yes, I am. I'd appreciate your guidance, Elder. I quickly clasped my hands in respect, asking for advice. I barely knew the rules of the assessment. Our school never went into much detail, and the specifics couldn't be easily researched elsewhere. The burly man let out a hearty laugh. I felt the same during my first time here, intimidated by the sheer number of people. After taking the test a few times, I finally realized just how murky the waters really are. Being addressed as elder by someone who was clearly a gifted talent gave Wu Yong a slight ego boost. After all, he was already in his 50s and had failed several attempts at certification, making him nothing more than your run-of-the-mill warrior hopeful. Someone like me, radiating potential, was clearly in a different league. Relishing the moment, he decided to be forthcoming and shared everything he knew. The pass rate for the Alliance assessment is indeed only about 10%. And the fatality rate, well, that hovers around 30% to 40% each time. But that's just the surface. Most people don't account for what happens behind the scenes. Among those who pass, 90% don't make it on their first try. If they don't pass the first time, they try again. If the second attempt fails, there's a third, and so on. But the fatality rate is no joke. You might survive the first attempt, but there's no guarantee for the second. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, who knows which one will be your last. So the truly terrifying aspect isn't that 30% die in one shot. It's that you're gambling with your life, over and over again. In the end, the ones who truly make it through are probably less than 10%. And even within that 10%, only about 1/10 manage to stabilize and earn the title of a true warrior. He added, even if you become a warrior, you'll need to venture into the Star Beast zones to battle those creatures for survival. One mistake there, and it's over. That's why there are only 130,000 warriors in all of Kayan City. It's not that people don't train, it's that too many die on the way. Wu Yong looked at me and sighed. Kid, if you're not absolutely confident, you'd better train for a couple more years. You talents progress quickly. Once you've reached the second or third phase of the body tempering realm, certification will be much easier. His tone was grim, perhaps reflecting his own uncertainty about whether he'd survive his next assessment attempt. But he had no choice. Without becoming a warrior, many adult cultivators could only take desk jobs. These jobs didn't grant access to the Star Beast zones, nor did they allow for hunting fierce beasts to earn star coins. And the truth stung even more. The majority of those in the first stage of the body tempering realm couldn't even earn certification. Without certification, they couldn't even qualify for the bare minimum living allowances and were stuck at the bottom of society. Sure, there was no life-threatening danger, but who would willingly settle for a life devoid of achievement or recognition? My instructor was one such example. Sure, you could say he loved teaching kids, but with a low salary and limited prospects, how many people really dream of spending their days corralling students? At its core, he simply had no way out. I see now. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I nodded, though inwardly I was undeterred. The danger of the assessment only truly applied to those in the first or second phases of the body tempering realm. I was already in the fourth phase, with strength far beyond others of the same rank. This level of risk wasn't enough to faze me. Wu Yong saw that I remained unfaltering after his explanation and realized he couldn't persuade me otherwise. No need to thank me. You'll surpass me in no time. I'm Wu Yong. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Wu. If you have any questions during the assessment, feel free to ask me. I appreciate it, Brother Wu. My name is Ling Xiao. I smiled. Wu Yong seemed like a straightforward guy, and I didn't mind networking with someone like him. Regardless of his intentions, his warning had been genuine and helpful. Wu Yong saw how polite I was and couldn't help but sigh. This young man doesn't have that typical arrogance of an elite talent. But once he experiences the dangers of the assessment firsthand, he'll understand. Just last year, a prodigy from First High School died in this very test. Hope he doesn't walk that same path. The next moment, a prompt echoed directly in everyone's minds. Ding! All participants assigned to testing hall number 8, please enter the testing area to prepare for the assessment. The crowd immediately surged toward hall number 8. The participants were all at least in their 20s, with some even over 100 years old. In this age, people could live to 170 or 180 years. Seeing someone over a century old attempting the test wasn't out of the ordinary. However, advancing in strength became increasingly difficult with age before attaining innate cultivation. Many older individuals only attempted the test once every several years, simply hoping to make it out alive. If you make it out there, it's already considered a success. Passing seems nearly impossible. I'm only in my teens. Standing in a crowd makes me stick out like a sore thumb, and as I walked into the assessment hall, I felt like every pair of eyes were on me. Rows of machines were neatly arranged in the hall, but not a single examiner was in sight. A cold electronic voice echoed again. Beep. Basic testing. Strength, speed, impact resistance. Those who meet the standards will move on to the actual assessment. Choose your machine and input your identification code to begin testing. Wu Yong, standing next to me, leaned closer and spoke in hushed tones to remind me. The pass mark for strength is at least 1,500 kilograms, but you're allowed to enhance it with martial techniques, so don't hold back. I'll go first. Take your time. I nodded. Got it. Even though 1,500 kilograms sounds daunting, it's doable if you can use martial techniques. My raw strength is about 1,300 kilograms, so with a basic level martial ability practice to proficiency, I should be able to barely pass. I walked straight to one of the machines. These devices were far more accurate than the home use force meters. They didn't just measure physical strength, but also explosive power. Some people are naturally strong, able to lift 1,000 kilograms, but even with techniques, they might only output the same amount. Others, however, can push it to 1,200 kilograms or even 1,300 kilograms with proper control and techniques. This is why there's a saying: if you train the basic body strengthening fist to mastery before the big exam, you'll be able to get into a fairly good advanced martial school. If you reach perfection, you might even receive an automatic admission to the top-level advanced martial school in the capital city. But at the end of the day, that's just a legend. In the entire Cloudy Sun City, the last time a student mastered it and had extraordinary talent, they ended up getting into a provincial key school. But that was over a century ago. Beep. Identity authentication successful. Please start the strength test. As I stepped into the 10 square meter room housing the basic physical assessment device, a notification chimed in my mind. A metallic alloy striking plate rose up from the floor. This was the force measuring target. Roughly around 1,000 kilograms should be fine. Let's test the power of the matched titanium battle body technique while we're at it. I smirked, focusing on my target, and unleashed a punch using the exploding force technique of the titanium punch. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. The entire testing machine trembled violently, and in the next instant, the alloy target plate shattered on impact, scattering fragments everywhere. Everyone outside testing froze. Those waiting for their turn collectively turned to the direction of my testing chamber. Holy crap, did that just move the whole testing machine? How strong was that punch? Someone told me the test weights need 4,000 kilograms of force to be displaced. Did they just punch with over 4,000 kilograms? No way. Someone with that kind of strength is already a warrior. So why are they even here? Wait, wasn't the one entering that testing room that kid, Ling Xiao? Is that what raw talent looks like? He's only, what, 15 or 16? How can someone so young possess that much strength? A crowd of young martial practitioner hopefuls murmured in shock, staring wide-eyed as bits of the alloy target plate were still cascading to the floor. But the overflow of astonishment was not limited to just those in the hall. The personnel at the Martial Alliance Certification Department were equally stunned. On the 4th floor of the Alliance Tower, 24 martial practitioners of the tempering stage, 6th or 7th tier, were closely monitoring the surveillance screens of the 10 certification halls. An 8th tier practitioner, sitting impatiently, finally blurted his thoughts out loud to the man in charge. Boss, the talent pool in Cloudy Sun City is hitting new lows. A whole month, and not a single talent of note. Why are you overseeing this personally? The man, dressed in a black combat uniform, was none other than Qian Wu, one of Cloudy Sun City's top 10 fighters and current head of the city's Martial Alliance Certification Department. Qian Wu had already reached the 2nd layer of the postnatal stage. That may be true, but over in Hall Number 3 is Zhu Shaoan, the top prodigy from First Academy. He got into a provincial key school last year and came back specifically to take the warrior certification this time. A subordinate added in a low voice. I hear his strength's close to 1,600 kilograms. He might just steal the show today. Qian Wu narrowed his eyes, saying nothing, his gaze fixated on the young man in Hall Number 3. He's said to be the most monstrous talent from First Academy in the past 15 years. No matter what, he should be able to qualify as an elite certification, right? Someone chimed in excitedly. If he achieves a C-grade genius rating, then we'd truly hit the jackpot. You're dreaming. Another person replied coldly, dashing their hopes. Unless he manifests a C-grade or higher superpower or shows raw strength exceeding 3,000 kilograms at this age, the genius label won't stick. And he doesn't even have any known supernatural abilities. He's miles away. Getting an elite rating isn't bad either. The staff continued their heated discussion while everyone's attention stayed glued to hall number 3. Inside, the young man landed his punch squarely on the target plate. The room went silent as everyone stared, waiting for the numbers to flash on the screen. Suddenly, an ear-splitting alarm broke out. Alert! Alert! A prospective martial practitioner has exceeded the testing machine's limit. Everyone froze in place. Every gaze turned toward hall number 3, and even Qian Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. A 16-year-old exceeding 4,000 kilograms in explosive power? How is that possible? Qian Wu gasped sharply, feeling his scalp tingle. Wasn't his prior record only 1,600 kilograms? Was he hiding this level all along? At that moment, a single shocking thought raced through everyone's minds simultaneously. A single thought crossed their minds. A monster might emerge from the genius certification in Cloud City. But just as excitement began to rise, an icy electronic voice cut sharply through the air. Beep. Combatant Certification Minister, please proceed with an initial evaluation for the martial candidate in testing hall number 8, whose power exceeds the detection limit of the force sensor, and report immediately to the Cloud City Martial Alliance President. Testing hall number 8? The crowd froze. Then it's not Zhu Shaoan. Damn, all that hype for nothing. It's probably just some old recluse who trained quietly for decades and finally dared to get certified. Moments later, data from hall number 3 popped up. Zhu Shaoan, burst force of 2,200 kilograms. Looks like he's mastered a Tier 1 intermediate combat technique, improving his output by 30%, someone sighed. But he's miles away from being a genius. He's just a mid-level elite at best, not even close to high level. What a letdown. The enthusiasm within the certification department instantly deflated, though many couldn't help but shift their attention toward hall number 8. Zhu Shaoan's numbers weren't bad on their own, but compared to actual geniuses, he couldn't even scrape the bottom of the ladder. Mid-level elite, meh? I'll go evaluate the kid who broke the force sensor. I've got a birthday party to attend for a friend's daughter later anyway, muttered Qian Wu, his interest fading fast. Using his clearance, he directly pulled up the candidate's file. As the information lit up the holographic display, his brow furrowed at the name and school. Ling Xiao? 37th high? Couldn't even get into first high? He's probably in his 50s, out of potential, just squeezing out the last bit of energy to prove himself. Still, Qian Wu glanced further down. The third row loaded up, and the moment he saw it, his pupils shrank dramatically, his face instantly changing color. 15 years old. He's only 15. His exclamation stunned the room into silence. 15? Were they talking about Zhu Shaoan? Couldn't be. Zhu was 16 already and had graduated a year before. Holy sh*T. It's not the one from hall number 8, is it? Everyone had the same jaw-dropping thought, the most absurd scenario possible, and their hearts began racing. Slamming the file shut immediately, Qian Wu barked, "Keep your eyes on him. I'm going to find the president." He stormed out without hesitation. The remaining staff locked their eyes on hall number 8's exit, terrified they might blink and miss the truth. Moments later, a teenager appeared. His face was far too young. There was no way he was older than Zhu Shaoan. Damn, what's with this trash equipment? One punch and it breaks? Do I have to pay for it? Even the lowest grade machines cost tens of thousands of star coins. Grumbling about the equipment, Ling Xiao wrapped up the speed and resilience tests and stepped away from the machines. Every metric hit its target. He officially earned his martial candidate certification. The ultimate surprise? His punch force totaled 4,000 kilograms. But what truly shocked him was this. He had intentionally used only 1,000 kilograms of effort, yet the resulting damage screamed 4,000 kilograms. A flawless titanium combat fist, the technique alone boosted damage output by a staggering 400%. Combined with his titanium battle physique and raw strength, a single punch from him could annihilate practitioners at the second or third rank of martial training, defying an entire realm's difference. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more surreal it felt. His heart raced, heat surging through his veins. This system patch was way too overpowered, he thought, a shiver running down his spine. Just the baseline quadrupled his output, without stacking any additional effects. Whoa, that's the guy, the one who destroyed the force sensor. The machine blows at 4,000 kilograms? That means his baseline is at least 3,000, right? No way. You'd need to pair a tier 1 intermediate combat technique and perfect mastery to reach that kind of destructive power. As Ling Xiao stepped away from the testing area, the swarm of certified martial candidates around him stared in disbelief, as if they were witnessing a myth come to life. Damn, brother Ling Xiao, you're insane. Wu Yong charged over, brimming with excitement. Wu Ge, you passed too. Ling Xiao greeted warmly, still full of energy. Wu Yong immediately felt relieved. Haha, the certification gives me trouble, but I've been able to nail the baseline for years. Ugh, since when did Wu Ge cozy up to a genius like this? With this guy on his side, Wu Ge's certification is practically guaranteed. The nearby crowd couldn't hide their envy as their gazes shifted. Beep. Candidates who failed the first round of basic fitness testing, please exit the premises immediately. Successful candidates, proceed to the second round of combat trials. The robotic announcement struck like a hammer. Almost 40% of the candidates turned pale before quietly exiting out of the assembly line. They'd barely reached the threshold of martial competency, but without certification, they weren't much different from regular folks, just higher-paid cannon fodder at best. With the crowd thinning, the remaining 60% pushed forward. The entrance to the second testing ground revealed itself. A massive white dome accompanied by a colossal aerospace carrier firmly stationed on the ground. Ling Xiao scanned the space and counted 10 separate entry points, each releasing dozens of individuals as they filed in. A large crowd gathered, clearly comprised of individuals from different assessment halls converging here. Scanning the group, almost everyone was an aspiring warrior above the age of 20, except for a teenage boy who appeared to be 15 or 16. Click. The main doors of the mothership slowly opened. Exiting the vessel was a middle-aged man in black combat gear, flanked by a contingent of heavily armed soldiers. His mere presence radiated an overwhelming aura, making it feel hard to breathe. The moment everyone present got a clear look at him, their faces collectively changed. Shock and awe spread across the crowd. Director Qian Wu? That's the head of the Martial Certification Department, Qian Wu. In person. For someone of his caliber to show up, could it be because of Zhu Shaowen? Zhu Shaowen's in this assessment group. He's been hailed as Cloud City's top talent in recent years. It makes sense for Qian Wu to take notice. As soon as Qian Wu appeared, the area erupted into chatter. Everyone seemed convinced that his arrival was due to Zhu Shaowen. But those from Assessment Hall 8 all turned to look at me in unison, their gazes tinged with a strange expression. The strength I had exhibited earlier was still fresh in their minds, making Zhu Shaowen seem trivial in comparison. If Qian Wu were here for someone, it certainly wouldn't just be Zhu Shaowen. The assessment details have been sent to your smart wrist devices. All information is confidential, announced a fourth-stage body refinement warrior stepping forward. After delivering the message, he quickly turned toward Qian Wu awaiting further instructions. Board the ship. Move out. Qian Wu's piercing gaze swept over the crowd and rested on me for a moment. Without another word, he turned and walked back onto the ski-scraping mothership. Wu Yong, unable to contain his excitement, turned toward me, his face flushed. Brother Ling Xiao, did you see that? He looked at you. He's definitely here for you. I sighed. I just hope they don't make me pay for breaking that punch strength tester. Wu Yong was left speechless. In the eyes of the Alliance, the cost of something like that wouldn't even register. If anything, they'd be thrilled if more monstrous talents capable of breaking testing machines emerged. Once everyone boarded the ship, its ceiling retracted slowly. The anti-gravity engines roared to life, lifting the massive vessel into the air and out of the Alliance base. The ship's outer hull shimmered with energy as it tore through the atmosphere, accelerating rapidly. In just 10 minutes, the mothership had descended upon a lush, green planet neighboring Bluewater Star. This place was officially designated as Bluewater Star System, Beast Star 10. It's roughly the size of Earth and one of 10 beast stars in the system. Beast stars are planets teeming with exotic, lethal creatures, star beasts. These formidable life forms were discovered by humanity during the galactic era. When humans first used telescopes to glimpse life on other planets, entire civilizations erupted in exhilaration. Determined to build interstellar ships capable of traveling beyond the solar system, Humanity spent over 700 years clawing their way forward. And yet, when the ships finally took off, it took several more centuries of wanderings through space before they reached their target. But upon landing, they weren't greeted by the utopian dreams of a new world. Instead, they faced the nightmarish reality of star beasts. Some were small but strong enough to rip humans apart barehanded. Others were hundreds of meters tall, capable of leveling entire mountains with a single strike. The first expeditionary teams didn't even have time to send out distress signals before being annihilated. What followed was an unprecedented era of growth in human technology. Combining these advancements with ancient cultivation systems recovered from ruins, humanity clawed through thousands more years to finally secure that first planet. But what they discovered during their subsequent expansions only deepened their despair. Star beasts could survive in almost any environment. Their species diversified across a staggering range of habitats, and they were found lurking in almost every star system. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years later, with humanity in possession of both formidable technology and otherworldly warriors capable of obliterating entire celestial bodies, that they managed to forcibly subdue one beast star after another. Bluewater Star, the seat of the current human colony, was itself only tamed nearly 700 years ago, while its wild star beasts had been driven into exclusion zones outside city limits. The beasts kept within or sealed still posed significant challenges. Despite being reduced to just 1% of their original numbers, star beasts on Bluewater Star continued to outnumber humans tenfold. Periodic beast sieges against human settlements ensured a constant state of tension, leaving local citizens to view star beast hunting and city defense as primary duties for any warrior. However, this latest assessment took an entirely different turn. Our destination was Beast Star 10, a completely untouched star beast stronghold, devoid of any significant human presence. Even Bluewater Star, with its problems far from resolved, hadn't prioritized clearing out this perilous location. What the hell? Our assessment is on Beast Star 10? Weren't all previous evaluations held in the exclusion zones around the city? We're just aspiring warriors. Sending us to a place like that is a death sentence. This has to be a joke. I object. The moment we caught a glimpse of the scenery outside and the mission details appeared on our devices, chaos erupted inside the cabin. Only then did I realize the deviation from past assessments. The exclusion zones were at least semi-controlled territories, purged repeatedly of high-level threats. But Beast Star 10 was another story entirely. There, we might encounter star beasts of level 3, equivalent to peak warriors, or worse, level 4 beasts rivaling grandmasters. Sending a ship of aspiring warriors there was akin to handing over death warrants. Silence. A single word from Qian Wu cut through the noise like a blade. The suffocating pressure of his aura instantly clamped down on every voice, silencing the cabin as if someone had clutched every throat. When Qian Wu first learned of my potential and informed the president, he was immediately handed this abrupt assignment to lead the team to Beast Star 10. The order left him dumbfounded. Even he would think twice before setting foot in a place like this. Practice. Forget those level 3 or level 4 star beasts. Even a level 2, 4, or 5-star beast would be enough to claim his life. But orders from the guild leader couldn't be ignored, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bring us along. With a low, commanding shout, the entire scene immediately fell silent. Qian Wu scanned the crowd with a sweeping glance and spoke straight to the point. This time the test isn't about how many you kill. Your only standard is survival. As long as you last one day, whether you kill any star beasts or not, you will pass. We'll choose an area where the star beasts aren't as strong to land. If you want to back out, don't get off the spaceship later. There's also a bonus reward for outstanding performances. As soon as those words landed, the crowd immediately grew excited. Survive one day to pass, without even needing to kill a star beast. As long as they avoided the strong ones, hiding for one day didn't seem impossible. And just as it was about to settle in, I spoke up. Can we leave early? The people around were stunned. Others were begging to stay alive. And here I was trying to turn in my paper early. Qian Wu shot me a glance. If you want to pass early, sure. Kill 5 level 1 star beasts and bring back their star cores. That'll do. But even if you finish ahead, you still have to wait till the day ends or until everyone else is done before heading back. If you've got the strength, take out a few more. It'll definitely benefit you. Hearing this, I was practically rolling my eyes internally. If I had to stay the full day anyway, might as well take out a few extras. If the bonus rewards came with more star coins, I wouldn't lose out. The aerospace mothership thundered as it landed. With a sharp clunk, the cabin door opened. Qian Wu's face darkened as he bellowed. Everyone off the ship immediately. Spread out at once. The noise from landing will attract the star beasts, and if you think you're just going to hide here for a day, you're just asking to die. Run! Panic swept through the crowd, and most of them bolted out of the ship, scattering in all directions. A handful, frightened out of their wits, chose to stay behind, remaining in the spaceship. Without hesitation, I stepped off the ship with quick strides. Behind me, the rumbling sounds persisted like death's knell. The moment everyone had disembarked, the aerospace mothership unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, and in the blink of an eye, it shot up into the skies, disappearing from view. Maybe we should stick together? Staying in a group would increase our chances of survival. A burly man shouted at the top of his lungs, immediately stirring up interest among many. Zhu Shaoan sneered. Star beasts have sharp senses. They can smell and see extremely well. The more people, the easier it is to get exposed. Grouping up will only get you all killed faster. If you can't understand even this basic survival rule, why are you here for the test? His sarcastic remark poured cold water over the crowd's optimism. This young master will be off now. Take your time waiting for death. With a mocking laugh, Zhu Shaoan leapt ahead. But in the very next second, the unexpected happened. A deafening roar broke out, and a 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long black shadow leopard lunged out of nowhere, leaving everyone frozen in place. In a flash, the shadow streaked past Zhu Shaoan, its jaws snapping. A sickening burst of blood bloomed mid-air as the man was bitten in half. His torso was flung as the shadow leopard hit the ground, and with a tilt of its head, it devoured the still-twitching upper half of its prey in one gulp. The nearby aspiring warriors went pale as death. Zhu Shaoan, one of the most talented prospects in Cayenne City, had been killed instantly, barely off the ship. Shit. A peak-level shadow leopard. Run. Someone identified the creature and screamed before turning tail, prompting the others to scatter in blind panic. With a low growl, the shadow leopard appeared to be mocking its prey. It lunged again, this time targeting a seemingly petrified boy me. Just as its jaws were about to close in, I moved. My toes barely touched the ground as I spun through the air, delivering a devastating kick to the side of the beast's head with tremendous force. With an explosive boom, the impact crushed the shadow leopard's skull on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as its massive body flew back over 10 meters before crashing to the ground lifelessly. Tisk, of all people, you just had to pick me to mess with. I sneered coldly. The explosive sound drew everyone's attention, and those who had been fleeing stopped in their tracks to look back. What they saw left their scalps tingling. The shadow leopard is dead? It was a peak-level beast. Even someone at the pinnacle of body tempering might not win against that. Maybe it was just a juvenile? It couldn't have gone down that easily. Wait, it's him again? This is insane. The scene devolved into chaos once more, but I couldn't care less. I approached the leopard's corpse, pulling out the alloy longsword on my belt. The blade was a standard-issue reward from the aerospace mothership. Nothing fancy, worth about 1,000 star coins. Barely earned back my sign-up fee. As I drove the blade into the carcass and started cutting into its belly, a notification buzzed in my mind. Ding, weapon detected, alloy longsword. 754 flaws found. Would you like to repair it? My expression darkened as irritation welled up. Out of repair attempts now, otherwise this sword could have easily been upgraded to level 3. I'd already figured out how it worked. The more flaws something had, the stronger it became after repairs. But with this sword barely breaking 700 flaws, I wouldn't waste a repair attempt on it anyway. Better to save it for something with higher potential. I continued slicing into the body. Before long, I reached its core and retrieved a blue crystal. So this is a star core? Heard it's the most valuable part of a star beast. Before I could examine it further, the notification sounded again. Ding, energy core identified. Peak tier 1 star core for 1,754 defects detected. Repair. My pupils contracted. Over 4,000. Does this mean, after repairing, it might become a master-level star core? Hearing the system's notification, my eyes lit up instantly. Selling this could easily fetch hundreds of billions, maybe even 1 trillion or more. A mid-tier, 4th class star beast is equivalent to a 4th heaven master. On Kalian Star, you can count the number of individuals at that level on one hand. Let's repair the defects tonight and see if it indeed turns into a master level star core. If selling it brings trouble, I won't sell it. I refrained from making an impulsive decision. I wasn't worried about someone tracing it back to me. The Martial Alliance's recycling system is highly confidential. Those who could investigate wouldn't care about a 4th class star core, and those who care wouldn't have the authority to mess with it. The biggest risk? Mutation after repair. Mutated items are often even more powerful, like that nutrient potion from before, which, after enhancement, multiplied cultivation speed several times over. But something that potent, once leaked, would surely cause massive upheaval. Multiplying cultivation speed by several times? That's a heavenly artifact, anywhere. I'll wait until tonight, when repair attempts refresh, and try again. At the very least, I could end up with a tier 2 star core. Not dwelling on it further, I stored the energy core away, casting a glance at the still stunned crowd around me. I couldn't be bothered to explain and turned on my heel, walking away. In no time, I vanished from their sight. Thud. A prodigy. To have this level of power at his age, even the top talent at the Imperial First Academy couldn't compare, could they? Is he really from Arcalian City? I've never heard of him. Most likely just passing through, dropping by for certification. Maybe the sudden rule change in the assessment was tailored specifically for him. No wonder there was no buzz in Kalian City. It's probably someone from the Imperial capital. The crowd's murmurs made their scalps tingle. Despite their shock, they quickly dispersed, swallowing their nerves. While the Shadow Leopard was dead, the Star Beast planet still held countless lurking dangers. High above the atmosphere of Beast Planet number 10, a space carrier breached the cloud layer and came to a steady hover in orbit. Ping. Signal located. Ground information successfully received. A prompt rang out in the control room. Under Qian Wu and the others' watchful eyes, the large screen displayed hundreds of smaller viewing windows, each showing the first-person perspective of participants in the assessment. By this point, a full minute had passed since I slew the Shadow Leopard. During their rapid flight, signals couldn't sync, but now they had real-time, accurate data from the ground. Monitor all candidates' movements closely. Qian Wu instructed immediately. He switched to my first-person viewpoint, which showed me darting and weaving through the forest at a speed that made it look like I was fleeing something. These visuals were transmitted via pupil combat goggles issued to every participant before deployment. These goggles allowed shared perspectives and could detect surrounding hazards, an essential survival tool for the Star Beast zones. This, however, was only the most basic model. Advanced versions could identify an opponent's level, species, and weaknesses. Top-tier models could even estimate combat power based on aura. There might not be more than a handful of these across the entire blue water planet. Suddenly, a virtual projection of an elder appeared in the control room. Qian Wu, what's the status? Qian Wu cupped his hands respectfully and replied, Master, Ling Xiao has entered Beast Planet. The Prodigy Certification Assessment is being recorded in its entirety. The elder was none other than the president of Kalian City's Martial Alliance branch, a post-Heavenly Realm expert. I wasn't here just for warrior certification. I was also undergoing a Prodigy evaluation. The footage would be uploaded to headquarters for ranking determination. The president's expression turned serious. Remember, if Ling Xiao is in danger, spare no cost to save him. Failing the certification is acceptable, losing him is not. Qian Wu nodded immediately. A talent of this caliber was a loss they couldn't afford. The president followed up, what about Zhu Shaoan? Does he stand a chance? Qian Wu frowned slightly. Not likely. Let's pull up Zhu Shaoan's point of view. The technician barely completed the search when panic surfaced. President, Director, Zhu Shaoan's life energy disappeared less than a minute after the carrier left. Shortly thereafter, delayed footage confirmed it beyond doubt. The screen clearly displayed Zhu Shaoan being bitten to death by a Shadow Leopard, crushed instantly. A Tier 1 peak Shadow Leopard? How did it show up at the drop zone? Who picked that location? Qian Wu roared in fury, instantly connecting it to my rapid flight, suspecting it was also a life-or-death escape. The scolded subordinates hurriedly explained, Director, our energy scans only filtered for Tier 2 star beasts. A Tier 1 peak Shadow Leopard, the system wouldn't detect it. Enough excuses. Pull up Ling Xiao's footage from that moment. I want to see if he was being chased. Prep the propulsion team. We're were heading back to the ground. Qian Wu's frustration deepened as calculations rolled through his mind. They had swept the area within a 100-mile radius. There wasn't even a shadow of a Tier 2 star beast, but the moment they landed, one Tier 1 peak monster caused such chaos. The Shadow Panther at the peak of Tier 1. In the control room, the president and everyone else were glued to the screen, terrified that something might happen to me. But in the next moment, the screen showed me landing a single kick that blew up the Shadow Panther. The president and the entire room froze in place, blasting apart a peak Tier 1 star beast with one kick. An explosive power that was outright absurd, something even an ordinary postnatal martial artist couldn't achieve. Beep, beep, beep. Alert. According to the analysis from the AI core, the assessment target's genius level is deemed to be at least grade A. Their profile has been upgraded to a B-level classified file. No current access is permitted. Visuals will now terminate. The alarm's piercing sound echoed throughout the spaceship, and my live feed was abruptly cut off. The control room descended into stunned silence. B-level classified? Ling Xiao is at least an A-level genius. This can't be true. A-level geniuses? Forget Cloud City. A single person like that might not appear in the entire Motian province for decades. Every A-level genius is a top prospect on Blue Water Planet, immediately qualifying for the core group of Imperial City's #1 academy. No way someone like that could emerge from Cloud City. The spaceship buzzed with excitement and disbelief, shock mixed with a growing sense of exhilaration. The department head and the president exchanged glances, each reading the mixture of excitement and pressure in the other's eyes. Qian Wu's steady voice interrupted the commotion, quieting the room. Classified at an A level means you know the rules. What you saw today stays with you. Say one word before it's formally announced, and the Martial Alliance will hold you accountable. Only speak once you're authorized. Everyone nodded quickly, not daring to utter a word more. But Qian Wu couldn't help but think of a bigger problem. President, we've lost Ling Xiao's position. If anything happens to him out there, we wouldn't even be able to send help. The president's hologram projection frowned, eventually letting out a sigh. There's nothing we can do. He'll have to fend for himself. As long as he doesn't stir up too much trouble, nothing major should happen. B-level clearance. Information not even accessible to the president's own mentor. Meanwhile, on the ground, I was studying the map on my battle gauge and heading directly toward a yellow-marked danger zone. This battle gauge system interfaces with the mothership's orbital satellites, indicating danger levels by the strongest biological signature detected in each area. White zones have only Tier 1 star beasts at most, rated as low risk. Yellow zones contain Tier 2 star beasts, designated medium risk. Orange zones correspond to Tier 3 star beasts, marked high risk. Red zones. Red zones mean Tier 4 star beasts, classified as extreme danger zones. For yellow zones, Tier 2 star beasts are expected, but there's no guarantee that a higher tier beast, hidden from detection, won't appear. After all, some star beasts are born with unique stealth abilities, easily evading scanners. I came here for one thing, to train in life-or-death combat. I leapt onto a tall tree, closing my eyes and unleashing my senses. The world around me became consumed by darkness. Yet, within the black void, countless red blood energy glows floated, scattered across a radius of several kilometers. The weakest were that of ordinary wild animals. The stronger ones matched Tier 1 star beasts, and there was even a peak Tier 1 nearby, its aura nearly identical to that of the Shadow Panther. This was one of the abilities granted by my innate Dao physique. At the moment, I can sense blood energy auras within a radius of 4 kilometers, their precise position and strength perfectly clear to me. A thought flickered in my mind. An SS-level talent is clearly far more than it seems on the surface. Could my Death God physique also hide abilities not listed in any system description? The next second, a far larger blood energy glow suddenly entered the range of my senses, completely overshadowing even the peak Tier 1 presence nearby. A Tier 2 star beast. My eyes turned cold. Perfect, let's practice on you. Turn off the combat recorder in my retinal battle gauge. I needed to keep my trump cards hidden. But as soon as I issued the command, the AI promptly warned, "You are currently undergoing data collection for both martial artist certification and genius certification. Disabling combat recording will result in an incomplete upload of battle data, potentially disqualifying you from certification or lowering your genius evaluation level." Do you wish to continue? Asterisk. Genius certification? I froze for a moment. That's the legendary test only the absolute elite geniuses qualify for. It suddenly clicked. Setting the test site on a star beast-infested planet. This assessment was most likely designed specifically for me. The rewards for such tests? Of course, I was tempted. But without hesitation, I turned off the recording. The uploaded data from my battle with the Shadow Panther was more than sufficient, enough for a B-level certification at the very least. At my age, even someone without talent, but with a physical burst strength of 3,000 kilograms, could easily secure a spot at sea level. Right now, practical combat experience was far more critical to me than revealing my hidden aces prematurely. In terms of blood energy, hitting 7,000 to 8,000 would comfortably place me in the B-level genius range, but I could already annihilate peak Tier 1 beasts. My explosive force of over 10,000 kilograms was already brushing up against the threshold for A level. There's no reason to let my opponents see the cards I'm holding. With one leap from the tall tree, I shot toward the region's most powerful star beast. Night quickly blanketed the land. Shing! With a flash of silver, my blade pierced through the skull of a low-grade Tier 2 star beast. Roar! The 8-meter-tall, multi-ton monstrosity let out a furious bellow before collapsing to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, dust and debris flew into the air, and its colossal corpse came to rest in a crater. The fourth second-tier low-grade monster has fallen. I unsheath my blade, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of my lips. Ding! Congratulations, host. Titanium combat technique has completed 3 cycles during battle. Vitality +3. Realm upgraded. Body tempering stage, 7th layer. Running the titanium combat technique mid-fight, my vitality surged at an astounding rate. Just a few minutes of combat boosted it by 3 points, way faster than meditative cultivation. The instructor was right. Practical battles accelerate training significantly. Unfortunately, second-tier low-grade monsters aren't a challenge for me anymore. My progress is slowing. I need to find stronger ones to spar with. Clenching my fist, I relished the surge of strength coursing through my body. From afternoon until now, 7 hours, I'd climbed to the 7th layer of the body tempering stage with a vitality of 71. I opened my status panel. Status panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, body tempering stage, 7th layer. Vitality, 71. Soul 5. Innate talents. Undying divine physique, SSS. Innate Tao body, SS. Titanium battle body, C. Combat techniques. Titanium combat technique, 4th tier low grade. Titanium fist, 4th tier low grade. With 71 points in vitality bolstered by my undying divine physique, my explosive strength could now hit 21,000 kilograms. With one slash, I split open the chest of a star beast, reaching my hand into its heart to seize a shimmering blue star core. I slipped it into the pocket of my low-tier combat suit. My pocket was already bulging, more than 20 star cores stuffed inside, with the lowest being first-tier high-grade, and even a few top-grade among them. These would fetch a fortune back home, easily tens of millions of star coins. With that, I could snag some top-quality second-tier weapons or premium-grade nutrient serums without a second thought. For a higher score in the Genius certification rankings, I had also discreetly activated my combat recorder while taking down top-tier first-tier star beasts. This way, I could showcase impressive battle results without giving away my trump cards. Roar! Suddenly, an enraged roar burst from the distance, shaking the forest and reverberating in my chest. My brows rose. At least second-tier high-grade? My eyes brightened instantly. Leaping onto a treetop, I peered in the direction of the sound. There it was, a colossal, 10-meter-tall silver tyrannosaur crashing through the forest, smashing trees to splinters as it roared and charged forward. Silver tyrannosaur, second-tier high-grade. Vitality likely on par with the 7th layer of postnatal realm. My blood surged as I stared intently at it. Perfect for honing my skills. But the next moment, my expression soured. The Tyrannosaur was moving so fast that I couldn't catch up. I guess I'll have to activate Titanium Battle Body. Without hesitation, I cycled my true essence. Golden black energy flames roared to life as my entire body was enveloped in a metallic gold hue. With one powerful stomp, I transformed into a streak of golden light shooting forward. Roar! The silver tyrannosaur's crimson eyes locked on its prey as it gave chase. Its target? A smaller, nimble second-tier low-grade star beast, a 2-meter-tall egg thief raptor. The creature clutched a silver dragon-like egg tightly to its chest as it bolted at alarming speed, matching the tyrannosaur stride for stride. With a natural focus on agility, the raptor wouldn't stand a chance in a direct fight. Even top-tier first-tier beasts could overpower it one-on-one. Scree! After fleeing for over 20 kilometers, the egg thief raptor finally spotted members of its own kind in the distance. Its sharp, high-pitched cry rang out in excitement. Scree! 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 In response, over 20 egg thief raptors emerged from the forest. The smallest stood just over a meter tall, while the largest reached upwards of 4 to 5 meters. They surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding the tyrannosaur with clear intent to gang up on it. Roar! The silver tyrannosaur went berserk. Over the past century, it had laid eggs 7 or 8 times, with only one offspring ever surviving. The rest had all been stolen and devoured by this very pack of raptors. Its long-standing grudge exploded in that moment. It lunged forward and clamped its jaws around the neck of the closest raptor, shaking it violently. Crack! With a sickening snap, the raptor's neck shattered. Its lifeless body was hurled to the ground, twitching twice before going still. Scree! That move ignited the wrath of the entire pack. At their leader's sharp command, the raptors charged, swarming the tyrannosaur and burying it under a mass of clawing limbs. The largest raptor, clearly the alpha, radiated a second-tier high-grade aura. Both the alpha and the tyrannosaur belonged to the same tier, one emphasizing speed and the other strength. Plus, with the sheer number advantage, the tyrannosaur was overwhelmed in less than a minute, its massive frame now bloodied and torn. The egg thief raptors, however, didn't emerge unscathed. 7 or 8 of their kin had been either crushed to death or left critically wounded. Damn, they're really going at it. I arrived at the scene, still glowing faintly gold, to find the chaotic melee taking place. Huh? A star beast egg? From the corner of my eye, I noticed one sneaky raptor scurrying to a nearby tree. It hastily buried a silver, glistening egg in the dirt before darting back into the fray. I immediately understood. This must be the silver tyrannosaur's egg. Jackpot! From the archives I'd studied, it was clear that with proper care, a silver tyrannosaur had the potential to ascend all the way to the 3rd tier. A single egg like this, eggs that could be worth millions? I didn't hesitate. I immediately dispelled my titanium battle body and began digging into the ground. This titanium battle body really burns through vitality. It drained half of it in just 5 minutes. I muttered to myself as I dug, simultaneously channeling my techniques to regenerate energy. Buzz! Just as I was about to continue my work, a warm current suddenly surged from my abdomen. In an astonishingly brief amount of time, all the vitality I had just consumed had been replenished. Asterisk ding. Nutritional energy reserve consumed, 50 days. Remaining reserve, 13,950 days. Vitality fully restored, asterisk. The notification hit my mind like a thunderclap. I stood there, utterly stunned. No way. Nutritional liquid can do this. Replenishing half a tank of vitality only cost 50 days of reserves. With my current supply, it was now possible for me to completely drain my vitality and instantly refill it over 100 times. The titanium battle body may burn through energy, but it takes 10 minutes to run it dry. And even with the relentless pace of the titanium fist technique, 10 punches per second, it would take half a minute to deplete my energy completely. Yet, recovery only takes a few seconds. How is this not cheating? And here's the kicker. I can produce fortified nutrient liquid every single day. When I make some real money, I can upgrade to even more powerful versions of the liquid. With larger reserves, even faster recovery, and insane speed for cultivation, I'd become unstoppable. The more I thought about it, the more thrilled I became. I knew it. The system's enhancements were never going to be this basic, I exclaimed internally. I was now eyeing the immortal physique with rising anticipation. If something as foundational as the nutrient liquid had hidden benefits like this, then the immortal physique might just be downright heaven-defying. Right as these thoughts filled my head, I finally uncovered the silver draconic egg buried in the ground. It's out. The massive egg, nearly as tall as me, fits snugly into my arms. Its outer shell was etched with silver patterns and emitted a cold, radiant glow. It was clear this was no ordinary egg. System, scan how many flaws it has. I immediately commanded. Asterisk ding. Scanning object, silver glow draconic egg. Total flaws detected, 2 billion. Would you like to repair them? Asterisk. My brain nearly short-circuited. Wait, what? How many did you say? Asterisk 2 billion. Asterisk, are you kidding me? This thing's potential trumps even my constitution. 2 billion flaws. This was the most outrageous thing I'd come across aside from my cell regeneration ability. Sure, it couldn't quite outclass the 12 trillion flaws that the cell regeneration ability possessed, but it left my innate Tao constitution, with its pitiful 1-point-something million flaws, utterly in the dust. I froze momentarily. But the problem is, I muttered, if cell regeneration has 12 trillion flaws yet is rated SSS, while my Tao constitution, with just over a million, is SS, the rankings seem way off. How could they be so close, with such a gigantic gap in flaws? I voiced my confusion aloud. A disparity of 1,000,000 times more flaws, yet only one tier apart in ranking. It just didn't compute. Asterisk ding. SSS rank is the highest known classification within human understanding. It is merely a blanket term. The weakest SSS ability is galaxies apart from your immortal physique in actual potential. The difference could be even more drastic than the gap between F rank and an average SSS rank ability. Once you are exposed to higher tier classifications, the true rank of the immortal physique will become clear. Asterisk. The system's explanation made everything click. My immortal physique wasn't simply a notch better than my Tao constitution. It transcended the entire framework of human understanding. That does make sense. A physique capable of resurrecting from the collective memory of all living beings? There's no way that's just one tier higher than mine, I thought, growing more certain. The Tao constitution, incredible as it was, couldn't possibly compare to the abilities described of the immortal physique. My gaze returned to the silver glow draconic egg, burning with excitement. This thing has 2 billion flaws. Once repaired and hatched, its potential could rival, or even surpass, every human genius alive. And since this world allows for beast companions, I'm going to fix this bad boy up and raise one fearsome pet, I decided with a grin. Glancing briefly around me, I reburied the egg. Carrying it into what was bound to be an intense battle wasn't exactly a smart move. Roar! The moment I finished covering the egg, a ferocious roar shook the distant forest. Boom! I looked up just in time to see a silver glow dragon crash heavily into the ground, its massive body flattening a nearby egg-stealer dragon into nothing more than pulp. But moments later, a swarm of egg-stealer dragons descended upon it, tearing it apart. The silver glow dragon finally stopped moving, utterly lifeless. Is it over? I muttered, my eyes narrowing. Of the original 20 or so egg-stealer dragons, only about a dozen remain now. Aside from their leader, the rest were all injured and dripping with blood. The leader tilted its head back and let loose a triumphant screech, as if celebrating victory. Getting cocky much? I scoffed. Before I finished speaking, a dark golden flash streaked through the air. Squelch, squelch, squelch. In a deadly instant, blood sprayed in thin lines as 10 injured egg-stealer dragons had their throats slashed open simultaneously. In barely a breath's time, 10 heads hit the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining dragons' massive bodies collapsed one after another, sending clouds of dust and dirt flying. The leader, the only one left standing, froze, utterly dumbfounded. It couldn't believe its swift, nimble subordinates had been effortlessly slaughtered. These were Tier 2 stellar beasts renowned for their speed. While it was still trying to process what had happened, I let out a cold snort, raised my blade, and swung downward, towards its neck. The leader of the Oviraptors let out a thunderous roar, snapping its massive jaws in my direction. Its speed was absurd, so fast that even my titanium combat body in full burst couldn't keep up. As blade met Fong, my alloy longsword shattered instantly into countless fragments that sprayed everywhere. A sinking feeling settled in my chest. This thing was vicious. The next second, its tail swung across with a mighty force, slamming into me like a wrecking ball. The impact sent me flying like a cannonball, crashing straight into a 100-meter-tall tree. The tree trunk exploded into a massive crater several meters wide on impact. Inside the crater, I felt as if my entire body had been smashed to pieces. My chest was crushed inward. Gritting my teeth, I cursed under my breath. Damn it, I underestimated this thing. Its speed is terrifying. This leader was a Tier 2 high-grade beast, equivalent to a Level 7 martial artist in human terms. Even if its strength wasn't at the absolute peak, star beasts were naturally more ferocious than humans of the same tier, easily starting with a base force of 70,000 kilograms. Fortunately, my titanium combat body could endure this, with its defenses spiking in the nick of time. Otherwise, that tail strike would have outright obliterated me. Just then, I felt a surge of warmth within me. My chest healed almost instantly, and my injuries disappeared like they had never existed. Ding! Nutrient energy consumed, 500 days. Remaining, 13,450 days. Injuries fully repaired. Ding! Minor injury recovery complete. Vitality +5. Hearing the notification, my pupils shrank. So the nutrient supply wasn't just for energy storage, it could also heal injuries. With this realization, the burden in my heart began to ease. Looking back now, my previous worries seemed completely unnecessary. But that second notification was even more surprising. Recovering from a minor injury instantly increased my vitality by 5 points, with every 1 point of vitality translating to 300 kilograms of raw strength. This system essentially handed me an extra 1,500 kilograms of power just like that. So, not only does the undying physique repair my body, but it strengthens it in the process. This is practically super evolution. I couldn't help but laugh in delight. With the nutrient energy continuously replenishing me, my strength would only grow faster and faster from here. Being deemed minorly injured despite all my organs being shattered and my bones broken to dust. The judgment of this physique is insane. A chill ran down my spine. In anyone else's case, these injuries would mean certain death. But for me, it was just a scratch. Wait a minute. With over 10,000 days of energy reserves left, at this rate, my vitality could increase by at least 100 more points. My eyes lit up, and my smile widened. Raising my head, I locked eyes with the charging Oviraptor leader. With a thunderous stomp, I propelled myself forward, shattering part of the tree I had crashed into. Using the rebound, I launched myself headlong towards the charging beast. Titanium fist technique. My molten gold aura flared intensely as I unleashed a devastating punch. The Oviraptor leader roared, violently swinging its massive tail. A moment later, both forces clashed head-on. The 70 to 80-ton force of its tail detonated, sending me hurtling backward. Once again, I smashed into the massive tree. Another deafening crash. The towering tree collapsed entirely, crashing down and burying me beneath its immense weight. However, at the same time, my strike forced the Oviraptor leader back dozens of meters. Its tail was mangled, raw flesh and blood exposed. Roar! The leader let out a painful growl, for the first time revealing a flicker of fear in its eyes. It couldn't comprehend how someone whose weapon it had shattered minutes ago could now injure it. It cautiously gazed toward the fallen tree, hesitating to make another reckless charge. From beneath the pile of debris, I coughed up blood and began to claw my way out. I was a mess of blood and flesh, my body battered almost beyond recognition. I had narrowly survived the beast's tail, yet had nearly been crushed into paste by the collapsing tree. If anyone else were here to witness it, they'd likely collapse, trembling in fear. My body moments ago had been reduced to near mush. My legs had been as limp as crushed meat, but within less than a second of crawling out, my wounds had already healed 90%. As I stood tall again, my skin was pristine, completely unscarred, as if I had never been wounded. Only my clothes were beyond saving, unable to even cling to my body anymore. Ding! Nutrient energy consumed, 1,000 days. Remaining, 12,450 days. All injuries repaired. Ding! Severe minor injury recovery complete. Vitality +10. Cultivation level up. Body refinement stage, level 8. Hearing this, I stood there dumbfounded. Just moments ago, I was on the brink of being reduced to pulp, and the system labeled it a severe minor injury. How ludicrous does a true serious injury have to be? But in the next breath, I couldn't help but laugh again. Gaining 3,000 kilograms of power out of thin air felt like riding a rocket straight upward. Without hesitation, I emerged from the cloud of dust and debris, fully prepared to confront the stronger I get, the more energy it takes to heal the same wounds, but the greater the rewards, too. This system makes total sense. In that case, let's go again. With a wide grin, I charged forward once more. The Oviraptor, barely recovering from the pain in its tail, looked up in panic to see me rushing back. It was terrified. I had just been beaten to the brink of death, blood spraying from every inch of my body. Yet in the blink of an eye, I was back to full health, looking as fresh as ever. But I was already in its face, leaving it no choice but to open its mouth and try to bite me. What's the point of opening your mouth like that? I scoffed as the titanium fighting technique unleashed its full power, and I delivered a devastating uppercut straight to its jaw. This punch wasn't even in the same league as before. With 107 points of vitality strengthening me, my natural strength had already surpassed 30,000 kilograms. Adding in the fourfold amplification of the technique, my punch rocketed up to a staggering 120,000 kilograms of force. For the Oviraptor, this punch was pure devastation. Boom! As expected, with a deafening explosion, the Oviraptor's head was obliterated on the spot, and its body was blasted upward violently, flying through the sky. The recoil from the punch shattered my right arm completely, but to me, such an injury barely even registered as a minor inconvenience. Before the Oviraptor's body even hit the ground, my arm had already regenerated fully. Ding! Nutrient reserve depleted by 500 days. Remaining reserve, 9,850 days. All injuries fully healed. Ding! Micro-injuries healed. Vitality plus 5. Vitality increased to 112 points. I frowned as I reviewed the notifications. Well, looks like I just lost my power leveling tool. Stupid Dino. Instead of fighting smart, it just had to rush in and bite me. The injuries caused by its bites were too superficial. There was no way to sustain heavy injuries that could rake in big rewards, unless it actually swallowed me whole. And sure, I can recover from being reduced to just one arm or less, but the thought of being physically chewed on just grossed me out. Besides, this thing was already heavily injured. If I didn't kill it now, it would just run away, and I'd have to finish it off later anyway. All things considered, it was still worth it. Getting straight to the first layer of the postnatal stage isn't bad. As I glanced at the nutrient reserves, however, my expression soured again. Still, the energy reserves are only enough to take me to the second layer of the postnatal stage. Otherwise, I'd stay here even longer and grind out more injuries. Gritting my teeth, I cursed softly under my breath. Damn it, I need to make more money. This time, I've got to get higher grade. No, top-tier nutrient liquid. I didn't waste any more time. Heading straight toward the Oviraptor's chest, I also pulled up my attribute panel for a quick check. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Heal uses. 1, 3 times per day. Realm, postnatal stage, first layer. Vitality, 112. 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul, 5. Talents, Immortal Divine Physique, SSS level. Blood Energy asterisk 300%. Soul asterisk 300%. Innate Tao Physique, SS level. Comprehension asterisk 3000. Cultivation Speed asterisk 3000. Titanium Battle Physique, C level. Speed plus 300%. Defense plus 500%. Martial Skills, Titanium Battle Technique, 4th tier lower grade. Perfect. Cultivation Speed plus 300%. Titanium Fist Technique, 4th tier lower grade. Perfect. Fist Power plus 400%. But I instantly noticed something was off. The number of repair attempts had increased, and the daily limit went from 2 times to 3. Plus, I had an additional instant use opportunity out of nowhere. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the daily repair limit increases with each breakthrough in my cultivation? No more asking for votes. If you guys have review votes, throw some my way. I'm down to only 300 over here. It's pretty tragic. If advancing my realm really adds 1 more repair chance each time, that'd be a massive advantage for me. But the most critical point? The comprehension and cultivation speed of my innate Tao physique skyrocketed from 1000x to 3000x. That's just insane. With increases like this, even without external treasures, I can rely solely on cultivation to grow my power. I smirked as I tore open the Velociraptor leader's chest, pulling out a second-tier top-quality stellar core. This thing alone would sell for millions. I didn't stop there, carefully extracting the cores from over 20 other second-tier star beasts. The haul was so massive that I had to slaughter some swift-wind wolves just to stitch together a sack for storage, even crafting some basic clothes from beast pelts to wrap up the cores. By the time I finished, my entire body was smeared with sticky blood and reeked of that awful stench, making me insanely uncomfortable. I need a better weapon. I heard high-ranking blacksmiths can forge spatial rings. Expensive? Sure. But the moment I snag one, I'm repairing any flaws it might have. And armor, too. I need an upgraded combat suit. The old, battered set I have offers nearly zero defense, but at least it was self-cleaning. Out here in the wild, that's a lifesaver. I found a spot to clean myself up, then immediately made my way to where I buried the silver radiant dragon egg. Let's fix the flaw in this egg first. Lucky me, I've got a repair chance on hand right now. Without hesitation, I used the opportunity on the enormous egg. Ding! Would you like to repair the flaw in the item? Silver radiant dragon egg. Repair. Ding! Command received. Initiating repair. The next second, golden brilliance tore through the void like a rift, engulfing the entire egg in blazing light. Buzz! The egg started swelling rapidly, as if it was going to crack the ground beneath. Rumble! Thunder burst across the sky. Day turned to night in mere moments, and storm clouds boiled together into a pitch-black sea visible to the naked eye. Looking up, chills ran down my spine. Oh, hell no. Even a celestial phenomenon. Whatever hatches out of this thing is definitely not ordinary. I stared at the swelling egg, fully aware that this uproar wasn't a natural disaster. It was forcing the heavens and the earth to step aside. Little did I know, it wasn't just my immediate surroundings. The thunderclouds had blanketed the entire star beast number 10, plunging everything beneath it into a dark storm. As the clouds spread, herds of star beasts rushed to hide in their dens, trembling too much to move. Even a monstrous peak, third-tier leviathan lurking in the deep sea, surged up to the surface, turning its gaze in my direction. Its eyes were filled with dread, as if some terrifying existence, enough to make it cower, had emerged on the other side of the globe. Above in orbit, aboard the Sky Mothership, Qianwu's expression darkened at the sight before him. The whole planet's weather changing at once? Investigate immediately, something must have happened. Such rapid and massive thundercloud formation couldn't be natural. It was either the birth of a fourth-tier heavenly treasure or the awakening of a fourth-tier star beast. Factoring in that the strongest entity on this planet was the Thunder Dragon, Qianwu's worry deepened. A being of that caliber could wipe him out from existence with just a breath. Soon, his subordinates reported back. Massive energy fluctuations detected, but unable to pinpoint the location or ascertain its level. The thundercloud interference is too strong. Qianwu snorted coldly. Might as well have said nothing. He remained circling in orbit, tension mounting. If I were to die on this planet, the loss of an S-class talent would be catastrophic. So severe, even the guild master would face penalties. As for himself, he'd be done for. But on my end, I didn't feel any danger at all. Honestly, I'd welcome it, because danger often means opportunity. The next moment, a profound energy burst outward from the now towering, 10-meter-tall egg. The golden glow wrapping around it intensified, and I noticed black runes rapidly emerging and crawling across its surface until the whole egg turned jet black. Just as the runes fully spread, the thunder in the heavens exploded. A massive bolt of lightning, the likes of which I'd never seen before, struck down directly onto the pitch-black egg. The impact blasted a crater at least 100 meters wide, sending a shockwave of stones and debris hurtling toward me. My face twisted. Shit. The titanium battle physique surged to life as dark golden energy quickly shielded me. Full body. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. A shockwave carrying fragments of thunder struck me head-on, sending me flying like a cannonball. The lightning shards pierced into my body uncontrollably, and in seconds, they scorched me black from inside out. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. I crashed into a small hill more than 200 meters away, leaving a 10-meter crater in the mountain. The sheer force was terrifying. That impact completely shattered my already charred body into a mess of blood and flesh. By all accounts, I should have been dead. But in the next moment, the fleshy mess began to squirm. A hand slammed to the ground with force. I crawled up like something reborn from the earth, my body somehow miraculously intact, though my clothes were absolutely destroyed. If it hadn't been for the immortal physique, I'd be dead for sure. I glanced at the now even deeper black egg that had been struck by lightning, feeling a chill run down my spine. But hunger hit me fast, my limbs weak, my strength nearly drained. Though my injuries were healed, my energy was completely spent. Even my stash of nutrient fluid was depleted. Asterisk ding. Nutrient reserves consumed, 9,850 days. Simultaneously depleted, 90% of your own energy. Remaining reserves, 0 days. All injuries have been fully repaired. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Recovering from near death. Blood energy value, plus 100. Blood energy, 212 points. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Realm advanced to postnatal stage level 2. Asterisk. My pupils contracted. I'd burned through all my trump cards this time. If the damage were even slightly worse, I wouldn't have made it back alive. Guess I'm lucky to have barely scraped by. Otherwise, it would have been the most pathetic way to die. I immediately began channeling the titanium war art to recover, but without nutrient fluid, the speed was agonizingly slow. It'd take at least 3 to 4 hours. This immortal physique of mine gets me out of trouble, but it's still dangerous. I need to be more cautious moving forward. My gaze shifted toward the giant black egg, which was continuously emitting surges of primordial energy. A sense of unease sat heavy in my chest. Asterisk ding. System patching complete. Asterisk. Asterisk your beast companion is hatching. Please wait. Estimated time, under 5 hours. Asterisk a system prompt broke my train of thought. I froze. No post-patch descriptions? Guess I won't know what's hatching until it comes out. Swallowing my surprise, a spark of excitement replaced it in my eyes. No matter what, it's gotta be a Tyrannosaurus cub. With the patch, chances are high it'll now be a dragon-type cosmic beast with insanely strong physical abilities. That thought led me back to the nutrient fluid, which was made of ferocious beast meat. If eating ferocious beast meat provides similar benefits, maybe that'll speed up my recovery too? Without hesitation, I ran over to the body of the egg-stealing dragon, tore off a huge slab of raw meat, and got to work. I sparked a small fire by hand, built a blazing campfire, and started roasting. Zero concern for attracting trouble. Xinwu had said this area housed, at most, third-tier beasts, and fourth-tier ones were extremely rare. Given my current foundation, I can now withstand even the limit of the postnatal realm. Combined with the immortal physique, it's virtually impossible for ordinary cosmic beasts to take me down. Plus, the ominous aura coming from the giant egg had already scared off all the nearby cosmic beasts. Keeping one eye on the black egg in the distance, I skewered slabs of meat, each bigger than myself, onto sticks and let them cook over the roaring fire. Over a dozen thick slabs of meat sizzled away above a towering campfire several meters high, its light piercing through the dark night. 20 minutes later, the aroma burst forth. The meat gleamed golden and oily under the firelight, its scent making my stomach growl. 2-star beast meat at 7-star strength, smells divine. Taking a giant bite, the juices exploded in my mouth. Damn, this is incredible, I muttered, my eyes lighting up, as I started wolfing it down without hesitation. What shocked me even more was that the meat instantly turned into energy the moment it entered my stomach. There wasn't even a trace of fullness. By the time I finished one massive piece, my depleted strength was restored to 90%. The speed of my eating ramped up. I devoured 3 more slabs in the blink of an eye. Not only was my strength completely replenished, but an overflowing reserve of energy began accumulating within me, enough to last over 30 days. My breathing hitched as a mix of chills and heat coursed through me. The immortal physique doesn't just heal injuries, it absorbs blood and flesh to replenish energy. Not only that, it stockpiles the excess. This ability, it's absolutely insane. Then again, relying solely on fortified nutrient fluids could never produce results this extreme. Grinning slightly, I didn't hesitate further. Piece by massive piece, I gulped down the remaining slabs of dragon meat, while preparing another batch for the fire. Eventually, I consumed the entirety of the egg-stealing dragon's remains. My energy reserves swelled to last over 700 days. But the energy wasn't exactly pure. It significantly slowed down the pace at which I could heal injuries or restore blood energy, probably by hundreds of times. I stopped abruptly, a heavy feeling in my chest. Cosmic beast meat is only good for emergencies. If a fight breaks out and I can't heal fast enough or recover my blood energy, I could still easily die. My eyes flashed with determination as I reined in my unease. The solution was clear: find higher-grade nutrient fluids, top-tier ones if possible. And if the system could patch itself again, energy would no longer be an issue, and recovery rates would skyrocket. Without wasting any more time, I sat cross-legged and began cultivating the titanium war art. Asterisk ding. Blood energy value +1. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Blood energy value +1. Asterisk. After leveling up, the enhancement from the innate Tao body became even more intense. I could now gain 3 points of chi and blood in 20 minutes or 9 points in an hour. At this rate, I could grind for a day to gain over 200 points, enough to advance 2 minor realms. Around 1 in the morning, my chi and blood had already surged to 248 points. I opened the attribute panel and noticed that the repair counter had refreshed. Just then, a crisp crack echoed in my mind, instantly lighting up my eyes. I spun around abruptly, only to see the dark, massive egg crawling with cracks. The next second, a thunderous boom resounded as the eggshell exploded into pieces. Immediately following, a piercing roar erupted straight to the heavens. Roar! The void quaked as the roar of a dragon reverberated, shaking heaven and earth. I looked up to see a massive black, three-headed dragon materialized out of thin air. It stood 20 meters tall with a wingspan over 40 meters wide. Roar! 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 All 3 dragon heads howled simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down upon all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius, forcing them to the ground, trembling and unable to move. A pleasant notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, Hell's 3-headed dragon. Innate talent, SSS, Tier 3 low rank. The repaired pet beast is 100% loyal to the host. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Born as a Tier 3 low rank with an SSS tier talent? That's insane. Those 2 billion points of potential were worth it, and 100% loyalty sure saves me some trouble. Tier 3 low rank meant even innate level experts wouldn't last against it. They'd simply get wiped out instantly. Even those at the 7th or 8th level of innate cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. The next moment, the 3-headed dragon fixed its gaze on me down below. With another excited roar, it dive-bombed to the ground, landing right in front of me. Its wagging tail gave away its eagerness to please. The impact of its landing kicked up a cloud of dust high into the sky, its massive frame exuding an overwhelming sense of threat. Yet it had the appearance of an overgrown hatchling with a silly, naive expression. Impressive. I'll call you Little Black. At once, Little Black gave me an aggrieved look, clearly understanding that it wasn't a pleasing name. I had no intention of changing it, though. As long as it was easy to call, that's what mattered. But then I frowned. You're strong, but you're way too big. I don't have a spaceship to carry you, so I'll have to leave you here for now and come back for you once I've got one. Dragons are far too rare. Taking one back would only bring endless trouble my way. On hearing this, Little Black panicked, letting out an urgent roar. Buzz! Black mist erupted from its massive form, enveloping it entirely. The mist contracted furiously, and mere seconds later, it shrank to the size of a fist, floating mid-air. When the black mist dissipated, a miniature version of the 3-headed dragon, no larger than a fist, sat before me. My eyes lit up. You can size shift? That's pretty amazing. I reached out and picked up Little Black. It wriggled in my palm, squealing in excitement. If it weren't for the giveaway of 3 heads, anyone would think it was just a skinny black lizard. If you can shrink yourself, then you're coming with me. I placed Little Black on my shoulder and glanced at the stats panel. The repair counter had indeed refreshed, but there wasn't anything to repair at the moment. With half a day left in my trial, I figured I could level up once more with some extra effort. Yet as I extended my innate Tao body to sense the area, I found that every star beast within 20 kilometers had vanished, clearly scared off by Little Black's dramatic entrance. I had no choice but to move on with him in tow. About 10 minutes later, a massive, fire-covered wolf stormed into the area. Its 30-meter frame weighed down the very earth, shuddering beneath its footsteps. This was a Tier 3-star beast, the blazing flame demon wolf. It raised its head, let out an enraged howl, and lowered its nose to sniff the air. Its gaze instantly locked onto the direction I had left. It smelled a familiar scent, mine, but mixed within it was the scent of a freshly hatched star beast. Greed overtook its eyes entirely. In the next instant, it shattered the ground beneath its paw, transforming into a fiery blur that tore through the air as it chased us. Out on the plains, I landed a brutal punch that exploded a 2-star, 7-stage giant bear-like star beast into smithereens. Staring at the corpse, I suddenly had a thought. Didn't low-grade nutrient solutions require a ton of 2-star star beast flesh to make? Doesn't that mean ordinary star beast meat is basically the same thing as those solutions? If I use the system to patch the loopholes, wouldn't I be able to extract massive energy directly from the meat? Without hesitation, I pulled out my bone blade and carved into the giant bear, first extracting its star core. The core had abundant energy but focused more on mental strength, so I stored it away for later recovery of mental power. Next, I tore off a massive chunk of bear meat and let the system begin its analysis. Ding! 2-star star beast meat detected. Consuming it yields energy reserves 70. Detecting 6,451 reparable loopholes. Proceed with repair? The system notification rang in my head, and my eyes lit up. 70 points of energy from one piece of meat, and even more loopholes repaired than low-grade nutrient solutions? Fixing this will definitely be game-changing. A grin crept across my face. But after a moment's thought, I frowned again. 2-star star beast meat might not necessarily be cheaper than a single bottle of low-grade nutrient solution. Plus, 2-star meat only matches the effects of low-grade solutions. If I want something akin to high-grade nutrient fluid levels, then not enough rank 4-star beasts. I fell silent the moment I thought about rank 4. Forget it, I'll save this for emergencies. If I really need it long-term, it's easier and cheaper to just buy some nutrient solutions. I didn't rush to repair my injuries, but instead asked the system, "System, can I repair all of this star beast's flesh and blood at once?" Ding! Yes. Each repair can restore an entire entity. The entire body of a star beast counts as one entity. Hearing this, I let out a sigh of relief but became even warier. This rank 2-star beast could barely yield enough for 50 bottles of low-grade nutrient solution. I still have enough energy points for now. It'd be better to aim directly for a rank 3. Each repair is too precious. It's not worth using it on a rank 2. I clearly understood both mine and Little Black's combat capabilities. A rank 3-star beast was well within our limit. We could even handle a 3-star or 4-star rank 3 with brute force. Without hesitation, I opened the map. There's a rank 3-star beast in this area? On the map, a circular zone was marked in orange. My eyes lit up instantly. Orange represented the presence of strong adversaries, exactly the kind I was searching for. Ever since I broke through to the second level, my explosive power is too overwhelming. Without even activating my titanium combat body, a 6-star or 7-star rank 2 can't even scratch me. A rank 3 will finally give me a real gauge of my limits. And it'd be a bonus to snag the body of a rank 3-star beast. Closing my eyes, I began to focus on the surrounding energies. In the next moment, the world transformed in my awareness into a spectrum of vibrant colors. Within a 20-kilometer radius, glowing blood-red orbs began to appear, each one representing a star beast. Suddenly, a massive orb of crimson, dozens of meters tall, entered my sensory field. It was charging toward me at an incredible speed. A rank 3-star beast? Coming straight for me. My focus snapped to it, and instead of feeling alarmed, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect timing. Little Black, get some distance. I'll handle this one. I leapt onto a boulder and commanded the creature perched on my shoulder in a low tone. Caw-caw. With a flap of its wings, Little Black soared hundreds of meters into the sky, vigilantly watching from above. In the distance, the thunderous roar of destruction filled the air, as if the earth itself was being crushed. Squinting, I spotted a massive wolf engulfed in blazing flames tearing through the landscape. Its fiery trail left a long, scorched path behind it. Beep. Warning. Detected a high-tier rank 3-star beast, explosive flame demon wolf. Capable of fire mastery and extremely keen senses. Danger level, highly hazardous. Evacuation is advised. The combat scanner's alert blasted into my mind. Shut up, I snapped, forcibly disabling the alarm. My gaze, however, grew even brighter. A star beast wielding elemental powers? Its energy must be more potent. You'll do. My sights locked on the wolf as an intense, otherworldly aura erupted from me. Titanium combat body. A dark golden radiance burst out from within, surging 10 meters high like an untamed inferno. The massive energy wave swept across the terrain. With a light stomp, the ground beneath me cratered, sinking several meters as I launched myself like a comet straight toward the wolf. Mid-charge, the explosive flame demon wolf suddenly hesitated but immediately dismissed its wariness after noticing my tiny size. According to the iron laws of star beasts, larger size equated to greater power. Smaller opponents might be fast, but they were unworthy of direct confrontation. Realizing I was faster than it had anticipated, it assessed my height of only 1.8 meters and labeled me as nothing more than a hatchling star beast, akin to an egg thief. After all, star beasts on this planet had never encountered the human race before. With a fierce howl, it roared, "Awo!" The flames enveloping its body surged explosively, turning it into a massive rolling fireball that barreled straight toward me. Titanium fist technique. I roared in defiance, unleashing my full strength as I threw a thunderous punch. A shadowed fist of gold tore through the very air, colliding with the fiery wolf's massive head. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the rank 3-star beast was launched like a rocket, slamming into a nearby mountain and embedding itself into the rock face. Half of its wolfish skull shattered upon impact. It twitched briefly before going utterly limp. One-hit kill. This high-level rank 3 beast, a master of flames, fell to my power in a single exchange. The point of collision continued to burn brightly, the flames licking upward as I emerged from the fiery wreckage. Charred black, I walked out slowly. My wounds began healing at once, but with insufficient internal energy, the process noticeably dragged. However, I quickly noticed something bizarre. When injured, my body absorbed spiritual energy at a rate hundreds of times faster than normal. If this kept up, no matter how severe my wounds were, I could fully recover in less than an hour. This immortal physique, it's insane, I murmured with a low chuckle, my eyes glowing as I marveled at my body's resilience. Approaching the charred corpse of the explosive flame demon wolf, I exercised caution despite the victory. Using the titanium combat body combined with the titanium fist technique, even a rank 3 1-star couldn't withstand it. But it underestimated me. Its mastery over flames wasn't fully utilized. If it had gone all out, I'd be facing more than just some burns. Eyeing the wolf's remains, I stood reflective. I knew, if this beast had fought with its life on the line, even an ordinary rank 3 2-star or perhaps a 3-star might have struggled to subdue it. For someone like me with insufficient energy right now, this battle was definitely risky. If another star beast were to show up, I'd have no choice but to let Xiaohei step in. But honestly, my current combat strength is already pretty absurd. Achieving the Ho Tian stage in Cayenne City would guarantee a spot in the top 10 fighters. Yet, I can effortlessly take down a tier 3, 1-star star beast that's awakened in ability. In a major city, someone like me could easily be a regional powerhouse. Roar! At that moment, the 3-headed hell dragon in the sky anxiously dove down, circling me while letting out distressed screeches. Clearly, it was panicked after seeing me injured. "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. I'll recover quickly," I reassured it with a smile. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Only then did Xiaohei breathe a sigh of relief. But right after, it turned around and angrily flew over to the corpse of the explosive flame demon wolf, kicking it fiercely with its tiny foot. Boom! The corpse was sent flying hundreds of meters into the air before crashing back down heavily. Rumble! Upon impact, the ground caved in, leaving a huge pit as the mangled remains of the body painted the scene. "Man, this little guy has such a temper," I muttered in exasperation. Thankfully, while the corpse was beaten up, it wasn't completely destroyed. I stepped closer, focusing on the carcass. Ding! Detected Tier 3, 1-star star beast body with 21,204 flaws. Repair it? Note, this repair does not include the star core. Over 21,000 flaws. I couldn't help but marvel. In terms of potential, this physique was nearly at the level of a Grandmaster. For reference, something at the Grandmaster 1-star level generally only has around 10,000 flaws. A powerful Grandmaster at their peak could even destroy an entire supercontinent. Even the ruler of Bluewater Star would have to respectfully lower their head before them. The system separates star cores and bodies for repair, meaning the potential of the star core is even greater. I thought as my eyes sparkled with understanding. I immediately set to work extracting the star core. Soon, a fiery red star core rested in my palm. Ding! Detected Tier 3, 1-star fire attribute star core with 740,000 flaws. Repair it. 740,000 flaws. That number left me stunned. In other words, this star core's potential had already reached planetary levels, far above that of a grandmaster. Repair them both. I ordered without hesitation. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning repair. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning repair. Buzz. 2 beams of golden light enveloped the massive corpse in front of me and the star core in my hand. Within moments, the corpse began swelling, its size growing from a few dozen meters to over 100. And it wasn't stopping. Finally, it topped out at several hundred meters tall, standing like a mountain of flesh in front of me, oppressive and suffocating just to look at. My face darkened. Damn, I forgot how massive high-tier star beasts are. How the hell am I supposed to eat something of this size at Tier 5? Even with my immortal body capable of consuming vast amounts of energy, it would probably take me an eternity to finish it. Buzz. At that moment, the fiery red star core was repaired as well. Its color didn't change, nor did its size, but intricate patterns had emerged, with runes covering the entire core. As soon as the star core completed its transformation, the temperature across a 100-mile radius instantly soared. Not as if the core itself was radiating heat, but as though the entire area had simultaneously ignited. But I paid none of this any mind. Ding. Repair completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 5-tier low-grade star beast Crimson Flame Sky Wolf Corpse and 1 6-tier rare-grade star core, Solar Starfire Core. Excitement surged through me. I didn't care about the carcass for now. It was the 6-tier rare-grade star core that truly mattered. I immediately tapped on its description. Crimson Flame Sky Wolf Corpse * fully matured at least Tier 5 low grade. Naturally wields A-level Crimson Flame power. Genius individuals of this species can break through their bloodline limit at Tier 7, evolving into Solar Starfire wolves that command S-level abilities. Solar Starfire. Solar Starfire Core * all flaws repaired. Consuming it immediately grants mastery of the S-level ability Solar Starfire, as well as a massive reservoir of mental energy. This reserve will gradually replenish your spiritual power as you cultivate. Solar Starfire * a flame capable of melting all things. It's highly sought after for refining medicine and forging weapons, and its offensive power is immense. After reading the system's description, I nodded in satisfaction. This repair was worth it. An S-level ability? That's a huge win. Even my C-level titanium battle physique massively boosted my combat power. Adding a combat-oriented S-level ability now, my strength is going to skyrocket through the roof. And if Solar Starfire really can melt anything, I can even process the Crimson Flame Sky Wolf's corpse, so it doesn't go to waste. I'm molded over before coming to a resolution, my gaze sharpening. Let's awaken Solar Starfire first. Without any further hesitation, I swallowed the fiery red star core in one gulp. The next instant, it felt like an explosion went off inside me. Boom! A wave of heat surged up from my abdomen, sweeping through my entire body in an instant. Every single cell in me felt like it was burning. At the same time, streams of fiery red energy seeped into the depths of my flesh, as if they were reshaping my entire being. My heart tightened. Logically speaking, the star core does indeed carry the abilities of a star beast, but if a human swallows it directly, 99% of the time, they'll explode and die. The probability of awakening powers by consuming a star core is practically non-existent. I quickly caught on. The system must have fixed the loophole, erasing both the certain death and low probability aspects. Before I could take a breath of relief, my sea of consciousness quaked violently. Buzz. I immediately sent my divine sense into my sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is the foundation of memory and the soul. Even if I possessed immortality, damage to it would still deal a crippling blow. But at this moment, my sea of consciousness was covered in raging solar flames, surging like an ocean of fire. A heavy weight settled in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. Since the system claimed the fix was complete, it wouldn't leave me self-destructive. Sure enough, those solar flames started to gather madly above the sea of consciousness, first condensing into a fiery red light point, then rapidly expanding, until eventually transforming into a gigantic fiery red sphere, floating above my sea of consciousness. I stared at the light sphere, my breathing growing heavier. This must be the ability's core. Elemental ability users all have something like this form within their seas of consciousness. As soon as the core materialized, I immediately realized that the solar flames within my body felt entirely under my control, responding as naturally as if they'd grown directly from me. My mind felt sharper than ever before. Even the air around me seemed different, resonating with new clarity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening the ability. Solar Star Flame, Grade S. Soul Power plus 500. Soul Realm upgraded to Hotion Stage, 5th level. Mental Energy Reserve, 70,000 points unlocked. Ding. Energy reserves converted to energy points. 1 energy point equals 100 days of energy consumption. Current energy reserve, 0. I narrowed my eyes, finally understanding why the world suddenly seemed so vivid and distinct. A direct leap of 500 points in soul value. My mental power had grown absurdly powerful. This star core was utterly unreasonable in its potency. The solar star flame, no matter how powerful it was in concept, still relied on mental strength to wield. Before, with my meager soul strength, even if I awakened an ability, I could have at most incinerated a 7th or 8th level body refining cultivator before my mind collapsed under strain. But now, things were different. Now, I felt I could extinguish someone at the Sciention realm with ease. Let's test the power. I snapped my fingers. Snap! A small cluster of crimson flames ignited at my fingertips. In the next moment, the temperature within a several kilometer radius spiked sharply, as if the heavens themselves had been set ablaze. My chest tightened. Just this tiny cluster of flames could suppress the surrounding heat to such extremes? I flicked the flame outward. The flame shot out as a streak of red light, traveling 2 kilometers in a flash. Boom! The moment it hit the ground, an explosion erupted, sending a towering pillar of fire dozens of meters into the air. The area within 100 meters was engulfed by the red blaze. Even though I stood kilometers away, the heat wave made my skin recoil with tension. As the firelight died down, all that remained on the ground was a massive crater, glowing with molten magma. Beside me, Little Black howled uncontrollably, clearly agitated by the overwhelming show of power. I stared at the smoldering pit, my throat dry. This is way too overpowered. Just a spark of solar star flame had unleashed more destruction than my full force punch ever could. It made sense. My martial cultivation was only at Hotion stage, 2nd level, while my soul cultivation had already reached Hotion stage, 5th level. What's more, this flame wasn't just an offensive weapon, it also enhanced my physical body. When fully utilized, my combat strength skyrocketed. I immediately opened my stats panel. Stats panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Repair attempts, 1, 3 per day. Martial cultivation, Hotion 2nd level. Soul cultivation, Hotion 5th level. Vitality, 251. 1 point equals 300 kilograms physical strength. Soul, 505. Talents, Immortal Body, SSS grade. Combat Power * 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS grade. Grants 3000x boost. Titanium War Body, C grade. Plus 300% speed. Plus 500% defense. Solar Star Flame, S grade. Martial Arts, Titanium War Scripture, Tier 4, lower grade. Perfected. Plus 300% cultivation speed. Titanium Fist Technique, Tier 4, lower grade. Perfected. Plus 400% punching power. Looking at my ridiculously overpowered setup, I couldn't stifle the smirk spreading across my face. At this point, forget ordinary opponents. Even if a Tier 3, 6 or 7-star Star Beast appeared, I'd face it head-on without hesitation. Time to deal with this Star Beast. My gaze hardened, locking onto the massive heap of flesh lying ahead, and I quickly unleashed the full reserves of energy within my body. Boom! A terrifying wave of power erupted. The fiery red flames of the solar star shot out from within me, surging like a flood toward the carcass. The moment the flames touched the body, its surface began to melt instantly. Not burnt, but literally dissolved. My heart momentarily clenched. This fire, It truly was the stuff of artifact forging and alchemy. Against flesh and blood, it was practically invincible. I intensified the flames, which quickly formed a blazing dome, fully encasing the corpse. Yet, even with the flames raging, the rate of dissolution was maddeningly slow. After all, this was the corpse of a tier 5-star beast. Even in death, its flesh was ridiculously tough. Without this particular flame, I wouldn't even be able to break its skin. If something like this were to arrive alive on Bluewater Star, it wouldn't take a year before the entire planet became a living hell. I ended up grinding away like this for a full hour. Finally, I managed to reduce that mountain of flesh, towering hundreds of meters high and spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters, into a giant blood orb about 50 meters in diameter. Still not pure enough. Too many impurities, I muttered, staring at the blood orb rolling and tumbling in the flames, a heavy feeling in my chest. If my reserve of mental energy weren't so high, this level of consumption would have drained me dry by now. Within this hour alone, I had burned through over 1,000 points of mental energy. There were upsides, though. The repeated cycle of depletion and recovery had forcefully increased my soul strength by over 50 points. But this type of recovery wasn't specialized for repairing soul injuries. Without an immortal physique to stabilize things, it wasn't possible to achieve a one-to-one conversion. If it were, I could have used all this mental energy to heal my soul wounds directly and likely push myself into the innate level realm already. Still, there was no choice but to keep grinding. I clenched my teeth and continued refining. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. That blood orb, originally 50 meters in diameter, was finally compressed to just 1 meter. But at this point, I simply couldn't condense it any further. Damn, this is as good as it gets. Still not strong enough. I muttered under my breath, my frustrations bubbling up. If I'd known earlier that patching the star core's flaws could awaken Solar Star Flame, I would have done so before refining that Tier 3 explosive flame demon wolf corpse. I wouldn't have ended up with such a huge glob of material, which was now both a hassle to eat and to store. I brought up the blood orb's details. Blood essence contains all the blood and flesh essence of a Tier 5-star beast. Consuming it entirely grants 20,000 energy reserve points, along with a 500% boost to cultivation speed. My eyes lit up, then fell back into contemplation. Only 20,000 points. Looks like most of the energy in the star core fueled my solar star flame awakening. A typical Tier 6 star core starts at 1,000,000 reserves. Still, 20,000 isn't bad. And that 5x cultivation speed boost is a nice bonus. It's just, the size is a bit disgusting. As I sat stewing in my dilemma, I suddenly felt a damp sensation on my shoulder. Startled, I turned my head to find little black, drooling rivers, its eyes glued to the blood orb as it trembled with greed. In that instant, I understood. Fine, you want it, you can have it, I chuckled. This thing's bulk will be more useful for you anyway. Once I hit the innate level, I'll go hunt down something even higher tier. I immediately sliced off a fifth of the orb for myself and pushed the remaining massive glob toward Little Black. Little Black let out a resounding roar. Roar. Seeing me offer such a giant treat, it bellowed with excitement, a dragon's roar echoing as its body suddenly began expanding wildly, growing over 30 meters long in the blink of an eye. It opened its maw and swallowed the entire blood orb in one massive gulp. Boom! A shockwave rippled through its body. Right before my eyes, Little Black's form grew stronger and bigger at a remarkable pace. Ding! Your beast companion has absorbed an energy source. Talent unlocked. Hyper Evolution S rank. Entering accelerated growth mode, with growth speed increasing by 10,000x until maturity or until energy is fully expended. The system notification rang out in my mind, and I was floored. 10,000x? That's insane. A growth speed multiplied by 10,000 meant that 1 year of development now equaled 10,000 years in the past. Even if Little Black's potential was beyond terrifying and would take an eternity to mature under normal circumstances, it could now reach adulthood within a visible time frame. Still, I knew well that the more extraordinary the gift, the steeper the price. For humans, even that legendary martial god reportedly took 70,000 years to reach their current level. Little Black's ceiling would undoubtedly be even higher as an adult, a goal that would normally take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve. But now, It might not even take decades. Suddenly, another thought jolted me. This blood orb can increase cultivation speed by 5 times as well. Doesn't that mean just 1 year for Little Black becomes the equivalent of 50,000 years of growth? Its natural talent alone was already astonishing, but the compounded effect of the blood essence was like stacking 2 cheat codes on top of each other. If I manage to get an even higher grade blood essence in the future, won't Little Black's evolution just go skyrocketing? The idea made my blood surge with excitement. Even without reaching the pinnacle myself, with Little Black by my side, I could still dominate my way through the world. Roar, as if sensing its transformation, Little Black let out another ecstatic dragon's cry before quickly shrinking back down to its babyish form, landing on my shoulder and promptly curling up to sleep. Looking at it, I couldn't help but chuckle. With this talent, you might just barely manage to keep up with me now. Otherwise, with the cheats I've got going for me, even the strongest potential wouldn't stop Little Black from being left in the dust by my progress. Suddenly, an idea struck me and I slapped my forehead. Door. I haven't consumed the essence of flesh and blood yet. I immediately commanded my solar starfire, pulling the remaining essence of flesh and blood toward me through the air. Solar starfire can be used like telekinesis. S-tier abilities really do defy all logic. Looking at the essence of flesh and blood wrapped in flames, I couldn't help but marvel. Telekinesis was something you usually only heard about in legends, a trademark of spiritual psychics. Psychics are a unique case. Most abilities are locked at a particular grade upon awakening. For example, Solar Starfire is S tier, while ordinary flames would max out at C tier. However, telekinesis is different. It has its own hierarchy, ranging from the weakest F tier to the S tier, or even SS tier that only prodigies can achieve. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the power unleashed with equal amounts of mental energy. For instance, with 100 points of soul energy, F-tier telekinesis can push 10,000 kilograms. E-tier bumps it up to 15,000 kilograms. D-tier hits 20,000 kilograms. C-tier reaches 30,000 kilograms. B-tier clocks in at 40,000 kilograms. A-tier jumps to 60,000 kilograms. And S-tier? A whopping 100,000 kilograms, 10 times F-tier's power. That tenfold factor is also the standard for grading combat-type abilities. Abilities that can enhance threefold combat power are C-tier. Tenfold. That's S-tier. My Solar Starfire can amplify combat power tenfold or more, which is why it's classified as S-tier. High-tier abilities also come with special effects. Some can accelerate recovery. Take A-tier Earth Power, for example. As long as your feet touch the ground, you can absorb the energy of the earth to replenish spiritual and physical vigor. The added perk of Solar Starfire is object manipulation, similar to telekinesis. However, using elemental manipulation like Solar Starfire isn't nearly as brutal as true telekinesis of the same grade. I estimated once that trying to kill someone by controlling objects with my flames would only pack the punch of a B-tier power, boosting it most by 4 or 5 times. With that thought, I downed the remaining essence of flesh and blood in one gulp. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 40,000 energy points. Cultivation speed boosted by 500%. As the notification dropped, I felt energy surging wildly inside me. The wounds from my previous battle with the explosive flame demon wolf healed in an instant. Ding! You have recovered from minor injuries. Energy points consumed, 20. Vitality points increased, 20. Those 20 vitality points translated into an additional 600 kilograms of raw strength. Compared to before, when a minor injury would only grant me a measly 4 or 5 vitality, this improvement was exponential. Based on my current energy reserves, if I burn through them all, my vitality will likely surge to 40,000 points. That figure, it's already scratching the threshold of master level. A smirk rose on my lips. So much energy in the tank, I could hit hard in a short burst. But the next moment, I frowned. The problem is, how do I wound my soul? Only by injuring my soul can its strength grow faster. I mulled it over and decided to suppress the thought for now. I'll head back and see if there's any soul-based cultivation method that might work. Come on, Little Black, let's go hunt some more star beasts. Hoisting the still snoozing Little Black onto my shoulder, I dove straight into the shadows of the night. Time sped forward to the following afternoon. Boom! A massive space carrier descended upon the rendezvous point. The ground below was already packed with dozens of people, and when they saw the aircraft, their eyes reddened with emotion. They had spent the entire day clinging to their lives by a thread. The weakest among them were in the first realm of the body-tempering stage, easily torn apart by a single 1-star, 2-rank star beast. Even though 90% of the creatures on this planet were ordinary wild animals, nobody dared take the risk of killing one. The moment blood was spilled and attracted the attention of star beasts, there would be no escape. After I left post-battle with the Shadow Panther, the rest quickly went into hiding. Even so, out of over 300 people, only about 70 remained alive. VRRRR. The hatch of the carrier opened, and a tractor beam extended to the ground. The surviving 70 recruits bolted for it like lunatics, getting pulled up into the ship by the gentle glow. We survived. I'm still alive. This cursed place was terrifying. As long as we're alive, we'll make the transition. Doesn't even matter if we didn't kill any star beasts. Double the death rate. But hey, more people passed this time too. The frantic chatter filled the air, a cacophony of post-survival exhilaration. At that moment, a calm voice issued from the control room. All personnel, rest where you are. Those injured should head to the medical bay. Once everyone has assembled, we will depart. Upon returning, you will officially become certified martial artists under the Martial Alliance. Qian Wu emerged from the shadows, dressed in a sleek black martial arts uniform, followed by a unit of heavily armed soldiers in the peak stage of body tempering. With a glance, he swept over the reduced group of 70-some individuals, his gaze devoid of the slightest fluctuation in emotion. As the head of the Alliance's Martial Certification Department, Qian Wu knew better than anyone a harsh truth. Martials. This path is paved with blood and wounds. Death is no stranger here. Martial artists reap rewards beyond the ordinary, so it's only fair they shoulder equal responsibilities. Some may think it's just an assessment, no need to risk lives. After all, anyone who's made it this far is 1 in 100, and losing them would be a shame. And that's not wrong. In the early days of certification tens of thousands of years ago, the assessment wasn't this dangerous. But things changed. The allure was just too strong. Once certified, a martial artist could pocket 10,000 star coins a month, guaranteed. Many, once titled, would simply hide at home, enjoying luxury without taking on missions. Nobody was going out to eliminate star beasts, yet the treasury kept draining resources and money. The alliance was nearly brought to its knees. Once the governing bodies realized the problem, they took drastic action to amend the rules. Rule 1. Certification required entering a star beast zone and killing at least a tier 1, 1-star star beast to pass. Rule 2. Every year, martial artists must meet their minimum kill quotas. Failing to do so would result in a halt of basic supplies the following year. With the new regulations, star beast populations were immediately curbed and began to plummet. At the same time, martial artists gained more wealth and resources through constant hunts, pulling even further ahead of ordinary people. This drove more people to aspire to become martial artists, ultimately putting humanity back on the path to expansion. Thinking back on all of this, Qian Wu couldn't muster much sympathy for the martial artists who died in the assessments. He had endured the same trial. For the future of humanity, there was no other choice. Time ticked by as 7 or 8 others managed to make it back to the rallying point. The 1-hour deadline was nearing, and yet, I still hadn't returned. Qian Wu's heart sank deeper. The longer he waited, the more anxious he grew. I was an A-level prodigy. If something happened to me, it wouldn't just be bad news for Xiluan City. The entire Bluewater planet would pay a hefty price. Throughout the day, several inspection heads had privately reached out to him. These officials, each capable of dominating their respective provinces, urged him to bring me back, even offering terms tempting enough to make him pause. Although outwardly united under Bluewater Planet, the provinces were always locked in secret competition. Whoever managed to recruit me would gain an edge over the others. So now, with my prolonged absence, Qian Wu was genuinely unsettled. Minister, time's up. We need to withdraw. The ship's thrusters have already lured most of the local star beasts over. If a Tier 2 advanced beast shows up, this transport battleship's shields won't hold. Right at the 1-hour mark, one of his men quietly urged Qian Wu. This atmospheric transport carrier was purely for personnel deployment. Its firepower and defenses were paper-thin. Higher-end battleships were prohibitively expensive, far beyond what they could afford. Keep waiting. His life signals are still active. We don't leave as long as he's alive. Qianwu barked, steadfast. Nobody dared argue further. They could only brace themselves and keep staring at the monitors in grim silence. The next second, the sky erupted with an earth-shaking roar, quaking the forest as if the entire sea of trees had shuddered in unison. Warning: a Tier 3 mid-grade star beast has entered the radar zone. Immediate evacuation is advised. The jarring electronic alarm blared repeatedly. Everyone froze on the spot. The faces of the newly recovered martial artist candidates went deathly pale. A Tier 3 mid-grade beast in this area? They were about to be wiped out. Damn it. Shields up. Max power. Qianwu's face darkened as he rushed into the control room, immediately issuing orders. The exterior of the ship flared with a blinding glow as its protective shields were forcefully deployed, enveloping the entire vessel. But now, they could clearly see the approaching enemy, a massive griffin, over 30 meters tall with a 60-meter wingspan, hurtling toward them like a storm cloud of doom. The griffin let out another deafening roar, slamming its talons into the shield. Bang! The shield shattered instantly, bursting into specks of light, failing to last even a second. Its colossal claws then smashed into the several hundred-meter-long hull of the ship. With a thunderous crash, the entire vessel was knocked into a violent roll along the ground. Inside, chaos erupted. Screams filled the air as weaker candidates were battered bloody, while the most fragile among them perished outright. The griffin, seeing the metallic husk still intact, roared in fury, rising to the front of the ship's bow. It raised its even larger talon, aiming for a second devastating strike. In the control room, everyone's faces were ghostly pale. Even Qianwu was momentarily stunned. I had already struggled against Tier 2, 3 to 4 star beasts. There was no chance against this Tier 3 mid-grade griffin. Warning! Warning! Vessel damage at 70%. Structural collapse imminent. The ear-splitting alarms looped incessantly. Everyone's minds blanked with one grim thought. We're going to die? Against a Tier 3 star beast, even the president of Siloan City wouldn't escape alive if they rushed here. The griffin roared again, talons raised high and poised to shatter the ship. And then, in that instant, a thunderous dragon's roar split the heavens. A black beam of light shot down from the sky, obliterating the griffin instantly. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it was swallowed whole, not even a trace left behind. Silence engulfed the control room. A second later, their fear only deepened. Whatever had just annihilated that Tier 3 griffin, how strong must it be? Another terrifying star beast. It can annihilate third-tier 4-star creatures in an instant. What kind of monster is this? Could there really be something stronger than the Thunder Dragon King on Star 10? But it's clearly a dark element, not thunder. The crowd grew increasingly desperate as they speculated. Yet, as each second passed, that dark element nightmare of a creature never showed itself. A few minutes later, the spaceship's alert system chimed in. Beep. Detected an approaching quasi-warrior. The spacecraft is severely damaged and cannot initiate retrieval. Everyone froze in place. The only quasi-warrior alive, the only one yet to report back, was me. Qianwu shot to his feet, his voice trembling. I'm still alive? Quick, contact Bluewater Star to come pick us up. As long as I was still standing, the losses from this assessment might just be worth it. He forced himself upright, clutching his injuries, and left the overturned wreck of the spacecraft. But as he stepped outside, the first thing he saw was me, standing atop the wrecked hull, draped in a 2-star, 3-tiered star beast's hide, my gaze steady and composed. Senior, what happened here? I asked deliberately, feigning ignorance about the situation. Why does the spaceship look completely wrecked? Qianwu suppressed his emotions and answered. We were just attacked by a 3rd-tier star beast. If it hadn't been for a passing expert, we'd all be dead. Are you all right? As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes darted to the hide I was wearing, and his pupils narrowed sharply in shock. That's the pelt of a 2-star, 3-tiered giant rage bear. Qianwu muttered in disbelief as his combat scanner beeped. The numbers didn't lie. A 2-star, 3-tiered star beast. Something even he would have to lay down his life to defeat. And yet, I wasn't even scratched. Only 15 years old, yet capable of slaying a beast of this caliber. Qianwu's thoughts churned like a storm. This isn't just an A-tier gift. It might be A+, a once-in-a-century talent for Blue Water Star. As for the three-headed mutant lizard perched on my shoulder, he chalked it up to being a one-star pet and gave it no second thought. Qianwu couldn't hold back a sigh of regret. A talent like this, only surfacing now. If you'd been sent to the imperial capital earlier, you'd be something else entirely by now. He'd done his research. I used to be nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable kid. But extraordinary outbursts of talent under pressure weren't unheard of. Many hidden prodigies played weak to survive until the time was right. Thanks for your concern, I replied with a calm smile. I hid for a day, so I'm fine. Qianwu almost laughed out of frustration. Hid for a day? A person capable of slaying a 2-star, 3-tier beast would have no need to hide. ***, most likely. I had wandered far off to enjoy myself and just didn't make it back in time. He decided to come clean. Don't call me senior. Given your strength now, you might even have surpassed me. If you can take down a 2-star, 3-tier beast with ease, that's not something I can match, he admitted, his tone softening. Just call me Qianwu, or Wu Ji, if you'd like. Got it. I'll rely on you from now on, Wu Ji. I nodded and answered with a grin, not trying to dodge the camaraderie. Even though he was old enough to be my dad, in this world where power speaks louder than age, seniority bows before strength. No. I'm just a small fry. There's no way I could care for someone like you. Once you return, the provinces are going to tear each other apart trying to recruit you, Qianwu said with resignation. He cut to the chase and explained that several provincial inspectors had already started making offers, trying to poach me. Joining a different province? 1 billion credits a year for training, plus mountains of resources, and the stronger you get, the more they'll offer? Wow. They're really pulling out all the stops, I chuckled. But I'm good where I am. A while ago, I'd have been tempted. But now, a single 3-star, 1-tier star beast would net me 1 billion credits. Switching camps for some resources and the risk of people talking behind my back wasn't worth it. Qianwu laughed as well. Their offers sound generous, sure, but I'd bet that the Inspector General of the Matian province will give you no less. Don't forget, he's one of the 7 Grandmasters of Blue Water Star. I blinked in surprise. The Inspector General of Matian Province is a Grandmaster? Blue Water Star is dozens of times larger than Earth, with over 30 provinces. The smallest has a population of 20 or 30 billion. Provincial Inspector Generals are already cultivators at the peak of the innate realm, but a Grandmaster? That's a whole different league. From innate chi to Grandmaster true essence is a qualitative leap, akin to doubling one's power. Beyond that, second revolutions, third revolutions, those are stuff of legends. For a planet with tens of thousands in the innate realm, there are only 7 Grandmasters. That one resides in Matian Province. Asterisk, my brows furrowed as I whipped my head upward toward the sky. VRRRRRRM. The air trembled as an overwhelming force bore down. In the next instant, a colossal ship, 10,000 meters in diameter, sliced through the clouds, its descent slow and deliberate. Arcane sigils shimmered along its protective barriers, casting an immense shadow that enveloped several kilometers of land in every direction. Qianwu's jaw practically hit the ground. A 4th-tier combat class spacecraft. Who the hell is that kind of firepower here for? On Blue Water Star, there are fewer than 10 of these behemoths in existence. Me? I'm just a martial artist from a small city of 10 million. Even sitting aboard something of this caliber was unimaginable, let alone encountering one firsthand like this. Is this the pinnacle of our era's technology? I stared at the massive vessel, my heart pounding. In my previous life, not even a sci-fi movie could recreate this sense of oppression. Wait, is this the Magath Province Commissioner's Tier 4 warship, Magath ship? Qianwu stared at the ship's markings, his voice trembling with disbelief. The next second, the sky roared. A massive tractor beam crashed down from above, enveloping me, Qianwu, and the damaged spaceship. We didn't even have time to struggle before the entire wrecked ship was forcibly yanked upward, swallowed into the belly of the Magath ship. The moment the hatch sealed shut, the massive ship pulsed with a heavy vibration and vanished from the skies, accelerating toward Blue Water Star at a terrifying speed. Minutes later, inside the Magath ship, an innate expert escorted me to the entrance of a highly private cabin, opened the door, and walked in. Inside the room, an elderly man was levitating cross-legged in midair, an oppressive aura radiating so heavily it made it difficult to breathe. Skywalking. Master level. My pupils contracted, and my steps faltered slightly. The sudden surge in power from last night and early this morning was already absurd enough. Martial Arts Post-Heaven Tier 9, Mind Spirit Post-Heaven Tier 7. Just one more step, and I could condense true chi of the innate realm. But the gulf between me and a master was like an insurmountable chasm. Even the weakest master of the first realm possessed 10 times the strength of someone at their innate peak. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't bridge the crushing gap. Xiaohe might possibly hold his ground for a bit. Its growth over mere days was equivalent to what took others decades. Now at Tier 3 9-star, and combined with the explosive burst of its S-level talent, it was barely brushing up against the threshold of master-level first realm. But only barely. In a real fight, the odds would still be devastatingly low. Xiaohe was still too young. Its battle experience and talent development were insufficient. If it really came down to confronting a master, the possibility of victory was almost zero. I had already guessed who the person here was. On Blue Water Star, there was only one individual with both the status to command the Magoth ship and the power of a master. The Magoth Province Commissioner, Situ Tian. The next moment, Situ Tian opened his eyes. A flash of cold light erupted, and his presence bore down on me like a mountain, clearly testing my limits. The sheer force felt as if it could obliterate me at any second. Only now did I truly grasp the truth of the legends. Stepping into the master realm was the real threshold of becoming a true powerhouse. The disparity at the master level was terrifying. Each realm within it doubled one's strength, reaching a peak of the 10th realm. The further you ascended, the more it became a merciless form of domination. I estimated Situ Tian hadn't yet reached that godlike level of destruction. At most, he was at the first realm of the master stage. The system says that once I truly step into the master realm, my innate talent will undergo a complete transformation. I thought, a fire igniting in my heart as I eagerly anticipated that moment. Situ Tian spoke. You must be Ling Xiao. To withstand my pressure at Post-Heaven Tier 3. Interesting, indeed. A flash of surprise crossed his gaze. At my age, my current strength already rivaled his back when he was this young. Yet his parents were innate realm experts, and he was nurtured with abundant resources. By contrast, I had grown up in the slums. Comparing the two, my talent seemed far more astonishing. Situ Tian and the combat system had only detected my post-heaven tier 3 level due to my innate Dao physique, a unique feature that allowed me to blend into the environment, concealing my presence, even from advanced instruments. If I chose, I could suppress my existence to an incredibly low degree. As my strength grew further, there might come a day when I could stand in plain sight and still remain unnoticed. Commissioner, you're too kind. I am far from worthy of your comparison. I responded with a polite smile, but Situ Tian seemed momentarily startled. Huh? Bold enough to compare yourself to me, huh? I like it. Situ Tian laughed aloud, then nodded. With a talent like yours, you might indeed surpass me one day. He descended to the ground, his expression growing more serious as he got straight to the point. I'm here for two things. Please, Commissioner, go ahead. My heart tightened. For him to personally come, this wasn't just a casual visit. The first matter concerns your genius ranking certification, Situ Tian said, fixing his gaze on me. Your recorded data is incomplete. Based on the abilities you displayed in the footage, your strength is clearly understated. The speaker was concerned about a misclassification and sent me to verify in person. I couldn't help but feel a little awkward. I had deliberately turned off recording at the time. There were too many things I couldn't reveal. Ahem, sorry you had to come all this way for that. It's no trouble. Honestly, I would have come regardless. Situ Tian waved dismissively and continued directly. After factoring in your true capabilities, I'm upgrading your ranking to A+. Historically on Blue Water Star, A+ geniuses have almost always reached the innate realm's peak, and most have become masters. Don't let us down. I'll do my best, I assured him, though my gaze burned brighter. I was just as eager to reach the master stage. Good. I appreciate the spirit, Situ Tian said, his smile fading as he turned more serious. Now, on to the second matter. He gestured toward the air, and with a hum, a massive star chart unfolded before my eyes, revealing the full layout of the Milky Way galaxy. Humankind currently resides within the Milky Way galaxy, Situ Tian began, his voice deep and deliberate. Within the galaxy, there are 3,000 middle-tier systems, each. In an intermediate star system, there are hundreds of thousands to millions of habitable planets. And our blue water galaxy is just a tiny, insignificant star system within the yin-yang intermediate star region. His tone grew lower. Under yin-yang, besides the blue water galaxy, there are 700,000 other star systems and over 1.3 million planets. Hearing numbers as astonishing as over 1.3 million planets, I was shaken to the core. With so many people, monstrous geniuses were bound to emerge in droves. At my age, stepping into the innate realm, that would be as common as sand on a beach. Situ Tian raised his eyes and gazed outside as the wall turned transparent, leaving us surrounded by stars. He continued, saying that with so many geniuses, someone had to mold and oversee them. That's why the Yin-Yang Emperor established the Yin-Yang Academy on Yin-Yang Star. The dream of the most brilliant from over 1.3 million planets was to get into that school. The academy opens its doors once a year, the day after the martial exam. By this point, I understood. Situ Tian wanted me to apply to Yin-Yang Academy. He didn't mince words. That's exactly right, he said. But the conditions are brutally harsh. You can only apply before the age of 20, and each planet can send only one candidate. Even then, that means there are still over 1.3 million competitors for the available spots. And the academy? They only take 100 students. Not one more. Don't think you've got this in the bag, he warned. First, you need to secure Blue Water Galaxy's spot. Your competition is made up of the top talents under 20 from our entire star system. 7 of them are already A levels, and there are hundreds of B levels. And the kicker? Many of them are 5 years older than you, with the training resources of the Imperial Capital's top school backing them. Not to mention, the strongest among them has already stepped into the innate stage. With a grin, Situ Tian twisted the knife. If not this year, you still have next year. You're young. For the next 2 years, you might very well be Blue Water's sole representative under 20. Once you make it to the Yin-Yang region, reaching Grandmaster level someday wouldn't just be a pipe dream. But instead of feeling daunted, I was growing more and more excited. Competing against the brightest from over 1 million planets? Now, that's a battlefield. If someone could hit the innate stage at 15, who knows what level they could reach by 20? Half-step Grandmaster, maybe? My eyes lit up at the thought. The tougher the challenge, the more I wanted to face it head-on. I get it. I'll give it a shot. But with the martial exam literally the day after tomorrow, shouldn't the Blue Water selection have already happened by now? Isn't it too late for me to sign up? I couldn't help but ask Situ Tian. It would be too late for anyone else, he responded. Applications closed a month ago, but the speaker personally gave the green light for you. Tomorrow morning, you'll compete with the other warriors in the selection process. This year's chief examiner, and the one who'll take the winner to Yin-Yang, will be me, he added. That's why the selection venue will be on my Demon Sky ship. After the selection, I will personally escort the top candidate to Yin-Yang for the final exam. The rest? They'll be sent back to Blue Water on auxiliary ships. To be honest, it wasn't supposed to be this complicated, he said with a sigh. The selection was supposed to have taken place yesterday, but when your information landed on the speaker's desk, he pushed back the date. Well, I smirked. Guess I've got more pull than I thought. All right, I'll get ready and be there tomorrow on time. Good. Be ready by 6 a.m. sharp. My ship will dock near the Martial Alliance in Cloud City. Oh, and congratulations. Your A+ reward has already been processed. 10 billion star coins, 1 4th-tier cultivation technique, 2 3rd-tier martial techniques, a 3rd-tier weapon, and a 3rd-tier combat suit. You can collect it as soon as you get home. Tonight, make sure to exchange for anything that can give you a short-term boost in strength. Push your power to the limit, he said, his voice turning serious. And remember, every exam, this selection included, comes with life or death risks. Survival comes first. I understand. Thank you, Inspector. I nodded, my heart growing heavier. After bidding farewell to Situ Tian, I returned to the Martial Alliance with Qian Wu and the others to finally receive my Warrior's Token. The Warrior's Token serves as a badge of identity. Impossible to fake, and attempting to forge one would get you hunted down by the Alliance. Possessing it means you're officially recognized as a warrior in the galaxy. To ordinary people, this is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of, something they'd treasure even at the body training level. But for high-level warriors, it's just another tool, easily destroyed in battle and not something they'd overly fuss about. If it weren't for the system, I mused aloud, I'd probably have to wait until I was 60 or 70, and even then, I might never get this badge. I sighed, tucking it away before heading straight home. Welcome home. The door locked, chimed as it recognized me. The door swung open, and I stepped inside. Where the heck have you been all day, huh? A tearful, aggrieved voice greeted me the moment I walked in. Lifting my head, I saw Ling Yuran with reddened eyes, pouting as she glared at me. Only then did it dawn on me. I'd forgotten to let her know I wouldn't be back tonight. During the exams, contacting the outside world had been strictly prohibited. As if I wouldn't come home, I said, flashing a smile while ruffling her hair playfully. Who else is going to take care of a silly little girl like you? My attempt at nonchalance only made her angrier. Oomph. You didn't even bother to leave me a message, she snapped. It's an urgent matter, I sighed, but I want to show you something. Reaching into my pocket, I took out a badge. Ling Yuran recognized it immediately, gasping as she covered her mouth in shock. A warrior token. Brother, where did you get this? You need to return it to the Warrior Alliance immediately. If they find out, you'll be punished. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Return it? Why would I do that? It's mine. I chuckled, a hint of mischief in my tone. Your brother is officially a warrior now. I activated the warrior token right in front of her. The badge shook slightly, and a projection appeared, clearly showing my identity. Ling Yuran froze, her lips pale as if the blood had drained from them. Brother, you actually. I raised an eyebrow, feeling quite smug. Shocking, huh? The next second, she abruptly lunged forward, trying to snatch it out of my hands. You forged this. How could you? Destroy it right now. If the Warrior Alliance finds out, they'll execute you. Startled, I quickly blocked her. Stop. Do you really think I'm that dumb? This is my actual warrior token. But I understood her disbelief. Just days ago, I was nothing but a loser who couldn't even meet the entry standards for an advanced martial academy. And now, suddenly, I was a certified warrior, a story no one would so easily buy. I had no choice but to briefly explain what had happened over the last few days. I kept my description of my abilities modest, mentioning only that I had recently broken through to the first level of the body refinement stage, just barely squeaking through certification thanks to sheer luck. I attributed my dramatic power surge to an awakened ability that had caused the years of training stored up in my body to suddenly erupt. Occurrences like mine weren't unheard of. Many prodigies advanced multiple stages in just days after awakening their abilities. In fact, human history even recorded instances where individuals had rocketed from apprentice warrior status all the way to postnatal stage in just 10 days. In the vast, unpredictable age of the cosmos, such things were barely a blip. To completely convince Ling Yuran, I crushed an alloy decoration from our home with one hand right in front of her. That thing could endure a ton or two of force, but in my grasp, it shattered into fragments instantly. What? Brother, you're already in the body refinement stage? So you can apply for the province's elite advanced martial academy now. Ling Yuran's eyes sparkled, her voice quivering with excitement. It's almost a sure thing. I nodded. But the president said I'd need to pass a specialized assessment to be admitted to the provincial elite academy. I'll be heading out tomorrow and might be gone for a few days. Ling Yuran immediately tensed, worry filling her small frame. Brother, be extra careful. I heard those assessments can be really dangerous. Don't worry, I assured her with a grin. I earned a decent sum with this warrior certification. Come on, let's go eat something nice. Once I'm back from the assessment, we'll look into moving to the city center. Moving to the city center, that was something we siblings had dreamed about for years. Because once we lived there, we wouldn't have to live in constant fear that one day a star beast would break in and rip us apart. Now, that dream was almost within our grasp. 2 hours later, I returned home and handed Ling Yuran the remaining vial of vital essence. There was still a decent amount left in it, enough to multiply her training speed from 2 times to 5 times the norm. At that rate, she'd likely reach the first level of the body refinement stage within 6 months. 13.5 years old and already reaching body refinement. She'd be a peerless prodigy in the entire Cloud City region. Rawr! As soon as I pulled the vial out, the little creature sleeping in my pocket woke up immediately. It darted out and locked its greedy eyes on the vial, about to drool. The next moment, it turned into a shadow, lunging directly for the vial of vital essence with a clear intent to snag it. You've already eaten so much, and you still want more? This isn't for you. I grabbed the little shadow midair. Rawr! Caught in my grip, the tiny creature immediately acted pitifully, big eyes pleading at me. Ah, is this a baby lizard? Ling Yuran leaned closer, poking at it with her finger. Brother, is this your pet? It's so ugly, but kind of cute in a quirky way. Rawr! The little creature bristled, baring its tiny teeth at her. It was a terrifying hellfire three-headed dragon, now mistaken for a quirky, ugly toy. Its dignity was absolutely shattered. Yeah, it's pretty ugly, I said with a glance, chuckling. If you like it, take it to play with. But first, drink the vial before it steals it from you. With that, I casually tossed both the little creature and the vial of vital essence to Ling Yuran. Rawr! Rawr! The tiny dragon was pinned under Ling Yuran's hand, wailing dramatically and sending desperate looks my way for help. But I just turned back to my room without a second glance. Ding! You've received a private message. Would you like to open it? As soon as I stepped into my room, my smart AI chimed in my mind. Who's messaging me this late at night? Frowning, I opened my inbox, only to see hundreds of messages, all from Ling Yuran over the past couple of days. This girl really freaked out. Broken. My heart sank. In this world, losing contact for just 2 days could often mean the person is as good as gone. After finishing reading the messages, I made a firm decision. From now on, no matter what happens, the first thing I'll do is let people know I'm safe. What? Even Luo Lingshuang messaged me? And more than one message at that. I stared at her name, raising an eyebrow. Needs a sparring partner again? My connection with Luo Lingshuang is both simple and complicated, harsh and bittersweet. Back then, I was just an orphan, barely surviving while taking care of the much younger Luo Lingshuang and trying to scrounge up star coins. I was too young for any legitimate job, so the only option left was one with no future. Smuggling myself into the Star Beast zones to scavenge scraps. That place was hell. An average person going in had only a 50-50 chance of coming back alive. On the second attempt, the mortality rate shot up to over 70%. The third time was practically a death sentence. But I had no choice. I could only trade my life for money. The first time I ventured in, I got lucky. Somehow, I managed to drag back the carcass of a top-tier beast, likely abandoned by some martial artist who couldn't be bothered to deal with it. That haul brought in a few hundred star coins, just barely enough to keep us afloat for a few months. On the second and third trips, I barely made it out alive each time, scraping through by sheer luck. The fourth time was worse. I stumbled upon a rank 1-star beast and was moments away from being torn to shreds. At the critical moment, Luo Yuntian happened to be passing through, along with his bodyguards, searching for rare materials. On his way back, he saved me from the brink of death. After learning about my situation and realizing I attended the same school as Luo Lingshuang, he offered me a new way out, becoming Luo Lingshuang's sparring partner. In name, I was her sparring partner. In reality, I was her punching bag for practicing the most basic body-strengthening martial arts. I wasn't good at much else, but I had a solid grasp of the basic moves, enough to play the role of her human punching bag. This went on for 3 years. Over time, Luo Lingshuang got stronger and stronger, the gap between us widening further and further. These past few months, she rarely sought me out anymore. But after all those years, we had developed a deep friendship, to say the least. Right, yesterday was Luo Lingshuang's birthday. I can't believe I forgot. I froze when I read her first message. I knew deep down that without Luo Yuntian's intervention, I would have been long dead. And every time our sparring left me bloodied and battered, Luo Lingshuang would insist I use the Luo family's treatment chamber to recover completely. Such luxuries were unheard of for people at the bottom. Most sparring partners who sustained severe injuries were left untreated, rarely making it past a year. Enduring blow after blow and then healing up every single time. That's how I clawed my way up to being an average student in school from the worst starting position. So when I saw her birthday invitation and realized I'd forgotten about it, I felt equal parts awkward and helpless. But her second message left me even more stunned. Yesterday at 5 p.m., Luo Lingshuang said the party had been canceled because her father's VIP guests weren't available. It had been rescheduled for tonight at 8 p.m. The third message had just come in, asking where I was. I glanced at the time. 7:40. If she hadn't reminded me, I might have missed it entirely. I quickly responded to her message and bolted out the door. Meanwhile, at the Luo household, Luo Yuntian pushed open Luo Lingshuang's door, smiling as he urged her, Daughter, it's time to come out. This celebration is for you. Quite a number of powerful figures from Cloud City are here. When Luo Lingshuang awakened her C-grade fire affinity power, Luo Yuntian had expected it. But when it truly happened, he was still too thrilled to sleep for days. A C-grade ability meant that as long as her training remained consistent, in a few years, she'd have about a 30% chance of becoming a C-grade genius. And in Cloud City, a C-grade genius was a once-in-a-century talent. She would likely ascend to innate level powers, becoming a bona fide prodigy. When the news broke, the Luo group, previously considered second tier in Cloud City, suddenly had first-tier corporations lining up to collaborate. "All right, Dad, I'm coming." Luo Lingshuang answered, but then glanced down at her message board again. Still no reply from me. What's he even doing? He hasn't replied at all by now. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she got. Could he have really forgotten her birthday? Are you waiting for that Ling Xiao kid? When Luo Yuntian saw her expression, he couldn't help but ask. No way. Who's waiting for him? Her face flushed red, clearly annoyed. Good. Better not be. Luo Yuntian sighed. That kid's not bad, and he's saved you before. But his talent is just too poor. The two of you don't belong in the same world anymore. Dad, what are you even saying? There's nothing between us. Luo Lingshuang grew even more irritated. And besides, you didn't have any special abilities back in the day, and you still married my mom, didn't you? Luo Yuntian was left speechless by her sharp retort. Her words might claim there's nothing between us, but she really just compared me to her own father. Fine, whatever you say. He waved it off, though his heart felt a twinge of regret. Was giving the kid a job back, then also unintentionally giving away my daughter? But he knew very well that if it hadn't been for me, his daughter wouldn't have survived a year ago. That day on the way home, assassins hired by the Luo family's rival targeted Luo Lingshuang, aiming to eliminate her so her father would lose the opportunity to bid for a major contract. At the critical moment, I realized something was off and threw myself in the way, taking a direct hit from the laser crossbow meant for her. That's the only reason Luo Lingshuang is still alive. Forget it. Let them figure it out themselves. Luo Yuntian suppressed his thoughts and walked into the living room. At the same time, I shelled out a few hundred star coins for a private shuttle and rushed to the Luo family residence. Phew, finally here, I muttered as I arrived. The moment I looked up, though, I frowned. Why are there so many people this year? There used to be only a few dozen. This was my third time attending Luo Lingshuang's birthday party. As one of her few friends, I wasn't used to this kind of extravagant crowd. She probably awakened a Class C talent. I guessed, scanning the room until my gaze landed on a certain figure in the crowd, a chubby man. Even the Lu Corporation showed up? Guess there really are no permanent enemies in this world. But just as quickly, my expression turned icy. It was the Lu family who had sent the assassins after Lingshuang last year. The target had been her, but I was the one who almost didn't make it out alive. I need to find a way to deal with the Lu family. Otherwise, what was the point of almost getting myself killed? A flash of killing intent crossed my eyes. Look, Miss Luo is here. A sudden commotion rippled through the crowd as everyone collectively turned to look in the same direction. Luo Lingshuang stepped into view, looking more radiant than ever. Her presence was enough to leave the younger heirs of the prominent families in stunned silence. With those looks, she could easily be the most beautiful girl in any school. She's matured so much in just 2 years. She's stunning now, someone whispered, echoing what everyone else was thinking. Even I couldn't help but be a little amazed. She really stood out in this era. But in the next moment, Luo Lingshuang's gaze swept past the crowd and landed directly on me. Her previously restrained emotions overflowed, and she broke into a dazzling smile, bright enough to silence the entire room. Lu Fatty, who let you in here? Get out. A thunderous shout erupted in the living room's center, where Luo Yuntian stood with a face dark as thunder, staring daggers at the head of the Lu Corporation, an overweight man standing in the crowd. The room collectively snapped out of their daze, turning their attention toward the man. Everyone knew about the attempted assassination on Luo Lingshuang. For Lu Fatty to stand here now was nothing short of audacious. What made it even more infuriating was that he stood beside the master of the Luo family's rival, the powerful patriarch of the Luo family. The Luo family was one of the strongest in Rainbow City, with its patriarch ranked among the top 10 fighters in the city. His strength alone was enough to keep many people in check. Luo patriarch, There's no need to get so worked up. If there's a misunderstanding, we can resolve it calmly, the Luo family head remarked, wearing a composed smile in his white robes. His words were neither apologetic nor backing down. After all, Lu Fadi was his nephew, and he was here not just to shield him, but also to try to bury this issue while there was still time. If they waited for Luo Lingshuang to fully grow into her potential, it would be too late. Father, Luo Lingshuang tugged at Luo Yuntian's sleeve desperately, worried about an outright confrontation. Luo Yuntian gritted his teeth and held back his anger, though his tone was heavy. Patriarch Luo, I respect you as a senior. I'm asking you to have him leave now. Our Luo family does not welcome him. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not can be addressed later. Inside, however, Luo Yuntian seethed. The culprit was standing right in front of him, but he couldn't act. The Luo family's influence and martial strength were too overwhelming. This bitter pill was one he couldn't swallow, but he wouldn't bow, not this time. Huh, don't flatter yourself, Luo Yuntian, sneered Lu Fadi as he suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Luo Yuntian mockingly. My uncle personally coming to reconcile is giving you all face. Let me be blunt. We're not just here to settle things. We're here to propose a marriage alliance. The match? My uncle's grandson, Luo Xiang. He's a genius from the Provincial Elite Academy. He's more than good enough for your daughter. The moment his words landed, the entire room was thrown into uproar. They hadn't even finished settling the attempted assassination, and now they had the audacity to propose marriage? This was a blatant move to trample on the Luo family's dignity. It was an obvious ploy by the Luo family to bind Luo Lingshuang, a rising star, to their family while she was still young. Luo Lingshuang's face turned pale as paper. This wasn't the first time the Luo family had pulled something like this. What she hadn't anticipated was that this time, she was the target. A sense of despair overwhelmed her. If they truly forced her hand, she would rather burn herself to ashes on the spot than submit. You're full of crap. Activate the second-level kill protocol. Wipe them out. That sentence from Lu Fadi finally sent Luo Yuntian over the edge. He completely lost control, his roar making everyone's expressions change drastically. Luo Yuntian, don't you dare. Even the Luo family patriarch's confident smirk dropped at the mention of those words. The second-level kill protocol would flatten the entire hall. Even Luo Yuntian himself might not get out unscathed. But Luo Yuntian wasn't listening at all. Activate kill protocol. A cold, mechanical voice rang clearly through the air as the ceiling of the hall cracked open, panels retracting to reveal dozens of advanced weapons aiming down at the crowd. The hum of their energy buildup was deafening. The oppressive power of the weapons made everyone scramble to deploy their shields. Luo Patriarch, please reconsider. We're innocent. Take it out on the guilty party. If you blast us, your daughter won't survive either. Miss Luo is here too. You really dare. Do you want to fight to the death? She's so talented. With a master as a mentor, even the Luo family wouldn't dare mess with her. The group of heads of families looked like they were about to break into tears. The Luo family, as weak as they may be, could still scrape together enough money to assemble a second-tier killing program. If it came down to a fight, everyone here would die. What no one had expected was for Luo Yuntian to flip the table with just one word of disagreement. But at this moment, Luo Yuntian's fury subsided. Coldly and sternly, he locked his gaze on the Luo family head and the fat man, Lu. He hesitated, then turned his eyes to Luo Lingshuang. His daughter's face was pale. No matter how angry he was, he forced himself to suppress it. This is my chance. A glint of savagery flashed in the Luo family's head's eyes. With a bang, the ground under his feet exploded as he transformed into a burst of light, charging straight for Luo Yuntian. His speed was so swift even Luo Yuntian, at the 6th stage of chi body training, couldn't react in time. Die, you piece of trash. The fist was right in front of his face as Luo Yuntian suddenly snapped out of it, but it was too late. There wasn't time to activate the kill program. But even if he could he truly bring himself to sacrifice his daughter with his own hands? I'm so sorry, Shuang. His heart sank, falling into complete despair. The next second, a deafening explosion left everyone's ears buzzing in pain. When the crowd snapped back to reality, they were dumbfounded. The Luo family head, who'd just been flaunting his arrogance moments ago, now lay embedded in the floor, bloodied and mangled. Standing on his chest was a boy, no older than 15 or 16. Those with lower strength were still confused, but the martial artists at the 8th or 9th stage of chi body training had their eyes wide open in shock. Hiss, that speed is insane. The Luo family head was taken down instantly? That's got to be a joke. One-hit kill on a postnatal realm fighter? Who is this boy? They had only seen a black blur, and in the next moment, the Luo family head was sent crashing to the ground, utterly powerless. Ling Xiao? Are you Ling Xiao? Luo Yuntian stood frozen, staring at me as if I were a ghost. I smiled coolly, completely unfazed. Uncle Luo, Ling Shuang, are you two all right? Hearing this, Luo Ling Shuang covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Every time she found herself in the most perilous of circumstances, it was always me who rushed in to save her. Her mind flashed back to that time, when my chest had been pierced through, and I'd still managed to ask her if it hurt in between my smiles. The emotions she'd kept buried deep within her heart now overwhelmed her completely. Luo Yuntian's voice trembled with excitement. We're fine. But how on earth did you get this strong all of a sudden? Did you awaken a latent power? He understood all too well what this could mean. At 15 years old, this kind of strength was simply monstrous. To instantly obliterate a postnatal realm fighter? There was only one explanation. Rumor had it that some individuals with latent potential stored it deep within themselves, and when they awakened, they underwent a dramatic transformation in a short span of time, completely rewriting their fate. I nodded. I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. My strength has been skyrocketing out of nowhere these past few days. With a blush, Luo Lingshuang stammered quietly, Ling Xiao. Thank you. I responded with an easy smile. What's with the formalities? We're friends, aren't we? Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, yet for some inexplicable reason, her heart felt a pang of disappointment. Just friends? She didn't even realize it herself. Her mood had already begun following the rhythm of just one single phrase from me. What kind of legendary prodigy decides to side with the Luo family? What kind of luck does the Luo family even have? The Luo family ran straight into a brick wall this time. At his age and with this kind of talent, he's a monster, even among the elite on Blue Water Planet. The Luo family's about to take off. The various heads of families from colorful Cloud City couldn't take their eyes off Luo Yuntian, their gazes brimming with envy. In their minds, Luo Lingshuang's talent was already extraordinary. But now that the Luo family could also count me as their backer, things were looking even more formidable for them. Among the crowd, the fat man Lu finally snapped out of his shock, his face flush with rage as he howled. How dare you kill my uncle? You're dead meat. The Luo family won't let you get away with this. But no sooner had he spoken than he regretted it. At a time like this, running his mouth instead of running away, it was suicidal. He immediately changed his tune, switching to a fawning smile. I misspoke. I'll leave right now. I'll leave, I swear. Stop. My voice was like a blade, chilling and lethal. A suffocating killing intent descended upon Lu on the spot, leaving him collapsed and trembling on the floor, even struggling to breathe. That's when he realized the truth. He hadn't just crossed a person. He'd provoked a monster. I locked him in my gaze. CEO of Lu Corporation, do you happen to remember the boy who got injured rescuing Ling Shuang last year after you sent assassins after her? The crowd collectively gasped at my words. Back then, the tale of a boy saving Luo Lingshuang had spread far and wide, but nobody had thought that boy amounted to anything significant. Now, they finally understood. I had been that boy all along. Lu let out a sharp scream. It was you. How could it have been you? As long as you remember. I replied indifferently. The old debt and the new one. Let's settle it all today. With just a flick of my finger, a streak of red flame shot through the air. A charred hole appeared at the center of Lu's forehead in the blink of an eye. His expression, frozen in terror, remained as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The power of fire. 2. A genius who can comprehend the power of flames. Reaching heavenly stage by 15, and with even a grade C talent? What kind of monster is this? The entire crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Luo Lingshuang and Luo Yuntian froze in place, staring at me in complete shock. That day, I awakened 2 abilities, but the machine only detected 1. Seeing their shocked expressions, I decided to clarify. I purposely didn't fully unleash the solar star flame, only showing the power of a grade C flame. This way, using fire in the future wouldn't seem too over the top, and I'd still have a hidden trump card. This is great news, kid. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Luo Yuntian beamed with a big grin. Then his tone suddenly shifted. Now I can rest easy handing Ling Shuang over to you. His words left both me and Luo Ling Shuang stunned on the spot. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed red as she gave him a glare on the spot. As the situation grew chaotic, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Haha, Yuntian, you're in such a good mood today? Handing off your daughter Ling Shuang to someone without consulting me first. Everyone turned toward the entrance in unison. A burly middle-aged man in a black martial arts uniform walked in with steady steps, his imposing aura making it hard for others to breathe. Minister Qianwu. The crowd instantly burst into chatter, no one expecting him to show up. Only then did everyone realize just how deep Luo Yuntian's connections ran. If the Luo family was still being troubled by the Luo clan after this, it would be as good as courting death. Qianwu's strength already surpassed the Luo clan leaders, and being relatively young, he was highly likely to become the president of the Martial Alliance in Kaiyun City someday. Absolute nonsense. My daughter doesn't need your approval to get married. Luo Yuntian laughed, stepping forward to greet him. The two seemed as close as old friends. Uncle Qianwu, Luo Lingshuang greeted him quickly. Her having advanced ability detection done was all thanks to Qianwu's connections. Qianwu gave Luo Lingshuang a once-over, then laughed even louder. How beautiful you've become today. I've got to see who's worthy of marrying my niece. At that moment, I coughed from the side. Brother Wu, long time no see. The room fell deathly silent as everyone froze. When Qianwu turned around and got a good look at me, he exclaimed loudly, "What the hell? It's really you." He obviously knew about my relationship with Luo Lingshuang, but hadn't expected me to be her fiancé. On second thought, it seemed logical, though he now realized his earlier assumptions were too much. Wait, you two know each other? Luo Yuntian couldn't resist asking. Now this was awkward. I, calling Qianwu Brother Wu, considered him a friend, but Luo Yuntian, being my elder, was throwing everyone's ranks and generations into chaos. Qianwu only laughed louder. You don't even know your own future son-in-law? Ling Xiao here is an A+ grade genius, certified by the Martial Alliance. It'll be publicly announced tomorrow, but it's fine to let you know early tonight. Even a Grand Inquisitor like Sidu Tian has personally met him, and the Alliance president said he's got a 90% chance of becoming a Grandmaster. You've truly struck gold with this one. That declaration hit like a thunderclap. An A+ grade genius, something that appears only once every several decades on Blue Water Star. Situ Tian, a figure they wouldn't even dare to approach, had met him personally, and 90% chance to become a Grandmaster. The people in the room instantly felt chills down their spines. Qianwu didn't care about the crowd's shock, turning to me with a big grin. Just make sure to treat my niece well. That aside, you call me bro, and I call you brother-in-law. How's that for sharing the love? Everyone else didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought the normally stern Qianwu could be so carefree? I cleared my throat. Brother Wu, there's been a misunderstanding. Ling Shuang and I aren't engaged yet. Qianwu gave my shoulder a hearty pat. Not engaged yet, but it's only a matter of time. I'm saving up for that wedding banquet already. My niece is a grade C ability user, plus she's beautiful. I'd say she's more than a match for you. I was completely taken aback. He was acting like he was snatching me off the market. Meanwhile, Luo Lingshuang's face turned bright red, so much so that steam might as well have been coming off her cheeks. She angrily shot Qianwu and Luo Yuntian an icy glare before turning away. Uncle Qianwu. Luo Yuntian was forced to step in and smooth things over. All right, let's stop teasing Ling Shuang. My apologies for not being a better host today. Please forgive us. The Luo family has pressing matters to address, so we will make amends another day. All the other families tactfully laughed it off, leaving their gifts behind as they excused themselves. Everyone was well aware that, from now on, the Luo family was the absolute powerhouse of Kaiyun City, one that even the president wouldn't dare cross lightly. Late that night, in the Luo family's starry sky garden, a projection of the night sky lit up the surroundings. Luo Lingshuang and I walked side by side. She quietly spoke. Ling Xiao, thank you for today. There's no need to be so formal between us. If it wasn't for your father saving me, I'd have been long dead in the Star Beast Zone by now. I smiled faintly as I recalled, but deep down, I fully understood. Men like Luo Yuntian were rare. Not only had he saved my life, but he also gave me a stable job, one that allowed me to afford nutrient liquids. Luo Lingshuang stopped and looked at me intently, her tone unusually serious. My father is my father, and I'm me. Counting this time, you've saved me twice. I'll make sure to repay that debt someday. I felt a wave of helplessness but could only nod along with her sincerity. Well, there is something I do need to trouble you with. Luo Lingshuang nodded immediately. Go ahead. I lowered my voice. I'm leaving Bluewater Planet tomorrow to participate in the entrance examination for the Imperial Capital's first advanced academy. I'll be gone for at least a week. During that time, can I ask you to take care of Yuran? I don't feel comfortable leaving her home alone. Luo Lingshuang froze for a moment before looking utterly shocked. You're taking the first academy's exam? She quickly composed herself. With my talent, passing the exam is just a formality. Well, it works out. I've already secured admission to the Provincial Key Academy, so I don't have to take the martial arts exam, Luo Lingshuang said decisively. I'll pick up Yuran first thing in the morning and have her stay at my place for a few days. Focus on the exam. I sighed a breath of relief. Thanks. With that sorted, I walked to the edge of the garden and gazed at the brightly lit cityscape of Kaiyun City in the distance. Time flies. It's already been 3 years since we met. Luo Lingshuang was silent for a moment, too. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, we're both heading to advanced martial academies. She thought back to 3 years ago, to the stubborn boy I used to be, and to the day she first realized some kids have to shoulder responsibilities far too early in life. 3 years later, I was standing at a height she could no longer reach. Neither of us said a word after that. We just quietly stared at the night sky. But then, something unexpected happened over Kaiyun City. Blinding streaks of colorful light erupted across the sky, painting the clouds in brilliant hues. Colored clouds, Luo Lingshuang gasped. This kind of phenomenon only happens once in a century. She stared wide-eyed at the dazzling spectacle above. Actual colored clouds. I didn't think I'd ever see this in my lifetime. I recalled something our instructor once said and replied dismissively. Kaiyun City's unique terrain and magnetic field create these colored clouds, but it's a rare occurrence. Only happens every few hundred years. Luo Lingshuang was instantly at a loss for words, glaring at me. Could you be a little more romantic? My mom always said that if a man and woman see colored clouds together, they're destined to grow old together. But no, you had to ruin it by talking science. I felt embarrassed. There's a saying like that? Wait, so if these clouds only show up every few centuries, does that mean I have to wait hundreds of years just to find a girlfriend? What am I supposed to do? Grab someone last minute? The words slipped out before I could think better of them. I tried to backtrack, adding awkwardly. Although, aren't we already a man and a woman here? The moment the words left my lips, I regretted it and quickly shut my mouth. When I turned, Luo Lingshuang's face was flushed bright red. The vivid colors of the clouds only added to her delicate beauty, making my heart skip a beat. An hour later, the colored clouds faded. Using an excuse about having something to do, I practically fled back home. Running a hand through my hair, I muttered under my breath. Went out for a bit and almost gained a wife. What did I do to deserve this? But my laughter soon faded into seriousness. What's going on? My memories are becoming more and more intertwined with the original Ling Xiao, almost as if I had lived them myself. Especially the feelings I had for Yuran. Those couldn't be explained away as merely inherited memories. Forget it for now. Let's get those rewards and focus on upgrading my weapons and equipment. My gaze turned sharp as I opened the Warrior Alliance marketplace. The virtual interface popped up clearly before me, and a notification immediately appeared. Beep. A+ level genius rewards granted. 10 billion star coins. 1 4th level cultivation technique. 2 3rd level martial skills. 1 3rd level weapon, and 1 3rd level battlesuit. Watching my account balance shoot from a measly 100,000 to 10 billion, I caught my breath. The money was mind-blowing. But what had my full attention were the 4th level cultivation technique and the 3rd level equipment, the key to a complete transformation. Take the 4th level cultivation technique, for instance. Even at the lowest tier, it would cost at least hundreds of billions to purchase. Items accessible only to Grandmaster level warriors who could fully wield their power. This is perfect. I can finally switch out the titanium battle technique. As for martial skills, my biggest current gap was in speed-enhancing movement techniques, along with a combat skill that could synergize with my weapon. I tallied up my time. With one remaining chance to repair loopholes, I just needed to wait 2 more hours for the new day to begin, which would grant me 3 more opportunities. By then, I could upgrade my cultivation technique, martial skills, suit, and weapon all at once. Energy reserves wouldn't be a concern, either. I had enough to last me through multiple breakthroughs, potentially even to the Grandmaster realm. Show me the best-selling 4th-level cultivation techniques. I ordered the marketplace system, preferably ones that enhance both physical and spiritual abilities simultaneously. The system buzzed in acknowledgement. Beep, beep, beep. Command received. Initiating search for target cultivation techniques. In mere moments, a flood of data on cultivation techniques filled the screen before my eyes. Each name was more peculiar than the last, while every price was exorbitantly high across the board. Billions upon billions, just like that. If these things could be traded instead of being limited to personal cultivation, I'd exchange and sell them immediately. Soul Body Dual Cultivation, Tier 4, Low-Grade Technique. Cultivation Difficulty. Power. Description: the most basic soul body dual cultivation technique, compatible with both the soul and body. Low entry requirements and widely applicable. Drawbacks: average power, not rare tier. Price: 6,000 billion. The description of the top-selling technique made me frown. 6,000 billion for a 3-star power rating? That's ridiculously overpriced. But because the requirements are so accessible, it's no wonder it's the most popular choice. I looked over the other soul body dual cultivation techniques. Almost all of them started at a difficulty of 7 to 8 stars, but their power wasn't necessarily higher. Meanwhile, non-dual cultivation techniques were mostly in the 2 to 3 star difficulty range. The ones rated 7 or 8 stars were either insanely powerful or had extremely strict cultivation conditions, which raised the difficulty to the max. No wonder so few people go for soul body dual cultivation. The entry-level difficulty alone would scare off most people. Even if you make it through the start, there's no guarantee you'll make anything of it. I nodded to myself. But it's different for me. My innate Tao body enhances my comprehension to the point where the difference between 3 stars and 8 stars feels negligible. The only thing that might give me a hard time would be something rated 10 stars. Shop, don't bother showing me the best-selling list. Find me the technique with the most power after mastery and the biggest boost to cultivation speed. I issued the command without hesitation. Beep, command received. In the next instant, all the techniques disappeared from view, leaving just one sitting there alone. I glanced at its description, and every single nerve in my body lit up with excitement. Soul-shattering technique, Tier 4, low-grade martial art. Cultivation difficulty. Power. Description: an extreme soul cultivation technique requiring the practitioner to tear apart their soul and strengthen it through the process of regeneration. The shattered fragments are then infused into the body, reinforcing physical strength. Drawbacks: any mistake leads to total soul annihilation. The pain exceeds the tolerable limits of ordinary individuals. Warning: danger level. Purchase forbidden. Of 1,000 practitioners, 999 died on the first attempt. The last one perished during their second or third. Theoretically possible, but practically equivalent to suicide. Price: infinite. Purchase unavailable. The long list of red text warnings burned into my eyes like flames, but the more I read, the more exhilarated I became. Tearing apart my soul to become stronger? It's like this was custom-made for me. But the words, purchase unavailable, made my face darken. Why display it if no one can buy it? Is this just for taunting people? Then, an idea struck me, and my eyes lit up. Shop. Unusable star currency doesn't mean I can't exchange for it, right? I have an exchange chance. If it's in the Tier 4, low-grade library, I can claim it without restrictions, correct? Some rare techniques aren't even in the library, making them impossible to exchange for. But this particular technique wasn't labeled as rare due to its ridiculous death rate. Instead, it was categorized as an ordinary low-grade technique, complete with purchase forbidden warnings to scare others away. But I have an indestructible divine body, plus a free exchange chance, so I'm not worried. Beep. Not purchasable with star currency per policy, but exchanges are not restricted. Exchange rules. You may claim one item of your choice from the searchable library. The soul-shattering technique qualifies. Exchange available. Proceed with exchange? I didn't hesitate for even a second. Do it. Exchange. Beep. Congratulations. One exchange chance consumed. Exchange successful. Preparing memory transfer. As soon as I spoke, the AI responded immediately. Buzz. A flood of information poured from my smart wristband, forcefully invading my mind. Instantly, a forbidden manual appeared in my mental space. Asterisk soul-shattering technique. Asterisk. The more I studied it, the stranger I felt. This technique actually requires using soul energy to rip apart your own soul, tearing it to severe injury levels, then growing stronger through the healing process. The technique broke soul-shattering into 4 levels. Level 1. Tear 1/3 apart. Level 2. Split into halves. Level 3. Divide into 5 parts. Level 4. Fragment into 10 pieces. Reaching level 1 would already push soul damage to 200%. Level 2. 400%. Level 3. 800%. Level 4. 1600%. A 16-fold increase in soul power. Training to level 4 would make this technique even stronger than most Tier 6 methods. But the cost was outrageous. For most people, surviving level 1 was impossible. They'd just die on the spot. The records mentioned only one person who managed to achieve level 3, an aberrational mental energy mage. He dominated the competition using this technique, rising from an average genius to the top of an intermediate galaxy. He earned the title Peerless under the Grandmaster level. But when he tried to push even further, when I hit the 4th tier, my soul almost shattered on the spot. I clicked my tongue. Breaking a soul into 10 parts? Who could endure that kind of pain? Though I said that, my gaze darkened, and I still closed my eyes, ready to follow the cultivation technique and start practicing. The hardest part of beginning this journey was the first step, ripping the soul apart. Without mental aptitude, most wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold. But I, with my innate Tao body capable of controlling the spirit, completed this step in mere seconds. My soul manifested into 2 colossal hands, reaching out to grab itself. Just the thought of doing it made my chest tighten. If I die, I die. Start small. I took a deep breath, clenched my teeth, and yanked hard. Rip! The agony exploded instantly. The next second, a chunk of my soul was forcibly torn away. F***CK? That hurts like hell. My face turned pale. I knew full well that my undying divine body had deflected 99% of the pain, and yet the remaining 1% felt like having an arm severed while still alive. The torment of the soul, definitely not something to mess around with. For ordinary people, this would be far worse than being sliced into 1,000 pieces. In that critical moment, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted within my sea of consciousness, rushing straight toward the shattered fragment of my soul. I immediately activated the extinguishing spirit technique, grinding the torn-off piece of soul into starlight and forcibly fusing it back into my body. In less than a few minutes, the wounded soul had been completely mended. Ding! Mental energy consumed, 30 points. Soul injury repaired, soul value plus 30. Ding! Soul fragment infused into body, chi and blood value plus 3. Hearing the successive prompts, I raised an eyebrow. An increase of 30 soul points in just one attempt. But my smile quickly faded. The undying divine body focuses on physical recovery, but soul restoration is still so slow. The system had explained it. My body could recover even if 99% of it was destroyed, but the soul could not be damaged by more than 90%. In other words, despite my extraordinary physique, soul injuries were still my fatal flaw. However, in the next moment, I smirked. If recovering from a minor soul injury only takes a few minutes, that means I can trade 3 minutes for 30 points of strength. 600 points an hour. I can go straight to the Sciention stage. By tomorrow, I'll be at the Grandmaster level. Combine that with the 4th tier soul-breaking augmentation. Who on this blue water star could withstand even one of my attacks? Pain. Who cares? If I can trade agony for power to ascend with unstoppable speed, then it's more than worth it. And I have the system. Once the flaws in the technique are patched, its power will multiply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the extinguishing spirit technique and achieving 1st tier soul fragmentation status. Spirit strength increased to 200%. My eyes lit up as I issued a command. System, check how many flaws this technique has. I could already sense how terrifying the potential of this technique could be. With its flaws fixed, my strength would skyrocket. Ding! Detected flaws in the extinguishing spirit technique, 1 trillion. Would you like to repair all flaws? That single line made my pupils shrink instantly. 1 trillion flaws. If this technique were perfected, just how strong could it become? The last time I encountered a flaw count this absurd was when there was an issue with my undying divine body. Repair them all. Fix every flaw in one go. I didn't hesitate for even a second before giving the system the order. Ding. Command confirmed. Beginning repairs. The next moment, a roaring torrent of memory flooded into my mind, threatening to tear my spirit apart. I gritted my teeth, enduring the impact, growing increasingly alarmed as I absorbed the information. By the time the transmission ended, a brand new technique had been branded into my consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Extinguishing Spirit technique has had all flaws repaired and has been upgraded to Immortal Soul Annihilation Technique, Eternal Grade. The rules of the Immortal Soul Annihilation Technique were brutally simple. Rip your soul apart to gain power. The more you tear, the more terrifying the growth. After being fixed, it even eliminated the side effect of pain. As long as you could split your soul and handle the consequences, you could keep advancing to higher tiers of fragmentation. Tier 1. Split 1/10 of your soul, Spirit Enhancement 200%. Tier 2. Split 1/5 of your soul, Spirit Enhancement 400%. Tier 3. Split 1/2 of your soul, Spirit Enhancement 800%. Tier 4. Split the soul into thirds, Spirit Enhancement 1600%. Tier 5. Split the soul into 10 parts, Spirit Enhancement 3200%. Tier 10. Disintegrate the soul into nothingness and reassemble, Spirit Enhancement 1024x. After reading this, I fell silent. 1024 times. This wasn't cultivation, it was trading your life for total domination. I had originally wanted to pursue a dual cultivation path of body and soul techniques, but now that just seemed laughable. With a system at hand, any deficiency in body techniques could simply be patched with another. The door before me is the real trump card. What's even crazier is that this technique barely has any requirements. As long as you can rip apart your own soul, your mastery will skyrocket to the max. If you can endure it, you can forcefully break into higher levels. After some testing, I discovered that when the method was incomplete, the most I could handle was level 4 soul fracture. Now that the flaws are fixed, I can confidently step into level 5 soul fracture and instantly receive a 32x boost in my spiritual power. The system is practically forcing me to focus on mental strength. My gaze darkened. I'll give it a try first. According to the description, level 5 shouldn't be dangerous. Without hesitation, I closed my eyes. Buzz. I immersed my consciousness into my mental sea, where my soul orb floated silently. The next second, 2 massive hands suddenly stretched out from the orb. Then, one after another, more giant hands emerged until there were 10 in total. All 10 hands simultaneously grabbed onto my soul, as if they were about to crush it. Gritting my teeth, I pushed forward with sheer force. Instantly, my soul was torn into 10 fragments, each grasped by a hand. Strangely, there was no pain when my soul was ripped apart, but a wave of weakness surged from deep within my consciousness, draining the color from my face. I immediately understood. Pain could be blocked, but the limits of endurance couldn't be cheated. Pushing further would mean death. I suppressed the urge to keep experimenting. The system stated that damage couldn't exceed 90%, and I wasn't about to cross that line. At that moment, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted in my mental sea. The largest soul fragment began regenerating at a furious pace, while the other fragments shot out of the sea and merged into the cells throughout my body. As soon as the fragments fused, my control over my body became noticeably smoother. What was even more terrifying was the exponential spike in spiritual power, followed by a corresponding physical reinforcement. Once my soul fully reconstructed itself, its intensity soared to a new level. Its size hadn't changed, but its density had taken a massive leap. The transformation in my soul set off a chain reaction, as the blazing sun-like energy above my mental sea was compressed wildly. Its fiery red glow shifted to gold, and the potency of the flames increased tens of times. I felt a jolt in my heart, and quickly reminded myself that this was a level 5 fracture, bringing a 32x boost to my power. With my current strength at full burst, even a weaker Grandmaster might not survive against me. However, the damage was intense. Recovery alone took a full 30 minutes before it concluded. The system chimed in. Spiritual energy depleted by 300 points. Soul heavily injured. Repair completed. Soul value plus 300. Soul realm advanced to innate realm, level 1. Asterisk ding. Soul fragments recovered. Vitality plus 100. Martial realm advanced to innate realm, level 1. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Soul successfully split into 10 parts and fully repaired. Soul transformation complete. Fracture level 5. Spiritual power boost 3200%. Asterisk. As the notifications flooded my mind, my pupils contracted. Damn, 3 small realm advancements in half an hour, jumping from postnatal level 7 to innate level 1. Isn't this basically cheating? It took me less than a minute to rip my soul apart, and recovery only another 30 minutes. Anyone else? Forget splitting it into 10 parts. Even tearing off a tiny piece would require stacking healing resources like crazy and lying in recovery for 100 years. When others train with the undying soul art, they're hoping for the spiritual power boost it provides, which can amplify martial techniques and special abilities, skyrocketing battle capabilities. I took it a step further. With my immortal body healing injuries instantaneously and gaining soul strength in the process. The synergy between the boosts puts both my enhancement and realm advancement into overdrive at a speed that's outright absurd. I quickly opened my stats panel. Stats panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Healing attempts, 0 thirds per day. Martial realm, innate realm, level 1. Soul realm, innate realm, level 1. Vitality, 1054, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of force. Spiritual power, 1035. Talents, immortal body, SSS level, combat power asterisk 300%. Innate Tau body, SS level, 3000x enhancement. Titanium war body, C level, 300% speed, 500% defense. Solar Star Flame, S level. Techniques. Titanium battle method, tier 4, low grade, perfect, 300% training speed. Undying soul art, immortal grade, level 5 fracture, 32x boost. Martial skills. Titanium fist, tier 4, low grade, perfect, for 100% attack power. Beast companion. Infernal three-headed dragon, tier 4, 1 star. Looking at this list of stats, my chest warmed with excitement. With this kind of power, there aren't many on Blue Water Star who could even hope to take me on. But I hadn't let my ego get the better of me. Grandmaster level fighters all have deep reserves, complete sets of high-tier techniques, skills, weapons, and powerful innate abilities. Going up against one would still be a challenging battle. Even so, with my current S-level special ability, the Immortal Body's 300% boost, and the Undying Soul Art S32X amplification, my soul combat power has firmly stepped into the ranks of a Grandmaster, definitely not just at the first level. However, my martial arts combat power still lags behind. Being at the innate 9th level is a full 10 times weaker than a first-level Grandmaster. As for my pure physical body, I'd estimate it's at best at the innate 9th level. There's still an hour and a half until my repair count refreshes. Let's exchange for martial techniques and a weapon first, then undergo extreme training 3 times. When repairing my soul, I can practice the new techniques as well. Once I repair everything together, it'll be just right. With that thought in mind, I open the marketplace directly. I plan to get 2 martial techniques. For the first one, it had to be a fire attribute martial ability. Without it, no matter how strong my soul is, I wouldn't be able to unleash its true explosive potential. For the second one, I initially thought of getting a fist technique, but then reconsidered. Fist techniques don't rely on weapons. With my ability to repair buggy systems, it's only a matter of time before I can create some absurd divine weapons. If I had a divine weapon in hand, relying on my fists to fight would be a waste. Besides, my current titanium-grade fist technique is sufficient for now. So, I'll choose a weapon first and decide on the second technique after. As for battle suits, there weren't many styles available, so I casually selected a 4th-tier lower-grade set. Marketplace AI, analyze for me. I favor close-quarter combat. Ideally, the weapon should allow me to endure injuries but also maximize power. What weapon fits this description? Analysis complete. Based on your preferences, a spear is most suitable for you. I was instantly stunned. A spear? Sure, it packs a punch, but how does it increase my chances of getting injured? According to big data analysis, as one's power grows stronger, swordsmen, blade masters, and boxing practitioners often develop ranged force projections like sword aura, blade energy, or fist chi. At higher levels, these ranged attacks become their main output. However, spear experts, even after achieving spear light projection, still prioritize close-quarters assaults. The more close-range entanglements, the higher the likelihood of physical injury. Simultaneously, the close-range burst is more ferocious, with immensely greater offensive potential, but also a higher death rate. This aligns perfectly with your combat tendencies. Hearing this, I couldn't argue. Instead, I got even more excited. So that's how it is. A spear really does suit me. Without hesitation, I made up my mind. That's it. Get me a third-tier fire tribute spear, the most expensive one. After all, exchange counts don't cost money. Not picking the best would be a waste. Processing request. Matching weapon found. In an instant, the marketplace AI pulled up the attributes of the spear. Flame Spear, third-tier superior grade weapon. Embedded with a third-tier superior grade fire attribute star core, offering explosive fire damage. Price, 100 billion. Exchangeable. Note, only the exchanger can use the item. If the exchanger dies, the Warrior Alliance will forcibly retrieve the weapon. I glanced at the description casually, unfazed. Right now, to me, this spear is just a decoration. I could shatter it with my full-force punch. But once I patch its flaws, this spear will become something entirely different. Marketplace AI, find me a fire attribute ability technique and a spear technique. Both must be third-tier superior grade with maximum lethality. Difficulty doesn't matter. As long as they're powerful, everything else I'll handle myself. Request received. Searching for matches. The next second, 2 techniques popped up. Blazing Spear Techniques. Third-tier superior grade martial technique. Training difficulty, 7 stars. Power, 8 stars. Description. Infuses the spear with flames for immense destructive potential. Downside. Requires at least a B-level flame ability like Blaze Force to fully utilize its power. The stronger the flame ability, the greater the impact. Price, 14 million. I laughed as I read through the description. Perfect for me. My flame ability is the S-level Solar Star Flame. How could its power disappoint? Still, I knew well that adding Solar Star Flame to the spear technique wouldn't unleash its full potential. For instance, if Solar Star Flame could amplify power 32 times on its own, it might devastate everything within one strike. But when merged into spear techniques, it might only enhance a few times. Even with the spear technique's additional increase, the total force might peak at 20 to 30 times, still falling short of true potential. The truly terrifying effect lies in same-tier flame ability techniques. Using the 32x amplification base of Solar Star Flame and stacking it with additional multipliers for explosive strikes, the total power could skyrocket past 100x. That's why I'm aiming for both a spear technique and a flame ability. The spear technique and my physical combat skills will showcase obvious strength for others to see. But in a life-or-death situation, I'll make sure everyone understands what despair truly means. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. My gaze locked onto the second fire ability technique. I wonder how much of a surprise I'll get this time. The moment I saw its name, my eyes gleamed. Blazing Inferno Burst, third-tier superior grade ability technique. Training difficulty, 8 stars. Power, 9 stars. Description. Condenses an all-consuming flame capable of Flame Pillar, annihilating everything in its path. The higher the fire ability, the more destructive the power. Weakness *, the power is overwhelmingly strong. Without sufficient physical resilience, there's a chance you could burn yourself out. The training difficulty is rated at a solid 8 stars. Price, $16 million. This ability is absurdly strong, boasting power comparable to a 9-star skill. Among all peak-tier, third-class combat techniques, it's unquestionably at the top. Great stuff. I'll take it. I'll trade that along with the firearm technique. I blurted out without hesitation. Ding. Exchange successful. Memory transmission will begin shortly. Please prepare yourself. The notification tone barely faded before a torrent of memories surged into my brain like a flood. The overwhelming influx left me dizzy and in discomfort. This transfer was on a whole different level compared to the system's earlier, more refined silent absorption approach. Regardless, I endured the overwhelming impact. It didn't take long before all the details of the two techniques were lodged firmly in my mind. I took a moment to process everything before nodding slightly with approval. Asterisk ding. Exchange completed. If you wish to purchase additional items, you can pay with star coins. The Flame Lance and Premium 3rd-tier combat suit you redeemed will arrive within 10 minutes. Note: rewarded items cannot be sold, transferred, or gifted away. Postmortem: they will be reclaimed by the Warrior Alliance headquarters unless you reach Grandmaster status, at which point they officially become your personal property. Asterisk. As the message concluded, I understood the situation. Items of this caliber must obviously be dispatched from the Imperial capital, and even most 9th stage innate martial artists likely couldn't afford them. Yet here I was, someone who hadn't even reached the innate stage, already gaining access to so many resources. I suddenly felt a pang of regret. If I had known the rewards were this generous, maybe I should have worked harder to push my genius rating higher during the evaluation. But on second thought, I chuckled. If I'd been rated S level back then, I probably wouldn't have been able to stumble across the Soul Annihilation technique. That technique was listed as a lower 4th class skill in the marketplace, yet it held ridiculous potential. It's the kind of technique scarce even in the entire human martial arts compendium. Through what seemed like pure luck, I'd picked up the ultimate trump card. Let's train. I need to get a basic grasp of these two techniques first. I closed my eyes, stretched out a hand, and grabbed onto my own soul with a firm grip. Ryup. In the next moment, I forcibly tore my soul into 10 pieces. An intense sense of weakness flooded my body, as if I was being completely hollowed out. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The energy stored in my body rushed toward my fragmented soul, forcefully knitting the torn pieces back together. Ignoring the pain, I dived straight into simulating the two techniques within my mind. Buzz. With a single thought, a massive martial arena materialized in my consciousness. The rules within it mirrored those of reality, as though I had transplanted the natural world straight into my own mind. This was the prowess of the innate Tao physique. Other martial experts could also build mental domains, but their simulated rules would always have inaccuracies, and anything outside their understanding simply couldn't be replicated. But I was different. My internal martial arena was directly linked to my innate Tao physique, making the simulation's rules indistinguishable from reality. If I could perform a move here, I could do it in the real world as well. The Tao physique doesn't boost combat power directly, but its support capabilities are insane. I smirked, raising a hand to summon a flame-coated spear. Buzz. The blazing weapon instantly appeared in my palm. Let's start with the spear. I took a stance and thrust forward. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The sound of metal cutting through air exploded in my mind, resonating so sharply it numbed me. I didn't stop. Thrust after thrust, move after move, I pushed through. Lunging, stabbing, slashing, sweeping. Every motion was as fundamental as it came. Yet these were the very foundation for all spear techniques. Lacking any prior experience with spear combat, I was starting completely from scratch with raw repetitive practice. But the innate Tao physique was downright absurd. After completing each move, scenarios and insights would flood my mind like sparks igniting a fire. The first run-through felt clumsy, but by the second, the mastery felt as though I'd been training for years. By the 10th repetition, I was already a notch above some moderately skilled spear experts. By the 1000th iteration, every move I made carried the essence of a true master. In the outside world, a little over an hour quietly slipped by. During that time, my soul had shattered and reassembled itself twice more, the agony akin to being torn apart while alive. Yet I was so immersed in the world of the spear, I barely noticed. In my mental arena, I continued grinding away the basics relentlessly. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. After countless iterations, one perfect thrust streaked forward, unleashing a blinding spear light. The spear light instantly condensed into an enormous energy spear before plummeting to the ground with a deafening impact. With a thunderous boom, the energy spear erupted into a fiery explosion, engulfing the surroundings in brilliant gold and crimson flames. I stared blankly at the spear in my hands. I hadn't even used any enhanced techniques, yet the impact I just created was twice as strong as my maximum output. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a spear technique breakthrough. Current mastery, preliminary 0 1/1000. Spear technique power bonus, 200%. Asterisk. My eyes lit up instantly. Double power just from using a spear? Why did I waste so much time training only to get nothing? No reaction at all. Ding. Each person has different talents. Some are suited for the gun, while others excel with the sword. Picking the right talent yields twice the results with half the effort. Pick wrong, and improvement becomes painstakingly slow. System determination. Host's aptitude for marksmanship far exceeds proficiency in boxing or other combat styles. It suddenly dawned on me, and I quickly pulled up the system description. Skill mechanics. Unique insights into specific weapons or moves can trigger skill activation. The higher the level, the greater the additional impact. Skill levels. Beginner, proficient, mastery, perfect, grandmaster, epiphany. Each level is subdivided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Note, skill effectiveness depends on personal strength. If your power increases while neglecting deeper comprehension, skill levels might regress. System clause. The host's skill levels remain stable. When strength advances quickly, the system will automatically compensate to balance experience. The host doesn't need the system to level up their skills. They can improve through personal effort and practice. After skimming through the explanation, I couldn't help but smile. So skills are all about refining a weapon to its peak, relying on experience and intuition to unleash maximum destructive power. For an average person, cultivation levels may rise quickly. But lacking the necessary experience and understanding of advanced techniques, skills might downgrade. They'd appear powerful, but fight like a dull blade. The higher the cultivation level and explosive output, the more refined control others gain. Yet, if you stagnate at skill mastery, you'll inevitably fall behind, blending into obscurity. But I'm different. With the system as my safety net, even if my strength skyrockets to grandmaster level overnight, my skills will remain intact, holding steady at early proficient. I need to focus on practicing my marksmanship. This is the key to true growth. With determination in my eyes, I instantly recalled the memory of the flame domain spear art and began following the guidelines to train. As expected, this Tier 3, high-grade combat technique wasn't easy to grasp. Without my solid foundation at a proficient level, I wouldn't even understand the basic force extraction principles, let alone successfully execute it. Fortunately, my fundamentals were steady. As I practiced, I quickly pushed the flame domain spear art to beginner level. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. I chuckled. Turns out increasing proficiency is as straightforward as this. Training in combat techniques simultaneously boosts skill levels, killing two birds with one stone. I continued delving into the technique. Before I realized it, an hour had passed, and I'd already advanced the flame domain spear art to mastery level. However, reaching perfect was another level entirely, something even I would need hours of dedicated effort to achieve. During this time, my weapon and combat uniform arrived. After accepting them, I didn't waste a moment. I pressed on with my training. Asterisk ding. A new day begins. Daily system bug fix resets. Current limit. For usages, asterisk. I froze momentarily, but quickly broke into laughter. I almost forgot. I'm in the innate realm now. Advancing a rank adds 1 extra bug fix per day. I had been worried about burning through my mental reserves too quickly. With the additional reset, I could close 1 more astral nucleus bug. Still, there were too many things requiring attention, weapon upgrades, 2 combat techniques, plus my training gear I decided to deprioritize. Even then, 4 bug fixes felt like a tight squeeze. Originally, my mental energy capacity was only 8,000 points, but I had already used over 1,000. At this rate, I'd run out by the afternoon. My technique isn't perfect level yet. If I fix the bug level now, I'll need to relearn parts of it later, undoing all the effort at a critical threshold. A few more hours now could save months or years later. Without deliberate refinement, no amount of talent can guarantee future breakthroughs. Some may never reach perfection in their lifetime. My expression grew firm as I closed my eyes and resumed training. The timing of bug fixes wasn't as critical as ensuring every step counted toward long-term progress. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. The prompts reverberated in my mind again and again. Asterisk ding. Spear skills upgraded. Proficient at mid-stage, 0 out of 3000. Added power, 250%. Asterisk. I didn't stop. I continued practicing relentlessly, maximizing every available second. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. After 10 minutes of spear training, spear proficiency has increased by 100. Asterisk. After 5 grueling hours. Asterisk ding. Spear skills upgraded. Proficient at late stage, 0 out of 5000. Added power, 300%. Asterisk. In that instant, the bottleneck that had held me back for hours shattered completely. My eyes lit up as I pressed off the ground, launching myself into the air. Asterisk Flame Domain Spear Technique. 7th move, Flame Aura. Asterisk. The spear's roar exploded outward, shaking the entire training ground. As I thrust forward, a golden 100-meter spear light ripped across the realm, its fiery radiance crashing down like a meteor. Boom! A tide of golden flames engulfed the surrounding field, consuming everything in its wake. The place instantly transformed into a burning domain. Flame Domain Spear Technique. Mastered. Finally, it's over. Hovering above the flames, I let out a burst of laughter, only to realize something a second later. Wait, I can fly now. Flying, isn't that something only grandmasters can do? Snapping back to my senses, I realized I was hovering in midair within my consciousness space. This training ground followed the same rules as reality. If I could fly here, it meant I could also fly in the real world. I instantly recalled the details from the records about grandmasters. Grandmasters could use their martial energy to counteract planetary gravity, enabling them to take flight. However, the key wasn't just the energy itself, but whether the energy was sufficient to counter gravity. Even some innate experts could achieve this, and certain psychic practitioners might even manage to fly during the body refinement stage with telekinesis. Cross-referencing this with my own abilities and power, there was only one conclusion. It made absolute sense for me to fly. With that weight off my mind, I went for it. I accelerated midair, dashing through the skies like the wind. Even though this was my consciousness space, the sensation was no different from reality. The sense of freedom exhilarated me, and the more I flew, the more at ease I felt. After having my fill of flying, I halted, my gaze returning to the Flame Domain Spear Technique. Time to fix the flaws and see if the system could give me a surprise. Ding! Detected flaws in the martial technique, Flame Domain Spear Technique. The next moment, a second notification echoed in my mind. Ding! Number of flaws detected, 300,000. Would you like to repair them? 300,000. My eyes narrowed as I quickly calculated the level. The more flaws, the higher the grade, and 300,000 meant a 6th grade technique. Not even most grandmasters would be able to touch this level, which was the domain of planetary-level powerhouses. It said planetary-level powerhouses can obliterate planets, meaning the potential of this spear technique was astronomical. Repair it. I ordered without hesitation. Ding! Command accepted. Repairing now. In the next instant, a torrent of roaring memories surged into my sea of consciousness like a flood breaching a dam, flooding every corner of my mind. I shut my eyes, forcing myself to assimilate the incoming information while simultaneously comprehending and automatically practicing the technique. My cultivation speed skyrocketed beyond imagination. I lost track of time as the chaotic gaps in the technique were pieced together bit by bit. A whole, polished spear technique took shape in my mind, complete, sharp, and lethal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fully repairing the Flame Domain Spear Technique and acquiring the Martial Technique, Meteoric Flame Spear Technique. More details followed. 6th grade, mid-tier Martial Technique. Created by an unknown powerhouse after destroying tens of thousands of stars. Its fire attribute attack power is incomparably terrifying. Note: when paired with the solar star flame within your body, its power will increase significantly. The system's notification jolted me back to attention. My gaze sharpened. The description alone revealed just how fearsome this technique was. Previously, pushing the Flame Domain Spear technique to its peak could barely triple my combat power, and that didn't even take into account the Solar Star Flame, my unique perk. Typical 3rd grade ultimate techniques top out at 3-fold. 4th grade entry techniques might hit 4-fold. But this 6th grade mid-tier Meteoric Flame Spear technique? Its raw burst potential surged straight to 10 times. Combine that with the Solar Star Flame, and it was an outright obliteration-level weapon. I immediately pulled up my stats. Status panel. Name * Ling Xiao. Repair attempts left * 3/4. Martial Realm * innate 2nd sky. Spiritual Realm * innate 4th sky. Vitality * 2254. 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul Strength * 4635. Skills * Spear Mastery. Advanced Proficiency 300%, 0/5000. Talents * Immortal Divine Body, SSS grade. Combat Power times 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS grade. 3000 times boost. Titanium War Body, C grade. Plus 300% speed. Plus 500% defense. Solar Star Flame, S grade. Techniques * Titanium Combat Art, 4th grade. Low tier, plus 300% training speed. Indestructible Soul Art, Eternal grade. Level 5, times 32 multiplier. Martial Techniques * Titanium Fist Technique, 4th grade. Low tier, plus 400%. Meteoric Flame Spear Technique, 6th grade. Mid-tier, plus 1000%. Beast Companion * Infernal Three-Headed Dragon, 4th grade. 2-star. As I glanced over my stats, my heart couldn't help but race. In just a few hours, I had almost leaped an entire realm of cultivation. Eternal grade techniques truly lived up to their legendary reputation. At this pace, it wouldn't take long before I reached the Grandmaster level. With the Meteoric Flame Spear technique boosting my combat power, my martial strength is nearly catching up to my spiritual prowess. But I still haven't trained the Blaze Burst technique. It's still incomplete. Once I repair that, my spiritual strength will dominate again. And my spear itself hasn't been repaired. That needs to get handled too. Resolutely, I exited my consciousness space and walked toward the corner of my room. In the corner were 2 storage boxes. I placed my hand on the verification zone, injecting some vitality. Beep. Vitality scan complete. Storage unit unlocked. The lid slowly opened. Inside the first box was a blazing red,